ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Good morning, friends. Romans, StarCraft fans. We have 12 best of threes here today in round 4 where people will go home, people will move on. Actually, that's the hand, moving on. And we'll have people moving on to day 5 as well. And I got a friend with me, the beautiful, effervescent, fantastic Benjamin Baker here. Demu, you're the one of the 2 other casters that'll be joining me here today. And how you doing, friend? Is it early enough for you?
I am fresh, you know. I've been visiting all these lovely new maps names with like Alki 1, Equilibrium, and you know, Hecate or Hecate. Hard Lead, one of my all-time favorites these days. Yeah, it's good to be back. The 3rd day in a row, and I'm feeling the crazy keep on building.
I mean, we start with Asia, so you're going to get some more of that crazy. Although, as I say that, it's going to be Gogo, Joey, and Cyan to start things. And when I think of that region, I think of, you know, Haas and Mio Micah and all of these players. Cyan and Gogo Joey aren't really that crazy in the grand scheme of things. So
no, I mean, when you have to compete with Haas for the crazy scale, like, you lose. You know, you always lose. Unless you're Bly. I think actually those 2 are, you know, 2 birds of the feather. But anyhow, like Gogo Joey, I got to see him a few days ago. I mean, it's been a lot of StarCraft over the last couple of days, Behemoth, but he actually played pretty damn good. Like, better than I anticipated, because I've always known the name Gogo Joey, but see him actually play, it was solid. You know, it wasn't Mio Micah levels of ridiculous. In a good way, like, you know, I love his style, but it was just solid play. And Cyan, a few years back, he was kind of like the best Protoss in this region, and he's always fairly solid, like fairly stocky. So yeah, I'm looking forward to see what both these guys bring in. Oh, I do see what the first map is, and I believe this is going to be Hard Lead, if I'm not mistaken. You know?
Yeah, herd lead, exactly. But the other herd lead, and I guess that's the herd lead into what I got to talk about. And that is our sponsors, because we would not be doing this without Monster Energy, without the U.S. Air Force, without the ESL shop allowing us to bring in Benjamin Baker, to bring in Loco later on, to talk about this game, to have... Okay, now we just don't get Ben, and never mind.
I went all blurry, so I was like trying to fix it, you know? It's sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're good. And to get everything happening. So again, thank you all to them for allowing this tournament to happen, for giving us these awesome games. And if you want to see more of these awesome games, and more importantly, you want to see them offline, in an offline environment in Atlanta, tickets are now on sale. And if you use the code StarCraft, you're going to get 20% off. And Ben, you know, I know you weren't there last year, but I was there in person. And they just had to add more and more chairs. I think they did it 7 times. We were by far the loudest section in the convention center. It was really awesome to see this outpouring of love for North American StarCraft. So if you have an opportunity, if you have the time off, if it makes sense to go, you should go. Because, you know, Ben, as we were talking about, that is... DreamHack Atlanta is just... It's a fun event. It's really awesome.
Yeah, I didn't get to experience it in person. I was there in Sweden casting for it, which was... it was so cool to see the turnout. Like, it was kind of what you hope to happen at events, where just... There's not enough seats. Everybody's stoked, everybody's happy, and it's all about StarCraft. Like, it was absolutely amazing. I believe both these players are getting themselves ready. I see some typing over in the chat, and the referee's asking them if they're ready. This is awesome. It's going to be a good day, because right now, all the games, we've got past a bit of the phase where, you know, you can have some very heavily weighted matches where it's like Serral against Night Phoenix, for example, or something like that. Now we're getting to all these players having very similar scores. So hopefully close matches as well, because StarCraft 2, it's a game where it takes 2 to tango, 2 very similarly skilled players. And I think what we've got here, Gogo Joe against Cyan, it should be just that.
Now, Ben, I have an important question for you, though, as we get into the game number 1 here. You say it takes 2 to tango, but can you tango? Because I certainly can.
Of course. Of course, I am a master in all sorts of limbo, Jimbo, all that jazz. You know, I can salsa if it is. I thought you were going to ask me something very serious, like who's my favorite Loco, and I was going to be, you know, something along those lines. But getting right on into it. The blue Zerg spawning over in the bottom right-hand side of things to start things off. It is Gogo Joey.
Not sure. There we go. Gogo Joey. Why are the... Okay, there we go. We should be in game now. Not sure why that didn't go in. In the upper left, in the red. He's playing for the Starving Camels. You know him. It's Cyan.
Yeah, Cyan's been around for a long time, man. Like a real long time. And he's been absolutely at certain points like the best Protoss in China. Even when Oliveira was formerly known as Time, like those two used to kind of duke it out and battle to see who was the best. And even though I felt Time was, Cyan was always strong enough to battle with him. And Time isn't the kind of guy that you can just kind of cheese out because, you know, you put him up against Haas and he just kind of demolishes Haas every time. So you have to be fairly solid. So I've always had a good feeling about Cyan's play. If he was in any other region, he would still be a damn solid contender for, you know, those top 16, top 12 slots. So yeah, definitely a Protoss that's always worth keeping your eye on.
Yeah, and it bears mentioning here that not only is he just a solid player, he has won the regionals. He's won the Chinese regional before. He has taken down Oliveira. And now, you know, in fairness, I know you're talking about this. That wasn't the Oliveira, and that was IEM Katowice world champion. Not there, you know, that was not quite that. Instead, it very much was a Oliveira who dominated his region, but didn't do more than that. Not necessarily. We saw maybe an occasional run, but this was the Oliveira that got knocked out without winning a single series at Atlanta last year. So, in fairness, but yeah, no, Cyan has been very good. Although I think it is important to point out here that we talked about he's fantastic. I think he has been supplanted by a couple other Protoss in the Chinese scene. Firefly, for example, is really ascendant right now. But certainly, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, Firefly is definitely hot. We saw Jieshi make it through like 3-0 in his group as well in his Swiss stage format, actually taking out Firefly with ease, which I didn't expect because, you know, you get on board with the hype, you know, like when Spirit was ascending, it was like, oh, Spirit's so good, and they beat Stats. It's like, oh my god, Spirit's so good. He was Sol back then again. Lots of name changes in StarCraft 2 here and there. But eventually it was like, oh, Spirit is actually very good and very solid. Like, so it's nice to see some of these players live up to the hype, and Firefly definitely one of them. Also one of the players that's scary, but Jieshi to take him out, I was pleasantly surprised by just seeing that there are many good names in this region. Like Coffee is one that came second last season, I believe, in this region. Lost to a guy called Nanami, and I'm like, whoa, what's happening over here? Like, Coffee's actually very good. So yeah, there's still a lot of upset potential in this region. It feels very much Wild West to me.
Yeah, so the question now, Ben, you talk about things being Wild West, is where does Cyan go from here? He's adding on a couple gateways. There is no Stargate, of course. There's also no tech. There's the Twilight going down, but this is 3-gate before the Twilight. This is 3-gate before the Robo. Generally, he's gonna get another creep tumor there. Generally, if you're going for some sort of Glaives build, you're gonna get the gates after the Twilight because you want that Glaives timing as quick as possible. So what do you think we're gonna see out of, what's Cyan doing right now?
You know, I have no idea. Let's check his Nexus, see how much Chrono Boost he has saved up. Very little. I was thinking maybe he's going to get out a lot of Adepts and then just get the Glaives and Chrono Boost the crap out of it. But the build that he's lined up here, very interesting. Like, if he does hit some Glaives timing initially, it's not going to be as strong, but the fact that it hits this fast, and then I feel it's going to make his opponent either over-underreact, but then it's going to have the follow-up as well. Very interesting play out of Cyan.
Yeah, I think this, well, part of the thing we have to pay attention to, and one of the awesome things about having these regions and being able to see how players play within the regions is that we see idiosyncratic things. We see players playing things to the region. Like, a good example is Eric opens 15-15 all that often. That's why we see every Zerg doing it now, because they saw him do it to Dark. And now 5 drones off these Adepts because, again, Ben, you talked about it, this timing's weird. Right, this is 5-6 Adepts at 4 minutes in before Glaives are done. Generally, Glaives would be, you know, pretty close to completion at the moment, that 5-minute timing, but it's just not, it's not there. And now this is a problem, though.
This is a massive issue, actually. Like, I was like, all right, that Glaive timing, it's finishing up. Like, if he gets everything out of here and then re-goes again, this is actually very scary. But he just lost every Adept about 25 seconds before this Glaive research is being completed. Yeah. So this felt like a 200 IQ play, but it turned into, oh no, it absolutely fell flat on its face because I got a bit too eager. And yeah, Gogo Joey now takes a pretty solid position in this game. Like, look at the resources lost tab. He's way ahead in that department as a Zerg player.
Yeah, no, that was really, really nice. I mean, you never want to lose, what was it, 5 drones? Yeah, you never want to lose 5 drones early on, but I mean, Demu, 12 adepts for it is going to be really nice, and that bought him time, so his Roach Warren is down. He's got his lair just about done. Evo Chamber on the way. He, at this point, Gogo Joey kind of do what he wants, and Cyan trying to make sure his third base is going to be up now, but he doesn't have nearly the amount of agency that he would otherwise have liked to have. So yeah, he's on the map. He's got 5 adepts on the map that maybe shade in, but these lings, they're just making it so hard for him to move out as much as he would like. That being said, no roaches on this side of the map right now. Queen's the only defense. This is going to force a little bit more damage.
It is, and Gogo J was a little bit greedy here, I feel. Like, these roaches were late. Granted, they're out now, but still, these are glaive adepts that you absolutely have to respect, because look how much they're melting these lings. Like, now the resource lost tab been kind of evened up over here, and Cyan is the kind of player that, even though I think that was a big overextension by him earlier, he still knows how to kill you and deal damage. Now we're seeing him switch into charge, we're seeing him switch into immortals as well, so he's going to have the counter to roaches available, and I don't think he wants to make this a short game over here, Bio.
I mean, it's a PvC. If it ends before 45 minutes, we're not even having a good time, Demo. That's fine. But yeah, no, certainly transitioning into the mid game. That being said, though, 8 more drones go down. These adepts are on a one-way trip in the main base, but they're going to get 13, 14 drones into the naturally even more. And Cyan, yeah, getting caught out like that by his adepts outside of the third was not a good thing. Even still, 15 drones. Gogo Joe, yeah, he's droning up as well as he can. But now we're starting to see the type of damage that this build wants to get. 15, 20 drones, continuous harass, killing lings. It's a little bit nicer for Cyan now.
Yeah, if it didn't go so bad earlier, Gogo Joe would be dead. Like, absolutely dead. But Cyan is absolutely putting on the pressure, and he's getting a stocky army behind this. I don't think, no, there's no forge on the field or anything like that, so Cyan is not about waiting for any sort of upgrades besides charge. He is all about going. Now he throws down a forge at this point in time, maybe if as a fail-safe, if this does fall flat on its face, but Gogo Joey's getting ready for the next tech, which is Hydra, which is decent against all of this with some fodder, but Cyan's catching him right before that can happen.
That it is. The crazy thing for me here is we see this is Ling Roach, and he's going before Temple Archive. So he's going, it's just Charge Slash, just Immortals, a couple sentries, but he's going to find so many roaches on this third base. And Gogo Joey, he's just out of position. His roaches now trying to find their way in, but so many Zealots are going to warp in at this point. Drones are dying, but more importantly, this army of Gogo Joey is falling down. You know it's scary as a Zerg when your army supply against the Protoss all-in is equal, is just about the same. So the Zealots are killing so much here. The Immortals and the Sentries, though, Demu, they're a little bit exposed. It doesn't matter. Cyan, despite that early game not being quite what he would like, game 1 goes the way of our Chinese Protoss.
No, that game was, despite the early blunder from Cyan, everything else was actually really good by him. I like the way the build was thought out as well, because if he does keep those alive for a second wave kind of thing, then it's actually, you can see how much damage that can do. Gogo Joey stuck on the Ling number for a very long time. The roaches were late. It's almost like he got totally caught off guard by how funky that build was, which I don't blame him. But you can never be a Zerg where your opponent turns up at your front door unannounced and you have no idea about it. Like that, Cyan was in that third base before Gogo Joey knew what was going on, you know, and you can't allow that to happen. So definitely has to speed it up a little bit. And it's it's already kind of feisty over here, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's pretty fun. We talked about how we weren't going to see something super crazy because it's Gogo Joey and Cyan, and they're, at least on the non-Terran players, they are what... They're what goes for standard players in this region. Obviously, not always standard, but they're what goes for standard in this region. And then Gogo Joey goes and says, yeah, I'm going to build 3 gates before my Twilight, and I'm going to run across the map with 6 adepts at like 4:30, when generally glaives might be a little bit before glaives would be done. And then I'm going to get damage to you. And then I think the follow-up was, I'm going to pull back a little bit. Glaives are going to be done. I've already done damage. You're going to be redroning when this happens, and you're not going to expect the follow-up. That didn't happen. He lost the Adepts, but even still, as we see, Glaive Adepts can be pretty solid at kind of all stages of the game. Maybe not in your army, but to get a lot of economic damage done, they are always useful.
Yeah, it's just cute by Cyan, you know? Like, Protoss do have a lot of timings available with how they do things and what order, and every other race, even Protoss themselves, have to react a lot to what Protoss is doing, just because Protoss is the kind of guy that they have the tools to slow you down if they do so please. And Cyan just used a totally different bucket of tools, and it was really cool to see, because those Adepts, besides the first bunch that traded with a bunch of Lings and 5 drones, they all got massive value. Like, and they were doing what they do best, right? Shading in here, there, and everywhere, just causing a ruckus. And then by the time that he finally hit with his killing blow, which I talked about how he delayed the forge and upgrades and what have you, so he was just kind of, I want to use the term all in with what he had, but it was just a really well-timed attack, and caught Gogo Joe before what he really wanted to do. Gogo Joe never really got to play a game that he wanted to play. And I think he's just taken the time to recoup a little bit here. He's going to join the lobby fairly shortly, and Cyan's having some ping testing going on. I like how they test ping using the chat box.
Yeah, it works. I mean, let me tell you, Ben. So when I was getting into StarCraft, right, a long time ago, I grew up in the middle of nowhere. I know you kind of live in the middle of nowhere, Sweden, but let me tell you, middle of nowhere, Virginia is even more so. I grew up playing StarCraft on like 700 milliseconds ping. So yeah, from experience there, when the ping's really bad, it is fun to type in the chat box. You tell your opponent good luck, have fun, and they get it they get it a second later, and it just feels weird. But yeah, you're right. We're waiting on Gogo Joey. Sounds like he may be changing some setting. But Ben, as we get into game 2, you talked about herd lead. Now we're looking at I don't even know how to mispronounce this. We're looking at equilibrium for game number 2.
I was going to say equilibrium, or equilibrium. It's it's getting there. It's still too close.
Right.
You know, it's kind of like, have you ever heard the Germans say squirrel?
No, I don't think I have.
So next German you meet, ask them to pronounce it. You will have a good time. And I hope there's some Germans in the chat that can try say it to themselves right now. But yeah, Gogo Joey is apparently changing his internet connection right now, so that's what we're waiting on. But Equilibrium, a totally different map than what we just saw. Like Hard Lead, I don't want to say a short map, but Equilibrium is huge. Like it's very, very wide. It's got kind of that Gressvan-esque type layout in that your top left, top right, mirrored map, and then it's got these gold bases as well. So the gold base absolutely favoring the Zerg player usually, given that they expand a little bit quicker and can make use of it. But I don't think these Adept plays can necessarily get done what they did on Hard Lead. So yeah, and given that the main opening for Protoss these days is a Stargate, usually, I want to see what Cyan has in his bag of tricks here, because, yeah, this is... they're both 2-1 in the group, if I'm not mistaken, right? So this is a big deal qualifying here.
Yeah, this is a qualifying match. You talked about Stargate play, Demu. I mean, this is a map that it's fairly close by air. It's a map that, I mean, Classic went 2-base Tempest against Gumiho the other day, and granted, it's probably better to go 2-base Tempest against a Terran than a Zerg, just due to how many fewer units a Terran tends to have. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. It's going to be fun, certainly, and it is a map that you talked about how game 1 it felt like players were gearing up into the late game. This is certainly a map that can do that. As you said, it is massive. It's so big. But it also can be fairly wide open at times, which makes it somewhat possible for maybe Zerg to swarm over. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just really excited to find out what we're going to see as players are now in the lobby. We're getting ready to go as we're getting the command. Not Go Joey. He's going to have to play the game. He just doesn't get to do it by default. But Ben, you've seen Cyan game 1. You saw what happened. You've seen Go Joey game number 1. As we move into game 2 here, is this a 2-0 for Cyan? Go Joey, does he have what it takes? Or are we going to game 3?
So I always like looking at the history of the players, just in regards to recent history, what they've done this tournament so far. So Cyan 2-0 T-Ball, 0-2 against Firefly and then 2-0 SCV. Now, if you can say that he's only played Protoss so far, but beating T-Ball, beating SCV. I know T-Ball's at least a very decent Protoss, losing to Firefly. He's also very good. So if he's somewhere in the middle of there, Gogo Joey, on the other hand, lost to Coffee 0-2 as his first match, who's very good in this region. Then beat 2-1 Oriana, 2-0 Haas. That tells me that Gogo Joey is at least decent enough to beat the trickies in the Haas's of the world. Good. But what we just saw against Cyan there was him not dealing with the tricky that well. But you can at this stage. They're both 2-1 for good reason. They're both pretty damn solid players.
Yeah, that they are. And again, we talk about that matchup where there's results a little bit. Oriana is a player you all may not be aware of, but he has been impressive. He is someone that we do expect to do well, just not doing the best this season. That being said, though, our game is ready. It's Equilibrain. Game 2.
And spawning over right, as our red Protoss, it is Cyan.
And of course, his opponent in the upper left, in the blue, down a game for the Juggernauts. This is his advancement match. It's Gogo Joey.
Immediately we're seeing Cyan take a gate on the low ground, but he's also got a nice, very early probe just blocking that gold base. And this what about is available. But as you were showing us, it's a pool first build from Gogo Joey here, which is what he did the first game as well. So no early hatchery attempts by him, just probably being probe blocked one too many times in his life that he's like, you know what, screw it. I'm not going to go for any tricky, like, take my natural hatchery builds, or not even going to attempt it. But you do see here that he is being a bit sneaky with his drone, will be able to get out a hatch, and by the routing, yep, going to be just on location, happy to play it nice, safe and normal for now, but leaving him the opportunity to go for the gold base later on.
Yeah, that being said, though, you talk about options here, Demo. In terms of you don't want to get hatch blocked, it's annoying, so going pool first. There are better ways, maybe, to if you're trying to play a macro game, there are better ways to avoid hatch block. You can go 15-15, for example, and you will almost always get the hatch down, especially on a map as big as Equilibrium. So I'm wondering here, and granted, game 1, we didn't see any of this. No pressure whatsoever. I'm wondering what we're going to see out of Gogo Joey that takes advantage of this pool first. You can get speed maybe a little bit faster if you do that. Something like that certainly gives you a couple more lanes on the map early, which means that you can maybe shut down scouting of the gold. I don't know. I would like to see Gogo Joey at least once in this series actually make use of that, rather than just get into the mid game or get into his 3-base setup just a little bit slower.
It's an interesting one, because I never know what players have experienced or been through in their own games and practice, and what they feel suits them the best, or where they feel the most safe, or like those kind of questions are unanswered for me. And the first game he did go for that pool first, but we do see that those lings that he's used early on, he did get a nice scout off of the main base, which that's at least something, right? Like, he didn't have to sacrifice an overlord to do it. He's got an overlord in a nice little position here, again, to see what happens. So he has made little cuts, and eco cuts at that, that do kind of suffice and play. And now you see that he's going up to Alera as well, so making use of this slightly less usual build that he's done. As for where it's going to go eventually, that's another story.
So we've actually started to see more and more of this idea of this Speedling Queen Nidus thing, especially against Stargate play. It can be really nice, but I'm just keeping an eye on the gas, right? If this is 2 gas, I mean, actually, 2 gas is kind of weird. The more you think about it, it's this middle of the road and Adepts. Well, it's gonna scout that second gas going down. Cyan knows that there's no third base, so what's he gonna read into this, Ben? Like, that's the big question here. He's seen a little bit, he hasn't seen a lot. How do you figure out what's happening?
Bio, he's seen the lair, so like he knows it's he spotted that lair, so he knows it's a lair, and he also saw that second gas going up. So Cyan, in his mind, he's like, oh, wait a minute, if I wanted to deal damage to this, I've now got to know that my opponent's probably wanting to deal damage to me. So he has his Void Ray rallied, and I don't think he initially wanted to go a Void Ray, but he's got it rallied in a position where he's like, okay, could be a Nidus, right? Like, so he at least knows something. Now, Gogo Joey's being very cool and old school with what he's doing over here. but it's definitely Gogo Joe being very sneaky this game.
Yeah, man, oh man, for a second there was a hydrogen going down and a Spire, and it's just like, you don't have gas for that on 2 bases, but I guess it does keep some options open. Gogo Joey, though, he sees the Adepts getting ready to go on the other side, and there's a full wall in the natural, and there's the hydrogen going down. What the hell, Gogo Joey? What is this? Hydrogen, Roach Warren, Spire. Hydrogen gets canceled again, I guess, trying to convince him that this is a Mio Micah build, but Cyan saw the cancel anyways. What is happening?
This is a lot of Gogo Joey freestyling a little bit, but also a lot of him trying to just misrepresent what he's doing. This is all about just trying to give your opponent a bad read, and like, unfortunately for Cyan, you know, you very rarely think about that random overlord on the map that's able to poop out creep and then put a tech structure on it. Like, it has happened in the past, and, you know, he is also getting a Phoenix out. Kind of like, oh, there must be something going on that I haven't seen, right? And now we're seeing, in fact, did he finish the Spy? Okay, the Spy is finished, but he's making Hydras. Yeah, just a lot of trying to mistell information here from Gogo Joey.
Yeah, so he cancels the Hydrogen twice. Does he have a Roach Warren? Yeah, he does. I think he canceled the Roach Warren once anyways. He builds the Spire on the bottom side. His third base only on the way of right now. I can't help but worry, Ben, that in this desire to go and really pull the wool over his opponent's eyes, I can't help but worry that he's kind of tripped over his own shoelaces. He has spent so much money and so much time on canceling that this awkward Hydra push of 2 Hydras, well, it's not going to get a lot done. He's building 8 mutas, maybe, but as you pointed out, we already have 2 Phoenix on the map. There's a Void Ray, more Phoenix on the way. He has taken so much time to make something happen that I just don't think he's going to get anything.
No, I actually think Cyan has been very good about this. Like, one of the best things you can do to an opponent that's just kind of fooling around is just not panic, stay calm, do your thing. And right now he's just been doing just that, hasn't he? Like, the probe count's good for him. He's on 3 bases. Granted, he's still being respectful. Like, there's no probes being produced at this moment in time, and his RB's pretty damn decent against most of the things that are being thrown at him. But now he's spotted a little squad in the middle of the map. He still hasn't seen the mutas, but he has been very respectful about getting out a decent number of anti-air units as well. But those mutas are still on the other side of the map. It's such a strange scenario.
Yeah, he's going Muta Corruptor too, so really committing to this air fight. And I mean, we're going back 7 years, Ben. I guess that's what's going to happen. The Adepts into the natural are going to get a couple more workers here. The key thing, though, is these Adepts are going to last long enough, I think, that they should be able to see the mutas. They should be able to see them pop out into the main base. Yeah, okay. So he sees it now, sees the mutas, sees the corruptors. Now Cyan knows exactly what's happening. We have to see shield batteries going down even more. There are some of the third. We need to see them in the main. We need to see them in the natural. We need to see cannons going down. But it seems like Cyan, he's like, I don't have enough to deal with this right now. Certainly not with the corruptors on top. So now we see all the Adepts against the paltry forces of of Ling Hydra. They're going to get so much done here. Can Gogo Joey do the same?
I mean, Gogo Joey, I think he's just in a bad spot. He doesn't want to defend right now, but that's exactly what he's going to have to do, or feels like he's been forced to do. And these Adepts will be able to get on out of here, I do believe, as well. They can get recalled or glaive or shade again, but I say that. They're happy to fight over here, but they shouldn't be. They can't shoot back against these mutas. And now, 2 more Stargates being added, so you can see a little bit of panic coming out from Cyan, but I think the damage has been done, and if I'm not mistaken, that is absolutely a misplaced hatchery there. So Gogo Joey feeling the pressure.
Yeah, that does seem to be a little misplaced. It's hard to tell sometimes, but I'll pick up what you're putting down there, Ben. I'll buy that one. And the longer this goes, the worse it's going to be for Gogo Joey. Yeah, he can build more mutas right now, but you mentioned it, 3 Stargates on the way. Now, the one thing we're lacking here, there's not a lot of cannons. I mean, this is a heavily shield battery at third base. I don't want to see Gogo Joey attack into here, but as the Adepts into the third base getting more damage done. The main base of the natural of our Protoss player is not nearly as well defended. So if there was room for Gogo Joey to get something done, that would be the place, but he's just not allowed to. This Adept pressure is doing so much.
Gogo Joey's creep spread is definitely not what it needs to be this game. Like, these Adepts keep arriving from seemingly nowhere, and he's taking damage from it. He's also getting the air upgrades here, which is, you want the armor against what he's being thrown at him. Like, you really do. And the Adepts get in again, and that air army has to head back home to defend against Adepts, and these Adepts will kill your drones faster than you kill the Adepts. Gogo Joey is all over the shop right now, and not in a good way, and he does have that gold base available, but I'm looking at that. That looks like a lot of drones on one base, and it certainly is, and these Phoenix numbers are getting high now, as are the Muta count, actually, to be super fair, but Phoenix, they are a far better unit, especially if that +1 finishes for him, and he's going for the Fleet Beacon as well.
There's only one thing that Gogo Joey can do right now, and that's build more mutas, build more corruptors, try to win this air fight. So yeah, commit to it. Get +1 here, although that's you're gonna lose a Phoenix there. Just commit to it. Get +1, get Andean Pulse Crystals, make it so that you will always have the better army. It's something that Gogo Joey can't deal with. The rich base, you are not mining from this, not for a while. The third base doesn't have a ton of drones at it either. It's only 53. Every trade that Cyan takes right now is always gonna be a good one with this army composition. And look at it, 3 Phoenix, 2 Phoenix on the way at a time here. This Phoenix count, Ben, it's 12 Phoenix. It's insane. It's so many.
Yeah, he's taking a few bit of dodgy fights here, actually, but he's macroing very solidly behind it, so I'm not hating it for him. But you're absolutely right. If he just keeps on hammering out Phoenix, he's getting the +1, the Andean Pulse Crystals. He's playing a good game here. And the fact that he's got the backbone behind it of getting good macro out, like at some point he might have to be a little bit careful about the potential of like a flood of lings at the base or something. But yeah, he's playing good StarCraft over here. Though, Gogo Joey for now has sealed the wound. Now he feels he can move out on the map a little bit, and also he does feel like he can drone up a little bit as well, because those bases for now are safe for the time being.
Yeah, it's interesting as well. See, oh, fight's gonna kick off now. Now, this is not a fight that Gogo Joey ever wants to take. Andean Pulse Crystals are done. +1 is done. It really is just the perfect timing for Cyan, but his 4th base, he's gonna warp in Zealous to defend. Just really lacking the gas for Adepts. And these Zealots don't have charge bend. They don't have any ground upgrades. They're not gonna deal with the Lings particularly well. Even still, the run by doesn't get a lot done, and the Phoenix in the middle of the map. Remember, this is not a fight that Gogo Joey can easily take anymore. Even the Corruptors, they're kind of trying to tank as well as they can, but with Andean Pulse Crystals and +1, they don't get on top of these Phoenix super easily. They don't tank them super easily. So now Gogo Joey, as this style is trying to do, he's gonna have to start looking for some sort of base trade scenario, and that's just hard to find given the way this game has gone.
Gogo Joey's a bit lost here. He really is. Like, this air fight won't get better before it gets worse. Like, those air units, the fact that he went for the attack upgrade instead of the armor, like the Corruptors, they have 2 base armor. So every armor you get against the 2 attacks of the Phoenix just gets better and better. Going for that attack, and then it's going to be 2 attack upgrades for 0. Now he kind of realizes, but it is very late here. Cyan can actually, if he micros this well, take full advantage of this mega air flop by Gogo Joey, but still, Gogo Joey is kind of pushing his chest out and trying to send these Phoenix home packing, and he's doing a good job of doing that. Cyan can be all over this right now.
Yeah, this is such a wild composition though, right? Because we look at this, it's 21 Corruptors now, 9 mutas. Even if you win the air fight, or even if you force the Phoenix back, which is damn hard to do, you're only gonna have 9 mutas to do any damage. Like, yes, Corruptors can on cooldown kill a structure or 2, and that does do it fast, but if they're doing that, they're not zoning the Phoenix out, which means the Phoenix are gonna be able to fight these Corruptors that should be doing the zoning. I understand why Gogo Joey is so Corruptor heavy. He needs it against this massive Phoenix flock, but because he's had to do that, he actually can't take advantage of any sort of superiority he might have in a fight.
It's just tough. He's been locked into a situation that he didn't really want to be in, and these Phoenix now have +2, and that is 0 armor upgrades on these Corruptors. So now these Phoenix will absolutely destroy them if microed correctly. And Cyan taking a few little pot shots there, maybe kind of unnecessarily. Sometimes you want to kind of like zigzag away in the way that you want to move rather than like tiptoe back, because then you allow the Corruptors to hit. So you want to zigzag back with those Phoenix, but I do think now the situation's going to start getting really bad for Joe. I know I've been saying that for a while, but these upgrades, they are no joke what they are packing. And look at that. You're seeing each volley's picking off a Corruptor by itself, and that is huge.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. The last fight, outside of Cyan's 4th, it was 6 for 6. 6 Corruptors for 6 Phoenix, which is not the trades you would necessarily want to do. You do want to trade a little bit better. But especially as these Corruptors get so much lower, we're not seeing, oh, he's going to find a bunch of the mutas right there. That's so nice. Corruptors, they can last against the Phoenix. They can do okay. Muta's Ben, we see what's happening right now. They just melt. Oh, 2 shots, bonus damage versus light units, everything else, +2 attack. These Mutas just don't exist in this game. And hey, the DT's on the ground. There's no detection in the army, so they're going to clean up all the links.
Yeah, I mean, the micro isn't perfect by Cyan, but I don't think it needs to be at this point. The amount of damage that he's going to start doing, like Gogo Joey's going to struggle for lava at this point. He's going to struggle to get out anything against this. And guess what? Can't have Overseers alive because of these Phoenix, so look at those DTs. They're just reigning supreme.
That's Brood War right all over again. DT Corsair, DT Phoenix, same idea. And now all the Mutas are dead, so there's almost no anti-ground. Overseer goes down. Okay, so at least the DTs fell. But yeah, at this point, I mean, it's been a slow death. It's been a prolonged death from our Zerg player. But at this point, Ben, I don't see what's going to stop it. We're looking at 15 Phoenix versus 1 Muta, 9 Corruptors. Lings have +1 on the ground, fine. It's still charge lots, still +1 there. Shields as well. I don't really see anything. I'm not really sure what Gogo Joey's supposed to do.
It's a rough one. He's been bleeding, man, and now a bigger squad of units comes out. Granted, the Immortals aren't necessarily the best thing against the Lings, but right now Cyan is just he's just showing what he's got, basically, and he's got 5 bases behind this against 5 bases of Gogo Joey, to be fair, but lifting up his own Immortals to save them as well. I mean, yeah, he's freestyling. GG. Well played by Cyan. He did look like the more complete player this series, and played solid overall. Like, yes, some of the micro might not have been perfect for these Phoenix, but you really felt like the macro behind everything he was throwing. Like, he kept his mineral count low, his gas count low. He was thrown a curveball, definitely in that second game, and he responded very, very fairly, very respectfully. He wasn't ever playing scared, which I think is definitely a trademark of a good player if thrown a curveball. And yeah, he just outgunned Gogo Joey here. There's not much more to say.
Yeah, I mean, it's fun. I can't remember the last time I saw a Phoenix Corruptor game or a Muta Corruptor game versus Phoenix. There was a period of time when we were seeing kind of maybe even more Stargate openers, I think last year, 2 years ago, where we were getting more games like this. But, you know, I haven't seen a Muta Corruptor game in quite a while. And maybe Gogo Joey showed us why, but I mean, realistically, it wasn't that it was a Muta Corruptor game, Ben. It was that he was on 2 base for a while. He canceled a Hydra Den twice. He went and did other things. He canceled, I think, a Roach War, and his 3rd base was delayed. Economy just not really all that good. So then you're going and trying to play Muta Corruptor, and you're playing it as an all-in versus just a style. And he gave his opponent too much time. Cyan had the perfect read. And that is how it went. But that also means that we're done with our first series of the day because Cyan 2-0'd it. And that's pretty solid. Now he's moving on to the playoffs, joining the likes of Oliveira and others. But before we get into our second series and we start to talk about maybe some more Zerg players, as Mio Micah is coming up next, we have to go to a bit of a break. So Ben, everyone at home, we'll be back in just about 6 minutes.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
It's our second series, and this now means that instead of looking at the doors of victory, Ben, it gets a little bit scarier now for our players. We're looking at Mika. We're looking at SCV, and more importantly, this is a 1-2 match. This is a match where if you don't win this game right now, you're going home. And I don't know about you, Ben. This is not where I ever expect the king of SCA to be. I don't expect Mika here to be. Maybe round 5. Maybe round 5 we see him go back against the wall. It's rough, but 1-2 right now, it's a rough time.
It definitely is. You know, for both these guys, I know not too much about SCV, besides the fact he's called SCV and he's somehow Protoss, but their paths have been kind of fun. So when I tell you that Mika started it off with a 0-2 versus Jeshi, and I already talked about how good Jeshi played because he beat Firefly for that qualifying match. Then he beat Maxed 2-1, then lost to Nice 1-2. So no easy players at all for Mika. And I was thinking, oh, so how has SCV's route been? Well, he 2-1'd Nice, which is nice. Then 0-2 Oliveira, 0-2 Cyan. So neither one of these players, I feel, actually deserves to be here with the quality of players that have been playing. But it really does show this region's got quite a lot more depth than just, you know, the Oliveira, the Fireflies of the world. It's actually proper stacked over here.
You know, it really does. And that is one of the, I'm not going to say necessarily the downsides, but one of the results, right, of this being a pseudo Swiss stage, not really a Swiss stage. So when we talk about it, everyone that's 2-0, if you are a good 2-0, like you have a good map score, you play a bad 2-0. A good 2-1, a bad 2-1, 1-1, etc. So even if you are having an unusually good run, if your seeding is bad, you're still going to run into Oliveira and Nice back to back to back, and that becomes a little bit hard, but there are always more opportunities, and Mika already doing some fun stuff, so we're going to get into game 1.
We absolutely are. Spawning over in the top right of Hecate or Hecate, it is Mika.
And on the bottom left of Kate, in the blue, he's from Mystery Gaming. It's SCV.
I believe his team is currently playing in the World Team League as we speak, so not being used in that match currently, but his team's actually looking pretty fierce going up against Team Liquid right now. And here we do see him starting off with a pretty darn early probe scout. Will be met by no hatchery going up here, but will be met by a drone, and the drone just sneaks on by, kind of like you saw the like, oh, there's a probe, just kept on running. It was like, he's not following me. Okay, good, I get to put down the hatchery. So Mika not startled by the opening, and his opponent more than happy to just kind of go to the main base and just make sure that his opponent's up to no good.
And this is a weird build from Mika as well. So he went gas cancel 15 pool, which is not that wild in the grand scheme of things. We have seen a lot of 15-15 type openers moving around. In this matchup in particular, we saw, again, just kind of as a result of this Eric build, and Lings are going to go on the map early. This is something that will force SCV to wall off fairly early. But by doing that and then just taking a 16 hatch normally, having this opportunity to get yourself hatch blocked as you kind of get things early anyways is just a little bit weird. But for now, the Lings, they're going to find their way onto the other side. And Ben, the wall's not here yet.
It's not, but the only thing that SCV has to truly worry about is losing that pylon to depower everything. Because once that Adept comes out, these Lings are not long for this world. You see SCV, he's actually being very respectful how he's going for this. Does lose a probe to start things off, and maybe can start bleeding out a little bit of damage. But now Big Daddy Adept comes over as well, and you see, I think the probe micro so far, yeah, he's lost a little bit of mining, but he hasn't lost, like, you know, what Mika was hoping for here. I think Mika was hoping for losing a lot more than what's happened. So Mika slowed himself down to deal a bit of damage, but SCV so far, he's passed the test. And that might be making Mika feel a bit like, oh, damn, yeah, this opening didn't go that well, but at least he did get a good scout on what was going on.
Yeah, and when you look at this as well, I mean, are you going to get a lot of probes, Ben? No, probably not. you would like at the very least to force some probes off the line a little bit. You know, deny some mining time. And we don't even get that one there. So, and actually a bit of a mistake here coming out of Mio as well. I assume he maybe considered rallying some more lings across or something, but he rallied so many overlords onto the other side. Now he's having to pull him back because a single stalker is going to punish that one really nicely. Even still, Adepts on the other side layer very quickly on the way here for Mio. And these Adepts, they're going to have to be careful because speed is going to be done in about 10 seconds. It's a bit of a slower speed than you would expect, but look at this. The most perfect spawn timing. 2 Adepts are going to go down. Man, you couldn't script that better, Ben.
No, that was very fortunate for Miyamika, like very fortunate. But also, he knew that he lost that group of links, saw the units that came out. So while he hoped for damage and didn't quite get it, at least he isn't caught with his pants down. Now, he is behind in workers, which you kind of expect a Zerg to sort of be at this position. And his opponent has gone for a Void Ray, which, if he sees that at the front here, that also can make you as a Zerg feel very happy about the situation. That isn't an Adept in the wall, by the way, so it isn't getting shots on these lings, and seeing that Void, you're just like, all right, keep all my Overlords at home, not going to take damage on my Eco from that, and Miyamika is probably decently happy about the situation.
And of course, behind this is Layers done. He's on 2 gases, and I mean, if I know anything about Miyamika, we're going to see Hydrogen go down right now, and you talk about it. Seeing this Void Ray, not only is the Zerg going to be happy because maybe this less economic damage. If you're a Protoss player and you've gotten Void Rays against a mass Hydra Ball, it doesn't feel that great, but I love what SCV's doing behind this. We're going to have to see if it works, but this idea of, okay, well, I know he's Miyamika. I know what he's going to do is this probe will fall. I'm going to get Glaives. Glaives are really good against Lings. Glaives are really good against Hydras if you can bust through it. And because this build for Miyamika, Ben, is so fast, it's so aggressive, it's really low on the drone count, we're not talking about 170 supply of Ling Hydra. We're talking about 120, maybe 100 supply. Not a lot of Lings and Hydras in comparison. You can bust through it.
These Adepts are starting to deal decent damage, though, over here. And I mean, like, the drone count of Miyamika was decent before this hit. It was like 52 to 43 probes or something, but I mean, 2 Adepts for 6 drones and forcing Spore Crawler and stuff, you absolutely will take that trade any day of the week. But I'm with you. Going Adepts with Glaives against a Miyamika, like, every unit that he likes to make is unarmored. So having these specialists at dealing with that, that is cool to me. Miyamika's absolutely going to be caught off guard by this, and yeah, I'm curious how he's going to deal with it.
Yeah, for now, Void Ray trying to snipe something. And I don't think this... No, actually, out of the Overseer... Nah, it's not going to get out. Meanwhile, Adepts on the other side. This is the important thing. Shades on top gets 1 Hydra, but now they're going to surround. This is an immediate recall required from SCV, and we talked about how we like the tech idea, Ben. Losing a couple of Adepts before the fight even happens, everything else getting incredibly low. I don't like that as much. Suddenly, this army of Mio is looking much better.
This is one of those situations where you know what your opponent's going to do, but you're still not quite prepared in the way that you thought you might be. You know the army comp, but you don't know how fast it's going to hit you. It's a 48 drone versus 54 probe situation, and that is a lot of Ling Hydra. And the thing is, even though your Adepts deal a lot of damage to all of this, the amount that's going to hit you, yeah, you need something a little bit extra. And SCV knows that as well. So that's why he's going for this Colossus, which absolutely, like, it, this is like 2 glass cannon armies against one another. And yeah, I'm excited, man. It's close to the 5th of November, and we're seeing fireworks early here.
Yeah, Ben, I'm so sad that I don't get to work with you tomorrow, so I can't make all the Guy Fawkes jokes. But it's Guy Fawkes Eve. It's close enough. The question though is, Mio, at this point, do you transition? You don't necessarily know that there's a Colossus on the way. You don't know how your opponent is going to choose to respond, but you figure that SCV is probably not going to stick on Mass Adept until the end of time. I mean, that being said, he's just going to go into it right now. No extended thermal lance, so it's hard for the Colossus to get all the damage done. Dio, though, just dives on top. Shield battery overcharge is going to get pop targeted down, so no shield batteries anymore. And he can just sit outside this third base. It's hard for SCV to engage into it, and yeah, Ben, this is just a dead third.
Miyamika is so cool, man.
Dude.
Like, he's so cool. He's not gone for Hydraless range over here. Adepts do get into the natural, which will deal some damage. And, you know, when you're a low drone Zerg, 45 drones against 62 probes, that is no joke whatsoever. Adepts, oh my goodness, this is dealing way too much damage. And this doesn't look... Okay, it has been spotted by some Lings, but nice shift clicking. So the Protoss definitely suffered a big economy hit, and he's way oversaturated on just 2 bases here, but I do sort of like his army a lot more against what he's up against here, because if he just kind of solidifies just a little bit, Miamika's in trouble, and Miamika's army, you're absolutely right, it's not a good army against once the Protoss gets going. It's about catching them off guard earlier on, but yeah, what a funny situation. You don't often see PvZ like this.
Well, you don't often see Miamika, so I think that's fair.
Yeah.
When you talk about it. Now, the interesting... Oh, Lynx are looking for the run by. They're not really going to get much. Now, we are seeing a bunch of roaches getting added in. All right, that's nice. That is something that can tank against this army. They're not going to die to Adepts. They're going to die to Colossus slower. Certainly, this is not Wings of Liberty or Heart of the Swarm when Colossus plays would still shred this type of army. But, I mean, it's a 40 supply lead, Ben. Is that enough for what we're looking at? Honestly, I'm not totally convinced that it is.
No, it's going to be interesting. Like, I like all the tech choices of SCV right now. I also like the fact that he's just been kind of relentless with these Adepts, hasn't he? Let's have a look at 23 drones have fell overall, and it's not been from one big attack. It's been from these little shaving off drones here, there, and everywhere. Miamika's supply is still very healthy, but this is very much not a tech-heavy army. Like, those Hydras still don't have Hydraless range, so they're a little bit worse than they could be. I'm kind of surprised that he hasn't gone for that. It's such a cheap upgrade. Maybe just thinking he has it already. But Miamika is looking to pounce. You can see that big wave of red across the minimap.
Yeah, that he is. He's got one army on the right side, one army on the left here, and it's going to be interesting to see how he approaches this, because this one army cannot fight this. Disruptor is not going to get the best shots, but even still, he's just getting ready for that surround, trying to find it on the right side. Disruptor, that's a massive shot on the Lynx, and now Mio trying to run pell-mell into this. Disruptor will fall. Shield battery, single one of them. It's in the back line. There's no way that Mio gets on top of that, so this Colossus army is going to shred. It's really going to be hard to shut down any of the healing.
Oh, no.
This fight, there's no way, and in fact, there's no way at all that SCV loses this. Mio, back to the drawing board, and now the third base is up, so even that economic lead that Mio had, it's not there anymore, Ben.
Yeah, and you're right. I don't get to watch Miamika all that much, but his 4-base situation is very deceiving. Like, if you look across his bases, like, the saturation is just not there. He's at 53 drones right now. Like, it's very much a Brood War-esque style of low drones per base, but a lot of bases. And right now, he's going to try and get something done with these roaches, but again, the army complexity of SCV is just so much better.
Yeah, I love as well.
Be careful.
I mean, Mio at this point is going to have to play this run-by type of game, force his opponent out of position, maybe find something. But I love that if you take a look at the income graph, you can see the moment where the third base finished again. Because it was Mio, solid economy despite being down workers, and it's just a vertical cliff of workers going down as SCV kind of gets ahead of the economy once again. But I do like this from Mio, Ben. There's a hive on the way. Of course, Vipers are the ultimate answer to pretty much any robo unit. But I guess at this point, we ask ourselves, again, it's the question, is it too late? It's 11 minutes in. This army from SCV is powerful.
It is powerful, but I think you're absolutely right. Like, the Viper, once that comes on the field, and as long as SCV isn't in the face of Miamika before that happens, Miamika's going to be good. So you can see how Miamika's positioned. 2 armies on either side of the map here, just making sure that his opponent is staying back. And if you can get out those Vipers and really take out those Colossus/Disruptor, you're left with a very, very feeble army. So I do like what Miamika is heading to in his game plan overall. Just solid RTS knowledge.
Yeah, the other thing we talk about going to Vipers is, will there be enough Vipers? Because at this point, we're looking at 3 Colossus, a second Robo was added, so you're going to be 2 Robo Disruptor on the way behind this. SCV is just going to have a lot of units that you want to abduct, and those force fields are beautiful. That's like 10, 15 supply trapped away. Miamika cannot defend it, and that should give this 4th base up. So Mio, he's going to lose another base, losing Lings as they pop here. But no, Mio's going to try to go on the surround. Wow. Not a lot of force fields. Getting on top of the Colossus as well. Disruptor shots. They're going to try to get the roaches. But the Lings around here, they're going to kill 2 of the Colossus. They're going to get a lot of these disruptors. It's a miraculous fight for Mio somehow, despite everything. And SCV wasn't ready, and I guess he's got this army on the right side as well. But Mio, he takes a banger of a fight, even if he loses a base.
Yeah, it's good for SV that he was doing another fight at the same time. Didn't micro those Colossus at all, by the way.
Oh.
Like, that is That was really funny, because he had a good bunch of Stalkers there that Colossus could have just moved on top of, and then they wouldn't have died even remotely as fast, but he was just... I've seen that from a few players recently in this region. They just kind of, it's a fight, let's watch it. But he was at least doing something on the other side of the map. And now, this positioning from SCV, gorgeous. Those are Glaive Adepts in the middle there, just, having the Stalkers tank for them against all of those Lings. And Mia Micah, this was a desperate attack to deal damage, and that was not what he was looking for.
There's this beautiful setup where, you know, this weird setup where, you know, yeah, the Colossus actually don't kill all the Lings. The Robo units, the big splash units don't kill these small, tiny, light units, but the Gateway units do. And, you know, sometimes it works like that. But now that one advantage that Mio may have had by knocking down 3 Colossus and a couple Disruptors and all of this, well, that's been shut down by that attempted attack on the 4th, which really was just Lings. Nothing to really punch through the structures all that easily. Nothing to get on top with range damage. And now it's an SCV that's on 4 bases. Mio, his 5th base is on the way, but it was killed. And it's a 20 worker lead. So at this point, it feels like SCV just has to max out one more time. He should be fine. But Ben, we thought that was true on the 4th base, and Mio got his fight.
Yeah, there is one unit that could actually come out and work miracles at this point, and it is the Ultralisk. If Mio could afford it. And, you know, I would say most Zergs in this situation, besides Mia Micah and maybe a Dark in this kind of scenario, might be able to weasel themselves out of it. But Mia Micah is all about playing from this position. Like, you know, any other Zerg, they'd be, oh my god, I'm so dead. But Mia Micah is like, this is where I get comfortable, you know, 50-odd drones and 5 bases setting up my 5th. He's feeling all right. And I think his dream scenario is just hoping that SCV puts a few feet out of place here. Because, like, as long as he defends and gets up to a really good army, his economy's so damn good this game, VO. Like, so damn good. He's even taken a 5th base behind this.
You know, SCV is an incredible spot, but, you know, you're right. To paraphrase Winston Churchill, never fight a Mio. Oh no, the Vipers though, that's a problem. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3. He's gonna lose 3 of the Vipers. And now we talked about how many abducts you have. There's 1. It's gonna get 1 Disruptor here. SCV holds the ramp, and now the 4th Viper's dead as well. This is why you click your Vipers onto the back of your army. They're faster. They can run across the map. And now, Ben, I'm sorry, I don't see any miracle anymore. It's SCV's gonna take this.
Yeah, I mean, he absolutely is. I mean, the Disruptors are good. GG is cold. I mean, Mia Micah caught with his pants down. That was incredible. Even as those Vipers ran away, like, there is a few things you can do, like just drop Blinding Clouds. He was on a bridge. He was so compact all in one spot that would have been totally fine, right? And might have saved them. We've seen greater saves. So the fact that happened, brutal. Absolutely brutal. Like, so much work Mia Micah did to try and get there, and then just kind of threw it away. And well played, SCV. And remember, this is an elimination match, so if you are to go out in this series because of something like that, that can be so damn brutal.
No, absolutely. And I think Mio did have opportunities. We're going to Americas for game 2. I think he did have room. He did kind of catch his opponent off guard. Getting all those Adepts, right? I think that's the big thing. Getting those Adepts, getting the damage done, killing off some of them. He did have room, and he got the 3rd base. But the problem with how Mio played, I think, is that we didn't see him transition. He kills the 3rd base. He puts himself in a solid spot and stays on Ling Hydra, stays on a low drone count. Part of it was SCV doing such a good job of getting damage done. But imagine if Mio had done that and taken a 4th base and droned up and gotten a Lurker Den, or gone to Hive, or even just transitioned to Roach Hydra a little faster. I don't think SCV has the time required to go and make that happen. I don't think that he necessarily has the time to get a 4th base and get 3 Colossus and get Disruptors and things. But as it stands, Mio, he loses to yet another Protoss in game 1. Ben, game 2, what do you want to see different?
From Mio, I mean, that's a tough one. If you gave me another Zerg, I'd be like, you know, maybe not the Hydra so early, maybe not but that would Mio not being Mio at all, would it? So I'm not entirely sure. Against Nice, he got into similar positions where he was on the map a lot, and absolutely, like, Nice responded very well. But when he called him out, it was with like ultras and things like that. So it was really awesome. But I think just to a bit less predictability, but also, you know when he first grabbed all those adepts and really killed them, when the hydras popped out at like a perfect time and everything. I think just kind of gunning for his opponent there. Like he killed the third and then he just kind of backed off and let his opponent take the third again. So either something a bit more extreme, such as getting the Vipers out faster so he could actually fight the army, or just even though he's obviously quite crazy in his play, it wasn't the extreme crazy, and that's what I think I'm missing a little bit from Miyamika.
Yeah, and now we're going to move on to Oceanborn, which is maybe a bit smaller of a map, but I think if there's a map that Mia wins, it's this one. For one simple reason, Ben. He is Oceanborn. He is the king of the sea. So clearly, the map is named for him, and that's how we're going to go. That's the logic I got. I don't know. I don't know how good it is, but it's something, right?
It is something. It is. But it's a like, we haven't seen much of SCV so far, but with that one game to go on, you can already say that he's pretty solid, eh? Like, Miyamika, we've also got to remember, like, game one started off with that pool first build where he sent 6 links to the other side of the map and passed the test. Like, that really is kind of a skill test build, I feel, from Miyamika, where you do something, your opponent, if they respond to it badly, it's like 12 pooling in ZVZ. Like, your opponent can either own it, die to it, but if you see that they die to it, it's like, aha, now you're feeling confident for the rest of the series. So I don't mind the fact he did it. But yeah, from that point on, SCV just played a solid Protoss game. So definitely a player that Miyamika has to be super respect in this series going forward. And yeah, I want to see Miyamika play maybe a bit more macro orientated here from the get-go and not allow SCV play his game.
I mean, Miyamika, a bit more macro oriented. I'm not sure that exists, Ben, but we're going to have to see because game 2, ready.
He is spawning over from the top left-hand side as our Red Zerg. It is the Chad. It is Miyamika.
Of course, up a game. Actually looking pretty dang impressive in that first game. He's from Mystery Gaming. It's SCV.
Yeah, Miyamika, whenever I see his name, I always just, like, it, at Valencia, like, I think it was like a year ago or something, Miyamika turns up, doesn't bring a credit card or anything, just 200 euros in his pocket, turns up. He's just very happy. Everybody likes Miyamika. Doesn't have a mouse pad either. Like, he's just that kind of guy. Plays his first match against Hearthstone, 2-0s him, and it's just like, what's going on? Like, this is the most... I went to him, I was like, oh, playing well then? He's like, yeah, going better than I thought. And I was just like, you're way too cool. You're way too cool. But yeah, this game, opting for a pool first. Again, here is Mio. Natural on location, does get away with it, and SCV doing the same kind of probe scout that he did the game prior, just to make sure that he doesn't die against anything too crazy, and not necessarily for a hatchery block either.
Yeah, so again, you talked about it. Game 2 opens much the same game 1 did. But going back to Mio and what he did, man, he almost made playoffs in that tournament too. Just my favorite part of that though, Ben, is that you have all these European Zergs who are just talking about how bad the Hydra is, how much they hate it, and more importantly, all the North Americans talking about how much they hate running into Mio on ladder because he just cheats the hell out of them over and over again. And somehow he wins them all over. He's like, yeah, he had Lambo like somewhat convinced that Hydras might actually be okay, which is the craziest accomplishment. It's not winning games. It's convincing Lambo that Hydras might be okay is, I think, the craziest accomplishment in like the last 5 years of StarCraft.
Yeah, you've also got to know that the Zerg Cabal is strong, like their methods of false propaganda, they are even better than the British propaganda back in the day. Like, I was still thinking, up until a few weeks, carrots help you see in the dark, Behemoth, but no, just British propaganda, just trying to trick the Germans back then a long time ago, but they tricked me 80 years later. I tell you, Zerg Cabal propaganda very strong.
Well, Ben, there's something fun about that as well, because there is some logic to carrots making you see in the dark better, where beta carotene, like the vitamin in that, does strengthen the ocular nerve. Like, it does make your eyes a little bit better. It doesn't necessarily help you see in the dark, but carrots are in fact good for your eyes, so
They are, but they do not help you see zeppelins in the dark.
this is true.
Yeah, I mean, like, it was, you know, every fib, every little white lie, if it's based on a little element of truth, it helps, right? It helps. But here, we do see Miyamika with a good amount of lings, and this Zergling speed is relatively early, but those lings are not where they want to be. These Adepts actually cancels that shade at the natural. He's getting a few probe or Zerg or a little bit of drone kills for his trouble. Excuse me. But yeah, I think if he went to the main there, it could have been a lot of trouble. Miyamika would have been.
Yeah, certainly. For now, though, even getting 2 drones for 1 Adept is pretty solid. But now, Speedling's on the other side. They're still Adepts, though, so this is not going to get much done. And it seems like this is going to be SCV's response to Mio and his Hydra shenanigans. Get Glaives. Add in a couple more gateways. In fact, this is 4 gate Glaives. So, last game, it was 3 gate Glaives, right? And a third base. It was a little bit more reactive. But this game, proactive Glaive play. 4 gate Glaive. And this should be, again, we talked about it last game. This should be very good against this Hydraling style. But Mio, that's a Roach Warren on the way.
I didn't expect to see the Roach Warren, because, yeah, if you're in SCV shoes and you're against this guy that likes these light units, yeah, having the Glaives is great. And you gotta remember, he went for the Stargate the game before as well, and was like, oh, damn, I need to out, which I did a little bit of, like, Overlord killing and stuff, but it didn't slow down the eco of Miyamika. And I think SCV kind of realized, like, oh, I don't need that Stargate to slow him down, because he kind of slows down himself with how he plays, which is kind of a funny idea in StarCraft, that your opponent will do the job for you. But yeah, he's going to go for DTs. The Dark Shrine doesn't always necessarily mean you're going to use the DTs for DT things, but maybe Archons as well. But Miyamika throwing a bit of a spanner in the works and going against his image here and making the Roaches.
I mean, SCV, though, he's getting everything. He's got a Dark Shrine on the way, third base on the way, 4 gate Glaives.
That's a lot of Adepts.
Wow, yeah, and he's going to complete the Shade, too. So Lings, they're going to get right on top of this third base. And a couple Warpins, I guess they're going to defend. But now Mio, on the other side, he's got 5 Roaches. That's just about it. There's not a lot to defend this third base.
No, he's in trouble, man. Like, he doesn't even have remotely as much as you could/should have in this situation. And those Adepts, did they finish it? Wow, they did finish it. And I mean, they're going to be greeted by a lot here. But again, like, the economy of SCV is that much better. And he's safely got a third up behind this as well. Now, seeing this amount of units, he has to know, like, okay, I'm against somebody that's just going to try and all-in me. But if he plays with those DTs as well to slow this down, there is like another wrench that could absolutely make things harder for Miyamika, that he's going to need an Overseer on the other side of the map. And I'm not sure he's thinking about that right now.
I mean, at least there is good news for Miyamika, and that is that he does have a lair. So this is not just a pure hatch timing that we sometimes see some Zerg players go for. So at the very least, he has the opportunity. These Adepts, man, they're just being so obnoxious, getting more drones, forcing you back. The Lings, Roaches on the right side, on the bottom side here. And these couple DTs, there is no Overseer. You mentioned it being necessary. This is just going to slow the push down. It buys time for SCV to warp in more Adepts, to warp in more DTs, to maybe get some Archons morphed, get Immortals out, get shield batteries, be very defensively minded. And somehow this DT has been able to chase this army for forever before an Overseer joined. So that much more damage.
I am a little bit scared for SCV because I think the game plan was good. Miyamika's on 38 drones right now, and SCV, if he had like double Robo pumping out Immortal, I'd be actually way happier for him. But right now, the only real damage against these Roaches is a single Immortal. There's no Warp Prism to keep it alive either. Like, Miyamika, if he jumps on that, that's it. The damage is gone. And I think Miyamika, doing Miyamika things, is just getting away with murder over here.
Quite literally, he's murdering SCV. Now, one shield battery is going to go down. The second one overcharging as much as it can. And look at what SCV is doing here. He understands that his win conditions to knock that Overseer down, but he's not going to be able to do so. He's just sitting back, and there is no blinks and can't get on top of it. Probes are going to get pulled now, and it's a solid concave from SCV. But Mio's going to back up, and even as he gets 9 probes, SCV doesn't care all that much. He's still up 11, or more than that, actually up 13. It's all about this fight right now. Lings Roaches get on top, but it's a single Immortal. Shield battery overcharge is done. How do you hold this if you're SCV?
You absolutely don't. Being caught massively off guard. It was all about the aggression, but, you know, he poked the bear one too many times, and the bear, he strikes back, mousepad or not, and he has taken out this third base of SCV. The SCV, did he have to hold on to it? You might be like, nah, he didn't, but given that Miyamika's kind of transitioned his army to Ravagers here, trying to hold that wall that is natural, it's going to be near impossible against the amount of biles that are going to rain down here.
Yeah, I would have loved to see in that initial hold. I understand the desire because DTs, if there's no detection, they do great. But I would have loved to see them just, especially once the Overseer was shown, just morph it into an Archon. You have 2 of them still remaining. That splash damage against the Lings is really nice. But at this point, Miyamika gets on top. Shield Battery dead immediately to the Ravagers. And yeah, we're going to go to game number 3 here. Back against the wall for Miyamika. He will strike back. There really is not anything that SCV can do at this point. And now we're looking at 1 game for SCV, 1 game for Miyamika to determine whether they move on to tomorrow or whether they're done right here. Not bad for Mio.
Not bad at all. And that was the kind of more extreme that we were looking for, right? Like game before, a few things happened. It was like bing, bang, boom, like killed the adepts, but didn't launch the proper counter, killed the 3rd, then got back. Whereas this time it was like, okay, you've hurt me. You've really hurt me. Go, go, go. And it was like, I think, what was his max drone count this game? Let me have a quick check. Like that work graph. Yeah, it was like 40 maximum that game. Really cool by him, but the army was huge. And that is the kind of aggressiveness that I really want to see out of him. Or at least the extreme, you know? Like StarCraft 2, you have to be decisive because you're often given like 5 decisions. And if you get in the middle of them, like you split 2 of them, it's like something that you feel might be right, but it's absolutely not the right thing. Because if your opponent predicts either one of them, like you're just kind of falling short. So Miyamika there just being like, hey, I'm all about attacking you right now. It was the absolute right call. And SCV did not have enough to deal with it whatsoever.
No. And now we get to move on to your favorite map, Ben. It's Hard Lead. Actually, I guess it's Alcyone is actually your favorite map. So, but we get to move.
I do like Hard Lead though, because I mean, like I actually did think this one was called Hard Lead, and you know, English being the beautiful language that it is, you know, you Americans misspell a lot of the words, but you know, some of the words also have like several pronunciations, and they're not wrong either. So yeah, English, lovely stuff.
Yeah, it makes, you know, it's stolen from everything, and it makes a ton of sense. Obviously, all the time. But you talk about things sounding differently. My favorite, like, I guess, linguistic fact recently is that if you talk to people from the southeastern United States with that southern drawl that sometimes you got, that is the closest thing to the style of English accent that people would have that came over back in the 1700s. It's theoretically closer to that old style of British English or English than what's spoken in modern Britain.
It's actually funny. So I have a friend that studied linguistics, like had a PhD in linguistics. And yeah, I remember him telling me this was like a good 9 years ago that Americans sound more like old school English than the English actually currently do.
Yeah.
Which also means that the English are more evolved. You know what I mean? If you actually think about it. So that's also kind of cool. So, you know, flipping that one about and all that kind of stuff. But Hard Lead, 3rd map of the series. And yeah, this is cool now. Like they've both got to get a map on the board. And I think that's really important in these kind of elimination matches. You know, like nerves, jitters out the window now. They both got to test each other out. They both know the other one's got good stuff in them. And yeah, now we get to see what they're truly, truly made of, because it's one map. You're in or you're out.
That it is. And the other fun thing about this as well is that this is, I think you might have said this at the start, but this is a first for these two. Miyamika and SCV have never played each other in a competitive match. Maybe they run into each other on ladder, but they have never played each other. So this now, with back against the wall, one map remaining to determine whether you move on to tomorrow, whether you're done right now, against a wholly new opponent, which, Demu, I don't have to tell you, we're 13 years into StarCraft. It's not that common that happens. So now, for the final time here in this series, we're getting into the game.
We absolutely are. And spawning over in the top left as our red Zerg on Hard Lead, or lead, some of you might believe, it is Miyamika.
And in the bottom right, looking for maybe something a little different, a better response in this third game. It's SCV.
definitely an interesting one. This game, me and Mike are going straight up in drones, up to 17. Makes me think he's going to go for a pool again. Yes, he certainly is, as you normally take the hatchery on like 16 or 15 if you want to be super safe, and SCV on the other side of things doing exactly what he's done before as well. But yeah, it's a long time of StarCraft. I've been around since the very beginning, like playing in those first online cups, Zotac cups back then. And yeah, it's kind of funny when I think about the amount of players that I've played from very different eras. I've played the Reinas and Serrals of the world. I've played against the Innovations, the MMAs, and yeah, it's even the Nadas actually. And it's just been around for such a long time. StarCraft 2 with such a lovely, rich history that both these two players are fairly new. Well, me and Mike are not so much, but SCV definitely new members too, which is awesome to see.
Yeah. So you're talking about having played everyone. Did you ever? I should have looked at this before the game. Did you ever play a Mio in a competitive, or was that too separate?
I'm gonna check right now. I don't think so. I was busy playing. I was going to make some dumbass joke about me being too busy playing in the real Premier League stuff, but no, I don't think I did, although I will check. Yeah. I think he was kind of after me, Yeah, I haven't actually played him in a serious setting, but most players spanning through time, I've definitely played a series against, which is really cool.
Yeah, well, that's something you and SCV have in common then, where both of you have never played Mio Micah. Although I guess technically SCV has now. But it's going to be a Stargate opener from SCV in this third and final game. It worked in game 1, he lost in game 2, and he didn't quite have the same amount of map control. So I guess go back to what works. But now that we've seen Mio play against the idea, I mean, the man goes Hydras every game except this last one. Does he go back to that idea? Do we see Roaches again? I really don't see Mio going for standard macro play that doesn't seem to be in his bailiwick. How does he counter his image ban? I guess that's what we're looking at right now.
It's a tricky one. So I like that SCV's gone into Stargate because that's probably what he's practiced far more of, rather than just kind of trying to counter his opponent. Mia Micah has been continually mining gas and quite a lot of it, meaning his third was a bit delayed and stuff. Like, if you do play a Zerg that is a bit weird. Ooh, nice drone saves here on these spores. If you do play a Zerg that's a little bit weird with their timings, it does kind of instill fear in you. Just because you're like, oh, he's not droning up as hard. Like, what is he doing? Like, the only other option is either tech, which you're like, Zerg's teching? Nah, they're going to attack me, right? But he is absolutely teching behind this. And the Oracle will allow him to get some vision of what's going on. And that is a big deal against a player like Mio. It can kind of settle you a little bit. But Mio is definitely prepared this game for something like this.
I love Mio as well. It's a little early, but he builds 2 spores. And he's like, oh, I got to cancel that, right? It just prevent the adepts, but because you're going to need spores around the time when those spores were going to finish anyways, he just lets them complete. It's going to be fine here. Oracles dive in, gets 1 drone, and let's see. Yeah, actually, there's no queen in the main base right now, so actually getting some decent damage, forcing the pulls, getting some worker kills. And SCV, he's got that second, he built that second Oracle, but I can't imagine he's going to get a third. Not when the lair is almost done. It opens up too many attack patterns that Oracle's just not great against.
No, I mean, it is fortunate that he kind of knows that lair isn't something like Queen Nidus, Roach, and he is getting good confirmation here with these oracles. He's being respectful of his opponent, isn't he? Just getting all the information that he can, taking a third base behind it, going Glaives again. So quite late Glaives, except this time he is absolutely playing with full information. And 2 oracles can deal quite a bit of damage. Like, you have to have queens in the right position as well as a spore. Otherwise, this happens. Boom, zap, zap, zap. That is very quick eco damage and confirmation on what he's up against in the Hydralisk Den.
Exactly. He saw the lair, but Mio showed us that he can hit a Roach Ling timing off the same build in game number 2 and actually won. Ooh. So it's a really nice confirmation. Now the adepts, they're going to shade in. Their glaives aren't done, but they're just going to get so much damage anyways. 9, 10 drones will fall. But now we're looking at the situation that we had kind of in game 1 where SCV goes, his adepts get caught out. They go down. It means that Emil can run across the map, take the third base. But I mean, this is 13 dead drones demo. It's a 34 drone Mio who's trying to pump Link Hydra. That's not a lot of economy to do that.
It isn't, but if there is a timing, it is kind of now. There's only 8 adepts on the field, but you're right. There's not a lot of fodder for these Hydras, and the weakness of Hydras is if these Glaive Adepts get on top of them, but you see this. This is not what SCV expected at all. Definitely getting caught a little bit off guard here, which is kind of what Miyamika's been hoping for, but still, remember, any fight that happens on Miyamika's side of the map, way better for SCV, just because it's keeping him away from his base, but he needs to start getting static defense, he needs to start getting something else, or just more of what he has, because this timing for Miyamika is strong, and he just lost a lot of wind in his sails of losing all those Adepts.
Yeah, no, that's a big problem. 24 army supply on the map here. Hydras are going to show up. Now, Adepts can get on top of these Hydras, but look at what Mio's done. He's got a Queen here as well. Are they going to transfuse? No, not really. What they are going to do is just a little bit more HP that can maybe try to buffer for some of these Adepts. It's now, I mean, second shield battery done. Stasis traps all get triggered. Mio tries to get on top. Shield battery overcharge. He doesn't have Hydra range yet, so he can't get on top of it even still. He is shredding this army. All the Adepts are down. The third base will fall 8 or 9 probes head as well. And with these Queens on top, I mean, yeah, the Stasis Trap's going to plug the wall. Just a little bit extra beef demo. It's a big deal.
I mean, he's getting Miyamika here, it really is. Like, Miyamika caught him off guard, and the thing is, you know something's going to happen like this, but you don't know how to stop it, and this is brutal. SCV showcased some really good Oracle micro and pretty decent play overall, but getting way too carried away with dealing more damage after he's already dealt damage. Like, that was unnecessary, and Miyamika just doing Miyamika things here. Well played to him. He will stay alive in the tournament, going 2-2. And honestly, yeah, this was a good series by him. Like, after the first game where he did that early pool stuff and a bit of a skill check, I like to say, but then he was just very extreme with what he set out to do. So nicely done by him.
Yeah, nicely done indeed. And it's one of those things that I think that's how game one should have gone. Right? So all the Adepts, you run across the map, SCV gets some damage, and then, well, I think it was like 8 Adepts in that time. They all got caught. Some were recalled, but even still, they took a lot of damage. That should have been how game one went. But Mio wasn't able to get the killing blow. He didn't transition as well as he would have liked. And then, well, we did see SCV. He was able to go and macro out of it and get the tech. And eventually, yeah, I mean, Ling Hydra versus 4-base Protoss is never going to work out particularly well. But Mio, overall, I think he looked very solid. We saw the Mio builds, and you're right, Ben. Now we get to see him tomorrow as well in round 5. The question then, does he get a Protoss? Does he get a Zerg? Does he get a Terran? What builds does he have for us?
Probably much of the same, you know. Probably, you know, he's
more Hydras.
He's very much about this like low eco. Ha! He laughs in the face of danger kind of thing. But no, I mean, he played well today, and it was lovely to see him make it because he is such a lovely person behind it all as well. Like, cheesy little sod, but great guy.
Yeah. Well, now we're going to move on to our next series after the break. It's going to be Haas and Oriana, and this actually should be a lot of fun. Oriana has been impressing me personally. Haas always at the top of the table, but more importantly than that is I'm going to go away for a little bit, and it's going to be Loco and Demu. So when we're back, new casters, new games, new players, all that fun stuff. CL in 6.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Beat them, and it was like, what is going on? But I think the one Haas game, very unfortunately for him, that is cemented in my brain was him against Maru, where he had such a lead against Maru. And if you guys ever want to go back and see some of the greatest throws in history of StarCraft, A, you can watch Wayne against Gung Fu, that was amazing. B, in far further history, Tefl against MVP, but Haas against Maru, oh my goodness, it was gorgeous. I think the map was like Varney back then.
Vani, a research station? That's the words that pop in my head. I haven't thought about that map in years.
It is such a good game. I kind of got the feeling that it was like Kalaris casting as well. Like, you know, you go back in the time machine, but here he's going for a proxy gate. And unfortunately for Oriana, or rather fortunately, he hasn't gone for a CC on the low ground, and he's being kind of safe with his build. He went for an engineering bay block, but, you know, there's no base there. And we'll get to spot this cheeky little old gateway outside his base.
Yeah, that's not something we normally see positioned over here. Haas also cleverly stealing that gas there from his opponent. Really hoping we're going to see a command center here, because you get all these minerals coming in, and you get all of those resources stacking up. But Oriana not planting down a command center just yet, instead just opting to go for that Cyclone. You know what? The new Cyclone here is going to be pretty neat, right? A lot cheaper than it used to be, and certainly a helpful tool when it comes to defending here. Getting this scout is super nice, but Haas is just doubling down on the cheese. We've now also planted down a Stargate right next to that very first pylon. And yeah, we'll have to see exactly how much damage he can get done with it, right? So I think this is going to be some of that Void Ray shenanigans, maybe into Tempest later on. It's something that was very popular back in the day, but it's really fallen off ever since they, I guess, nerfed the Void Ray a couple of years ago. It's been some time, but with the new Cyclone, there's certainly a chance that this once again is going to pick up some popularity.
No, it certainly is. Like, some of the weaknesses of the Void Ray, all in these days, they nerfed everything around it as well. Like, the shield batteries don't spawn with, like, full energy anymore, which
Yeah.
Kind of was crazy at the time to think about that we had it.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that. That sounds so broken.
Yeah, I mean, like, you imagine High Templars and stuff spawning with full energy. It's like, oh, that'd be absolutely ridiculous. But yeah, we do have a Void Ray on the go. There's no shield batteries to speak of. Cyclones are definitely worse against Void Rays in these kind of numbers, which definitely sucks for Orianna. And look, they are brittle too. They're a lot cheaper, but still, they are...
They're slower too, right? Like, they're noticeably slower here, so they have a hard time actually disengaging from this. That's just going straight up the ramp. Ooh, does keep that Stalker alive.
And it won't get easier for Orianna before it gets worse either. Like a second Void Ray coming out and having 2 available to deal damage. But one of the worst things about Cyclones is the fact that they're so big and clunky. Like, they get stuck on every unit, and the Marines, they're not nice and make a path for them. No, they're like, yeah, I'm a fat Marine, I'm going to block the way. So, yeah, but Haas is very, very committed to this. No Nexus to speak of. So once those Stim Marines come online, the Void Rays can't win a direct fight against them. So
yeah.
I think he has to think about getting an X-Boat behind this.
I really like that, and ooh, yeah. He loses one. That's horrible right here for Haas. I was just going to say, he doesn't have the space in the natural to actually put down a Nexus, so he's very committed. And Orianna obviously built that engineering bay there to block it ages ago, but it's still super handy here. He now knows that there's very likely not another expansion out there for the Protoss player, so as long as he holds on, and Stimpec is going to be amazing when it finishes in about half a minute or so from now. As long as he holds on, Orianna is going to be in an excellent spot.
Yeah, he's willing to move down the ramp here as well. I mean, he has to be careful. Like,
yeah.
The army is very... I mean, you see the warpins happening, it's like, okay, maybe I can't win that with what I have. Might as well wait for that Stim A, and he's got the bunker back at home as well, and this move out was very precarious. Does get a bit punished for it, and he's also got a lot of money in the bank here, Loco. That was 500 minerals, 500 gas as well. Ooh, has to be careful.
Yeah, no, there was absolutely no reason to go down that ramp at all. Like, he didn't have Stimpec yet, second command center wasn't done or anything like that, so there wasn't really anything for him to gain there by running down that ramp. So maybe losing a couple units more there than he really needed to, but ultimately, I have a hard time seeing how Haas is going to get a lot of damage done. I mean, he's once again going to shade up to the high ground. Stimpec at this point is finished. Is he going to commit?
He has to, and yeah, he's right on these juicy units right now, but that bunker is going to reign supreme, I believe, against these Void Rays, targeting the Cyclones, taking them down, but the Void Ray count being absolutely limited here. Remember, Stim is available now, and even if he loses SCVs, he is on 2 CC against just 1 Nexus, and all the Void Rays, they might be vanishing right now, and yeah, the last one bites the dust as well. Passes all in, totally bites the dust here.
I am not in love with this build, but obviously we did see a couple of the units going down as well for free, right? That very first Void Ray going down was really tricky. Moving forward, though, this is going to get only worse right now for the Protoss. Stimpec is done. Combat Shields is going to be finished as well in just a moment, and that is just going to make this Marine army even more powerful. He's going to commit over here. That's not really that many units. Siege Tank sleeping on the job as well, and you know what? Orianna may have just given away what I thought was a very significant advantage for him by once again moving down that ramp a little bit early.
The greatest trick a cheese has ever pulled. Convincing everybody that it's over. It was never over. And Orianna caught massively off guard with that. And the Void Ray, there's nothing actually to shoot up here. And that bunker, he salvaged it. He thought it was all over. And now, all he's got is a trickle of Marines to deal with it. Should be enough, but those SCVs don't shoot up. And Orianna maybe got himself out of trouble here, but still has to be so careful.
Absolutely. Marines are coming up. He's once again going to shade with adepts towards the high ground. There's not a lot of units that the ability here for anti-air. So once again, all of those Marines end up getting sniped, and now the ones that pop out of those barracks also just get killed for free. Haas with those Haas strategies. I actually thought this game was pretty much as good as over, and then he does it once again. This is what the man's been doing for like a decade now, man. It's so crazy. This build, even without shield batteries, apparently, is still pretty strong.
I mean, Orianna messed up massively. Like, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Like, you know, we see everything, so it's a very easy call for us to make, but Orianna should have been more than aware, like, GG is called. You know, he had that engineering bay outside that expansion for so long. He sees how many units. He could have it's a very frustrating game for me to watch because Oriana, for all intents and purposes, I felt he was doing a lot of stuff right, but you can just literally send one unit out at a time just to have a check, see what's going on. Like even leaving that engineering bay up as well for so long, you start thinking like, okay, maybe I can cancel that for more minerals and stuff, but just a brutal game for him because I do feel that a little bit more experience under his belt. That's when you do start sending out one unit at a time just to see what's going on. Maybe a scan instead of, instead of a mule, and you can see what's actually building up outside your base. Because yeah, the bunker that just you saw how well that did against all those adepts and the void rays. He took it all out. He was fine as long as he techs up the medevacs, gets out marines. He was getting +1 weapons as well. Brutal.
Yeah, with 2 mules mining at the same time, there's really no good reason for him to go down that ramp, right? So maybe, he had the engineering bay block in the natural of the opponent, but maybe he thought that there was another base out there somewhere proxied on the map, because it's obviously still Haas we're talking about, and there's always a chance he's going to be taking any of the other bases that can be, pushed around the map. Ultimately, a couple of small errors right there by Oriana, but significant enough in this game. I think when he first moved down the ramp as well, just slightly before Stimpack was done, there really wasn't anything to be gained, and then doing it again a little bit later when he did have Stimpack finished, and he just had the second orbital command too. Just a little over-eager maybe to play a macro game against Haas. But on the flip side, of course, nicely done right there by Haas, always tricking the opponent, right? And making them think, okay, there's no way that this push is gonna continue, because I just lost all of my adepts. I lost basically all of my void rays. What are the odds of me just making more adepts and more void rays? And it turns out, well, Haas, yeah, he was indeed doing that, but I would not be surprised if you do that game against other people that are a little bit more aggressive there. They're not going to be doubling down on aggression when it's already filled pretty badly.
Absolutely. We're just waiting for the game to get creative right now to move along. And both these players, because I kind of failed to mention where they are in the group, they're both 1-2 right now. So this is a match for both these guys, which, that's brutal. Haas so far, he beaten an army 2-0, and an army did well against Coffee later on. Then he fell to Gieshi 0-2, no shame in that. Lost to Gogo Joey as well, 0-2. So his path has been a little bit up and down, but, none of those players bad by any means. And then we have Mr. Oriana, 1-2 against XY, 1-2 against Gogo Joey, then 2-0 against Silky. So he is kind of the guy that likes to take series a far way because he's playing one map less than the maximum amount that you can play thus far. So, if you are an Oriana fan, I won't be too sad about that.
Absolutely, Artie. So game number 2 of this best of 3 series, we're going to go to City Del TA. I think, do we continue mispronouncing map names on purpose, or do we, not on purpose, do we just continue pronouncing map names correctly?
We're just going with what Rotterdam says, right? We're trying to say how he says. And he told us that this was City Delt, and then
Del TA, I believe. Like delete TA. I think that's what it is, yeah.
We can mix it up now and then. We absolutely can. But getting on into things right away. So spoiling here in the top left of Site Delta, it is Oriana.
And the opponent down here in the bottom right-hand corner, winning game number 1, it's Haas. No prop out on the map yet at the 20-second mark. Okay. Doesn't mean that there's not going to be any cheese, but it is something a little different than what we had in the previous game already.
It's pretty much the fastest pile, or rather fastest gateway that you can have, though. Like, I was just looking at the production tab. He wasn't producing probes. In fact, he kind of still wasn't. So it was one of those where you get your pylon down immediately, and then get the gateway down immediately as well. So he suffered economic losses just by being Haas, and 2 gateways down, and now we're going to go for proxy. So, this is the kind of guy that lives and breathes cheese. I've seen memes recently on Reddit about NA players when they go to other regions and they get cheese, and it's like, what? You're cheesing me? Like, you merely adopted the cheese. I was born in it, molded by it. Well, Haas is literally like the Stilton of cheese. He is the smelliest cheese out there, and yeah, you can bet your ass that given that now he's sort of part-time, but I don't really know the full situation going on there, he is absolutely going to send it in Oriana's direction, because Oriana did look like he was kind of moving, microing a little bit better. But Haas lives and breathes this stuff, man. He absolutely does.
For sure. So Oriana not actually sending that early SCV scout across the map just yet. That surprises me a little bit. I feel like if you are going to be playing against somebody like Haas, you do have to switch up your strategies, even if it's just ever so slightly. Ultimately, if you can force the game to go a little bit longer, that's usually where we see Haas suffering a bit. Now he's once again, I mean, he took a very elaborate route to get this probe across the map, but it's going to be a proxy Stargate here in game number 2, and this is very much so one of those builds that can accidentally win you the game, right? Like, it's one of those scenarios where if you're not paying super close attention as Terran, it can just be game over.
Oriana did spot it.
Okay, he sees it.
Yeah, he was running about and he was like, aha, over there is your Stargate, eh? So he spots it. And with this Reaper, he's like, you know what am I going to do? I'm going to move out across the map. And so far, he hasn't done the wrong thing. He's making a bunker, doing all that kind of stuff. But Void Rays, given that Cyclones are so much worse, are a little bit of an issue if you don't know how to deal with them. And one thing you absolutely can do is what Oriana did the game before, but getting out of Stargate a bit quicker, getting a second barracks up and running, these are pretty important things to do, because you can see that his minerals are high, as is his gas. But so far, okay, second gas or second barracks does drop now, but still a little bit late from him, because you're totally thrown off from anything you practice. Like, you want to be making a CC, but it isn't the kind of game that allows you to. So he's playing Haas's game right now, and that's what Haas has relied on for so many years.
Yeah. Absolutely. I'm a little surprised to see Haas doing the same strategy now, essentially 2 games in a row, though he does have a different follow-up plan, it seemed. Okay, so yeah, he decided to open up with what looks like the same build as in the previous game, roughly speaking. I mean, obviously the timing here is slightly different. My God. I'm still looking at those interactions and I think about the previous patch, right? So you look at that, you're like, okay, the Cyclone is going to destroy that Void Ray, but not quite the case here. We don't see a lot of Void Ray play in general, so it's one of those things that it's going to take us a little bit of time to get used to. Either way, we now have a Sentry in the mix too, and Oriana is once again just going to transition towards what he was doing in the previous game. Hitting a bit of a supply block though. Forced to make 3 of those depots at once is not really what you're hoping for here, as Haas is looking like he's once again ready to go up that ramp.
Yeah, like this is definitely problematic for Oriana, because I'm looking at that gas count of his. Like, he's just started spin, and he's still close to 400 gas here. Cyclones are not that great of a unit in this kind of situation, especially with how Guardian Shield works out against the new rockets. Like, it actually limits the damage quite a bit. So I'm definitely looking at Oriana, and he's befuddled here. He actually is befuddled. Like, he needs a starport right here, right now. He needed it a few minutes ago. Like, this is getting out of control.
I didn't mind the second barracks, but he should have definitely added on that starport much sooner here. Just having any sort of production to keep poking away at those Void Rays and prevent them from just going in like he has been going for here is absolutely massive. Like, technically speaking, the Cyclones and the Marines, especially without Stimpack, they should never be able to kill these Voids. So Haas can continue dancing here for a while longer. Now, he's all the way up to nearly 600 gas here. He does decide to drop his minerals on a command center rather than a starport. Nice force field over there by Haas. Gets one of those Cyclones, and now he's finally going to get that depot too.
Yeah, I mean, that barracks at the front with the reactor is, I don't want to say forfeit, but it's a target now. Like, he might have to float it back fairly soon, depending on what Haas does, but we're now talking 600 gas. Like, that... Yeah,
it's too much.
Yeah, that is double medevac, quadruple medevac with, you know, upgrades 1-1 going on right now. Now, I'm not saying he should have all of that, but he should at least have some of it going on, because, yeah, it's just a big waste, an absolute huge waste, and he's relying on 3 production facilities right now, but one of them can make tanks, which, do you really want tanks? I mean, it's definitely not a bad addition, but Starport, mate, Starport, he's making a barracks again. I mean, that's a good move, because I like more barracks, but just more production.
Yeah, you were talking about medevacs. I was actually thinking more along the lines of Vikings here as well, but yeah, Eater would be awesome, right? Just having something to get rid of all of these units and maybe sending up a counterattack as well with medevacs, because you're just sitting here waiting until Haas comes to ultimately beat you with these units that he's got at your front door. Now there's too many lasers, and that the prismatic alignment over here, you're going to be able to make short work of not just the bunker, it seems, but maybe even the barracks. Does indeed end up going down. Here's the Stimpack getting activated. Do we still have the force field? Not the best force field right there, but I still think it's good enough here.
It's more than fine. More than fine. Oriana is getting hassed, man. He truly is. I mean, there's a Void Ray with 1 health remaining, basically. Gonna leave it alive. This was some, I mean, honestly, GG, well played. Hass.
He does it again, man.
Yeah, this is one of those times that I'm just face palming. Like, this, very unfortunate to get hassed, because
He's been getting away with this for so long. He's been doing this for nearly a decade, and yeah, everybody's comfortable playing the macro game, I suppose, and then you have to go up against Haas, and he just throws the craziest curveballs. This doesn't even really strike me as the strongest build, though, that he could be going for, right? I mean, maybe there are other cheeses out there that he could have executed too, but this was essentially just a bunch of Void Rays and then a bunch of Adepts. That was it. Yeah. This isn't one of those rocket science builds that we've seen him execute in the past where he's juggling Immortals with a War Prism, or he's adding on the shield batteries and transitioning towards Tempest. No, this was just a bunch of basic units that are pretty mediocre in general already. Like, nobody's really messing Void Rays, but yeah, if you don't respond properly, you just fall behind.
Yeah, just having so much gas in the bank here, like 800 gas just not used by Orianna. That was painful, man. Like, I'm a Terran fan. I love watching Terrans play. I don't like watching Terran played like this, because this just absolutely caught off guard. And you know, it was a low level game. Like, I don't want to be super disrespectful, but it's rough. Like, that was not the best. Anyway, I believe we're going to go to a short break, and there'll be more StarCraft afterwards. Stay tuned.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We have wrapped up the Asian region for today. We're moving on to the European server now, with our first game being a Lambo versus Gerald. Should be a really high-level match. A little bit later today as well at the very end. I mean, we've got like, I think 12 series in total today, but at the very end, we're also going to be visiting the North American region. So got a ton of StarCraft 2 coming your way. Lambo versus Gerald, though. That should be a really fun one, Ben.
It should be. You know, Gerald's a decent, solid Protoss, like across the board. I know that you very much get overshadowed by max packs if you're a European Protoss these days, unless your name is maybe like a Showtime or something, or a Skillus these days. But yeah, Gerald's definitely good. So far, Lambo has played, I believe he's played Aquaron. Yep, Aquaron, Hearthstone, and he 2-0'd both of them. So very respectful. Then lost 0-2 to Clem. No shame in that. So going up against Gerald, like he's going to be hopefully make short work of him. But Gerald's not the easiest. Like if he turns up today, he absolutely can dance with Lambo.
Alrighty, game number 1. We find ourselves on one of your favorite maps. It's Heartlead, we don't know anymore. Nobody knows. It is none other than Lambo, though, over here in the top left-hand corner of the map.
And spawning over in the bottom right, the Polish Protoss, it is Gerald.
Yeah, Gerald certainly has his moments. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I was going to say, Gerald's always been like an interesting Protoss for me. Like when I was learning Protoss, when I was trying to level up all my races, I could look at the nifty Protosses, like the very speedy, quick ones, or I could look at the more like thought out Protosses. And that isn't me saying slow. But Gerald definitely kind of went with I'm not going to be super fancy, I'm just going to be good approach. So like, if you are a Protoss out there that is trying to work his way up to be a more solid Protoss, there's definitely players like Gerald that follow a more methodical approach as opposed to all the fancy stuff. So definitely a decent, well-rounded Protoss, and there's similar guys to the other races as well. Like you get the Marus of the world, exceedingly flashy, right? Like the Beyonds, very flashy. But then you get like the Cures that are very well-rounded overall. Like for me, Cure being a Korean version of Hero Marine, really, like solid stats across the board kind of thing. But yeah, it's interesting to think of players like that.
Absolutely. I actually think Lambo is a pretty good choice as well if you're looking for like a more standard, straightforward macro Zerg. Lambo in many ways also not particularly flashy with his decision making. I mean, sometimes he obviously does have those spicy builds that he comes up with, and he certainly can bring the cheese as well, but his average game is very macro oriented, and in much of the same way as maybe Gerald is struggling a little bit with the strength of guys like MaxPax or, for example, Skillus or Showtime, Lambo also gets overshadowed a bit by other players like, for example, Raynor, like, for example, Serral, and for good reason, right? They're very good players. He plays a very similar playstyle to pretty much all the other top-level Zergs. It's just that the other Zergs seem to have been a little bit more successful over the years, and I'm not really expecting any crazy strategies in this series, at least not compared to some of the previous series that we've had on the stream here today. It's going to be a Twilight Council, though, to get things started off here by Gerald. I don't hate it when especially you force your opponent's third base as their very first expansion, but I feel like this is one of those builds that Lambo has under lock and key. He's played against this so many times.
He has, and Lambo is extremely fast. In fact, can we bring up the APM tab just momentarily here? I know it's... So it says 1,100 average for Lambo. Now, the boy has a lot of those rapid-fire binds that he's
got 4 hands, man. That's what he's got.
Yeah, he flicks them off at the start, so that APM was just massively high. But he's actually quite a quick player when you watch him. Like, he jumps around all over the shop. But no, you're right. Like, Serral, Raynor definitely hold the throne for the...
Real quick, so Gerald, sorry to cut you off, but he hasn't started up anything. Oh, he's going straight Templar Archives. Now, that is not what I expected. I assumed this was going to be like a Glaive the Depth opener every time, but no.
No, I mean, it is strange. You're absolutely right. Lambo kind of holds that... A prince of Zerg in the European region, right? Like him and Alexa, both solid around a similar level. But going up against Gerald, this absolutely he is the favorite. Like, he absolutely is. He's just a really solid Zerg all round, and Lambo's had moments where he came second in that like NetEase Chinese tournament a while ago at that point, but he looked really damn fierce, and he's at times where he can kind of take maps off Serral and really threaten players like him. So yeah, Lambo's looking like he should be kind of a top 8, top 12 lock-in in Europe. And yeah, so far he's doing a good job. He doesn't quite know what he's up against, sees this Warp Prism now, but yeah, Gerald's done things in a very funny way.
Yeah, I think this is going to be some sort of Archon drop. He is making an Immortal on the back of it too, which is a bit funky. I think we're just going to ferry a unit now on over towards the third base. This is a very curious build right here from Gerald. Not really opening up in the way that we ordinarily see in this matchup. So to put it in perspective, oh, nice little pickup there. Generally, if it's like a Stargate opener with an Oracle coming up, usually the third base for Protoss starts up at about 3 minutes and 45-ish seconds. So essentially a full minute earlier than this. So all of this has now led up into a single Archon with I think now also a single Immortal. He's gonna have to make up for the fact that his Nexus here is quite late, all things considered. I mean, partially it's already made up for because Lambo made a ton of units at home. Also a little concerned about what could be going on inside of the base of the Protoss. But this kind of strikes me as one of those builds where Lambo could have already been sitting at 66 workers and he would have run away with the victory.
If he knew what he was against, you're absolutely right. But the thing is, you got to remember, like, him getting this Archon with a Warp Prism to defend this third, and that's all it's done so far, that cost a Twilight Council, 150, 100, a Templar Archives, 150, 200, the Robo, 150, 150, and then you're talking about the 2 High Templars and the Warp Prism as well. Like,
super pricey.
That is a massive investment into doing what an Oracle could have done, like with a Star.
Yeah.
When you
and the Oracle has a lot more mid-game utility too, right? Like that unit gets so much value and harassment potential. Like this is
scouts, yeah, it's a massive investment. So Lambo on his side of things, look at that. Like the drone count, often at this point, it's kind of I want to say almost neck and neck, maybe even Protoss favored. And that third base of the Protoss was late. This build by Gerald has set him back quite a chunk without Lambo actually having had to do anything. So I don't actually dislike what Lambo's done here. Now he's going to have a really stocky army with Immortals and Archons and Storm, but Zerg is very good at being Zerg. Like, look at that creep spread, Loco. We're seeing that really flourish across the map. Lambo is getting up to 4 bases as well, kind of uncontested. And all he's going to have to do is make sure that he's aware of what's coming out of this base and when it's coming out, which Gerald might have just sneaked out without these Zerglings actually spotting anything.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. I think this push is already ready to go. Now, this little Zergling move here is actually huge. He doesn't really get any damage done, but the entire Protoss army turns around. Gerald starts up a Forge on the back of this. I actually thought he had a moment over here where he could certainly catch the Zerg off guard. I mean, we have 14 Roaches out at this point, but Storm is done. We've got ourselves a group of 3 Immortals here, 2 Archons in the mix as well. With a good number of gateways, we have 8 in total. I think Gerald could have certainly punished the opponent here quite a bit. He's still going to go ahead and try. This is the first time that Lambo sees what he's really going up against, but, well, Roaches have quite a bit of health, and it's not like those Storms are going to be amazing against them. But those Immortals, though, are still putting in some work here from a distance.
Oh, I mean, actually, these Storms, Lambo not splitting at all against it, really. And big connections from those Storms, but that went about as good as it could for Gerald, I feel. And still, Lambo's got quite a lot on the field here, Loco. I mean, those Archons are going to start getting low. One down immediately, another one's on half shield here, and Lambo still has a very okay economy behind it. 16 Roaches in production as well. That's about as best Gerald could have hoped for, and still, I'm not necessarily sure if he's ahead this game.
The thing is, no drones really were killed, right? If he loses those Immortals, that would be massive. One at least goes down, second and third do get picked up, but only 2 workers were killed at this point in this game. And you brought up the 4th base. Well, it turns out it's more like a backup 3rd in the end. Maybe not originally the intention for that base, but Lambo still has good economy on the back of this. He definitely did not expect Storm, though. I think he was also looking at this early game here. He's like, what in the world's going on? And ultimately, I guess the 3rd and the 4th Storm, I think is what it was. They were the ones that dealt a lot of damage, but this is a very curious build here by Gerald. I don't believe this is one of those strategies that you can really bring multiple times in a series, because next time Lambo sees a similar start, I think he's going to be all over it. But at least in game number 1 of this series, it's working out decently well. I don't want to say it's great, because he's still, in a rough spot, especially a bit out of position right now, too. That 4th Nexus just gets cancelled immediately, but yeah, it's an interesting start.
one observer does fall to those piles there. Lambo's just got so much, man. Like, this build that he did, it's one of those tricky situations where it's like, all right, if it didn't work here, when will it work? And I think it was units getting into the main and natural over here. Lambo's actually handling this very well right now. The storms are huge though, like those are really huge storms, and Gerald probably will be able to hold. Gonna lose an immortal maybe to those Zerglings in the main base. That is kind of brutal from him. Just survive it. No, getting killed there. But Lambo, 16 probes killed amidst all of this. He's handling it very well after a kind of weird opening from Gerald.
I like that he's droning a little bit over here. He's also thrown down the Infestation Pit. It's very easy to get caught on just his Roach Ravager and Ling Bane-based army. He could even go into Swarmhost if he's feeling really fancy, but I don't think he needs to. Just going into a Hive and getting yourself a couple of those Vipers going here would be an amazing addition for Lambo. The drones were added on relatively late, all things considered, and he still has a very big, stocky army here, right? I do think we're getting to the point where we want to start trading out at least some of those units in favor of some of those Protoss units, because Disruptors are coming up, and those Disruptors are really scary. He just continues attacking here, though. Almost like soft-containing the opponent a little bit on just 3 bases.
Yeah, and when you look at the mineral bases of Gerald, like the main base, starting to get mined out. Pretty damn hardcore here. He put a lot of probes down. He's missing probes in certain bases as well. Like, he definitely...
Oh, yeah, he lost a lot. Yeah, he lost a lot when those units came in. Now the Banelings, oh my god, getting another 11 kills. It's a Brute Lord transition on the horizon here for Lambo, and there's pretty much no unit available currently for Gerald that can reliably deal with that. Don't lose the Prism. Oh no. Yeah, now it's going from bad to worse. Look at the supply count at this point too.
Yeah, Lambo's in his playground, man. He really is. Like, he's been all over the 4th base attempts. I think this is like the 4th or 5th time he's trying to take a Nexus on a 4th base, and Lambo's sitting pretty on his side of the map. And creep spread got a bit thwarted here. Lambo's been focused on doing the tech up and just keeping his opponent at bay. And you can really see, like, it doesn't really feel like Gerald's got a super opening here. He's going to hope for a fight to go very right, but this army of Lambo, this isn't even his full army, but I feel this is almost more than enough to deal with what Gerald has, and Lambo feels it too. He's got a lot on the other side of the map.
Yeah, he needs to go right now. Gerald realizes that Brute Lords are going to just be about a minute or so away. Lambo also knows it, of course, and he decides to, well, give up this base. Maybe he won't have time to really make that greater Spire here, but still, if this fight takes place on creep against Roach Ravager and Ling Bane, it's still going to hit like a truck. He's getting a ton of damage done on the other side of the map. What Gerald needs right now is a lucky Disruptor hit. He needs one of those Disruptors to connect in the middle of this Zerg ball, because otherwise he's going to be in a world of trouble.
And one Baneling for its troubles is not it. Remember, he's lost his 3rd base. That was his healthiest base besides his 4th base that's got nothing on it. And Lambo right now, he's just, every trade is a good one for him. Like, yeah, he lost some drones on his side of the map. Doesn't really need them. He's 70 versus 28 right now. Just good macro game, good basics for him. Even if he loses a base at this point, it's not the worst thing. Beast pretty nice, though.
Yeah, those storms are certainly not bad. Lambo not making use of the Hive just yet, just trying to flood the map with more and more Zerglings, and I think that is the right call here, because Gerald is just running out of steam very quickly. All that Lambo really needs to do is somehow, some way, deal with that opponent's army, right? So, I mean, the win condition in a game of StarCraft is to kill all of your opponent's structures. It's not usually relevant, but ultimately those roaches here, they're slowly okay, well, never mind. Now it's not going to happen anymore, but they are working through a lot of those structures. And even in a full-on base race, I don't think that Gerald has enough stuff to, yeah, kill any of these Zerg structures by the time that he loses everything at home. So, okay, once again, good storm over there to get things started off. Decent, what do you call it, Purification Nova here as well, but ultimately there's just way too much Zerg.
Way too much. The Immortals left behind to deal with units they're meant to be good against, but there's just so damn many of them. And Gerald, with the most wounded eco of all time, is still trying to make units. And maybe now he's going to be like, oh, yeah, this is not good for me. Not good for me at all. This is a bit of Bly GG timing here. Is, yeah, that's it. That's all he has. That's all he's ever going to have in this game. And he's still going to try and make use of it. Maybe using the time to be like, all right, first game of the day kind of thing. Yeah. Let's kind of, you know, lick my wounds, get back into it later on. But yeah, he is dead as a dodo.
No, absolutely. That, I think it was just mostly him trying to think about the second game of this series, right? Because where exactly did this go wrong? So the early game, it was interesting. Normally what we see from Protoss in Protoss versus Zerg is them trying to harass the Zerg to try and slow down their economy in whatever way they can. Usually that leads towards a macro game where we see maybe some Blink Stalker follow-ups, that sort of thing. This was a different opener here from Gerald, where it ultimately led towards what seemed like a Immortal Archon High Templar with Storm timing attack, and it looked for a moment like it was gonna catch Lambo off guard. The problem is that he was delayed a bunch of times. Those Zerglings came into his natural expansion. He decided to turn his entire army around. I think ultimately, Lambo with very small amounts of units bought like half a minute of time, and that I think it just allowed him barely enough units to survive against that very first attack, because I think that could have hit like a truck, and we would have been all about this build, you know, if it would have worked there when he first went across. But yeah, I don't see him going for another build like that, because it would just be so difficult to pull off.
Yeah. It's one of those things where it's like, if Gerald played against a worse Zerg that was like, oh my god, what's happening, and just kind of overreacted in one way or another, it would have been really bad. But he slowed himself down so much, and it was something that Lambo absolutely realized as well. So even though Lambo had all these units on the field that can't deny that third, you see a Warp Prism, and you see a Archon in it, and you're like, hold on a minute. Like, I talked about it, and it was like, that is literally like 3 tech structures and a lot of money on the Warp Prism, a lot of money on the High Templars and Archon itself to do the job that something for literally like a fifth of the cost could have done. So as soon as Lambo saw that, he realized like, oh, well, you know, you've slowed yourself down enough here. I'm just going to macro out of this. Like, this is great for me. And he played solid, got a good army out. Granted, he did sit in storms a little bit too much there, but you still saw how well a situation he planted himself in, and that's just through good knowledge of the game. So nice play from this man over here, spawning in the bottom right of Oceanborn as our blue Zerg. It is Shopify Rebellion's Lambo.
And up here in the top left-hand corner, going for a very interesting strategy in game number 1, it's Gerald. Or Gerald, you know. It's just like Oceanborn or Ocean, Bo-RN. I don't know. How do you pronounce anything in StarCraft these days?
You know, I there's fans of The Witcher telling me, like, it's Geralt, okay? And yeah, it's Geralt in that, but it's spelled different, isn't it?
I think it's with a T at the end. Like, I know Gerald also, though, has his... I don't actually know exactly how it works, but I know that the Protoss player, the one in this game, I know he also spells his name with a T sometimes, just to make it extra confusing for everybody. I think the original version of it... Okay, I might get the details wrong here, but I think the original Geralt the Witcher is spelled with a T. And I think it is based on that, but Gerald just thought the D looked better, so he decided to put a D there at the end of the word rather than a T, but I think it is supposed to be a reference. It's complex, man, to the point where, you know, he may as well be called Alcyone, or maybe like a Hecate or something like that, you know?
Absolutely. I mean, the man, like, for those that don't know, once upon a time, Gerald had a magic mustache, much like those magicians have, you know, like proper curled on up. And given that we're in No Shave November, maybe I'll work myself towards one of those.
He had a castle as well, man.
Yeah, I mean, when you see that room he was playing, and it was phenomenal. But I have spoken to him in real life. I have asked him, is it Gerald or Geralt? And, you know, he was kind of okay with both. So don't worry too much. You know, these people saying hard lead out there that get all uppity, or the really weird ones that say oregano or cilantro instead of coriander. Like, those are absolutely blasphemous, I tell you. Okay, Stargate on the way for Gerald this game, so far more normal out of him. And it's actually kind of nice to see.
Yeah. I mean, Lambo obviously always deals with incomplete information, but in theory, what he could have done in that previous game, if he knew exactly what Gerald was going for, was go up to like 75 drones and then make an army. He could have quite literally just not made any attacking units up until like minute 7. Okay, maybe not quite 7, maybe a minute earlier than that, but there is a situation out there where the Zerg goes for, say, for example, Overlord speed and figures out exactly what the Protoss is going for. It's not a very popular build for Zerg in the current meta, but if Lambo would have known exactly what he was playing against, he would have walked all over that army. And he ultimately still kind of did. It was still not particularly close, but yeah, that was Lambo playing a very conservative game, making a good amount of units here and there, and Not just going straight onto the drone button. Now, it's going to be a Void Ray first here this time around. What do you think, Demo?
Unusual.
Yeah.
I think, I mean, these two Adepts getting in here, like, I kind of remember this being a thing. Like, Zergs, I don't want to say they've got worse with the Adept early on, but Protosses have been better about catching Zergs off guard with just the early Adept stuff, which is kind of cool. But Lambo, upon seeing this, knows he can drone up quite crazily. Like, that Void Ray will deal with this Overlord, but it takes a long time to get across the map. And I think he spotted that it was an Oracle afterwards as well. And Lambo's good about the scouting. Even here, denying this probe, that in his mind, maybe that probe had 400 minerals available to drop down to Nexus immediately. Still, it's a good pick-off by Lambo. I'm not sure about the early Void Ray stuff. I think it slows down the Protoss quite a lot.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of the high-level Protoss players mess it up or mix it up a lot with a Void Ray first as well as of late. So MaxSpecs has been messing around with it a little bit. The idea, yeah. Okay, so we drop a second Stargate here. Usually the idea behind the Void Ray first is that you can deny your opponent's scouting very reliably. So Lambo is not likely to get any vision of what's happening inside of that main base of the Protoss until maybe an Overseer comes in. But Lambo won't be going for a lair until maybe just about a minute or so from now. Maybe a little bit earlier than that. But there's no denying that Lambo is going to be in the dark for a while, and it looks like it's going to be double Stargate Phoenix, which, I mean, the Void Ray opener is pretty uncommon, but I think double Stargate Phoenix even more so. That is not something that we see very often at all. And again, that's because Zerg players, much like against the Void Ray start, they can just hold down the drone button. Like, you're going to lose some stuff, but generally you don't lose the game against Phoenixes alone.
Yeah, this is actually very interesting from Gerald. Like, double Stargate Phoenix is from like an era where it was a normal opening a long time ago, like when Zest used to play back, like, you know, 3 years ago. It definitely went through an era, and then Zergs kind of figure it out. They start doing lots of Nidus shenanigans, and, you know, it becomes less popular. The ebb and flow of StarCraft 2, if you will. But yeah, right now Lambo doesn't know what's happening on the other side of the map. Drone count's still very respectable, and he's getting out quite a good amount of units. He was very good about when he got his Spore Crawlers out. He wasn't too late about it. Lovely positioning from these Adepts, by the way. That is very annoying to deal with, but Lambo's doing a good job of not letting it catch him too crazily. But still, the Adepts find eco damage. Now, Gerald needs this. He absolutely does, because remember, his third base was denied for quite some time.
This is way more workers, though, than we normally see killed by just Adept. I think pretty much all of the workers, 10 in total in this game, have been killed by Adepts here. Maybe 1 or 2 by that Oracle, but not bad whatsoever right here by our Protoss player. My main question here is whether or not he can actually get value out of those Phoenixes, and that's usually where things just look a little bit shaky. It's going to be a ton of gateways on the back of this, too. We don't have Charge, we don't have Glaive Adept or anything along those lines here to really follow this up. So, yeah, these Phoenixes will have to get damage in. Zorklings, in the meantime, getting some work done at the third base, trying to deny the natural here for a bit, but nice re-walling there by the Protoss.
I've got a feeling that Gerald's in a lot of trouble, man. Like,
yeah.
Like, these Phoenix absolutely are here, and Lambo's like, what? Like, Clay, we got so many Phoenix. And actually, as a result, they are dying to the Queens. They're just kind of...
They're not microed.
Here. And he's making Banelings on the aggressive. Like, Lambo feels like he can get a lot of damage done with this, and he absolutely might be right here. The supplies are deceivingly close. Gerald trying to get out Void Rays out of the Stargates, realizing that he's going to be under a lot of pressure here.
Let's see if he can maybe break through this gateway wall as well. We already have a bunch of probes going down to, and I think he can just, right-click in there. I mean, nice force field at the very least, saving the majority of that mineral line. But this is now going to turn into an uphill battle. We've got Lambo transitioning into a Hydra Den. Maybe not his favorite unit in the game, but certainly a good one in this particular scenario. Gerald doesn't really have any unit producing structures on the back of this, so he has a bunch of gateways, I guess, but there's no high tech. Okay, we're going to be going into a Templar Archives with Charge? I mean, if we wanted to do that, we could have done it a minute ago.
Could have. I mean, Gerald was absolutely playing the I'm going to try and catch you off guard game, and Gerald's tried to throw 2 weird E builds in the mix against Lambo, making me think that he wasn't uber confident going into this matchup against him. And Lambo so far, he's passing all the tests, man. Like, Hydras are going to be pretty damn good against everything that he's making. And remember, like, upgrade-wise, he's going into +2 melee here for those Zerglings and Banelings. Gerald doesn't even have a Forge alive. So the longer this game goes on, the better upgrading. Look, just catching units off guard, out of position, denying the 4th base while this is going on as well with a bunch of lings over in the north. Lambo's playing very solidly. Granted, won't be able to deny that. There were some voids in position, and the Phoenix finally getting across the map do get to spot what he's up against next, at least.
I really don't like the Phoenixes very much here. Like, usually, if you do play Phoenixes, you want to be killing tons of drones. And 13 drones is not bad at all, but it's mostly those couple of adepts at the start of this game that got most of those worker kills. Usually what we see with Phoenixes is they swoop into a mineral line, kill about half of it, and then they go back home again as well to defend too. So you buy yourself a lot of time to ultimately tech up as the Protoss, but they haven't really gotten any value out of themselves at all in this game. Lambo's going to be able to deal a ton of damage with the army that he's got. I mean, if we're lifting up Zerglings, that's when, you know, things are getting desperate. The Banelings going for the Templar. I mean, he morphs in an Archon, but that is still so expensive with Storm just about to finish up.
Yeah, those Banelings were so good, right? And I mean, the Phoenix Oracle can actually do somewhat good against the Hydras to some degree here. They're all light, and honestly, this is a messier fight than Lambo was hoping for. Can you imagine if this had Storm as well? Gerald would have maybe owned it. And Lambo is probably like, oh man, like, oh, why are you still alive right now? I want you dead. I want you out of this game. Lambo has to go home, recoup, get his forces together, and Gerald's probably quite happy with how that did so far, but probably feeling like he also needs to get something done. He needs to keep Lambo on the other side of the map.
These are some very fun, but also very uncomfortable games to watch. I don't know if you get the same feeling when you watch games like this, where you're like, ugh, this all just makes very little sense, but it's also kind of working at the same time, but I feel like it's not great. Recall is going to be forced over here with this Zergling run by, as Lambo is once again getting some damage in. But you know what? Gerald has been fantastic at mitigating a lot of that damage, right? I mean, remember that force field at the 3rd base when the Banes were just about to hit him? It's 21 probes in total in this game, but Gerald's still at 70. He is going into the +1 air weapons as well. He is making that transition towards, well, better units over time. I'm still not in love with this unit composition, but it is working, at least somewhat.
Yeah, Phoenix are actually surprisingly good against Hydra compositions, as long as the Hydra count isn't ridiculous.
Yeah.
Especially combined with Storm here. Like, the army of Gerald's a little bit hard to manage. It's going into Blink and +1 air weapons before, like, ground upgrades, which is interesting. Lambo has to be careful, though. Like, that army, like, both the armies are kind of brittle, right? Like, Banelings can obviously sweep the floor. The Hydras can deal with the air, but in conjunction with the Storms and how they're going to land, like, they're both looking for one big sweeping victory here, just to try and win out the game, and they're both missing each other on the map. This is so strange.
Yeah, there's a ton of creep spread. For somehow, some way, Gerald has cleared a path for himself across the map that is unscouted, so that base at the 6 o'clock is going to be destroyed in a heartbeat. But I'm with you. I think this fight here in total is going to last about 2 seconds, because both players are going to try and kill the opponent as quickly as possible.
Oh, and that's all the High Templars gone. Those Banelings had a mission, and they won in that mission. Lambo's also dealing damage in the north base, and Gerald, that very brittle army that he had.
Whoa.
You don't often see just a bunch of Hydras in a mineral line, do you?
No, I expected a Ling Bane counterattack there 100%, but for some reason we're sending in the Hydras instead. They got rid of that base very quickly. Gerald is now at the point, though, where his main and his natural are going to start running very low, right? And that's right around the 12-minute mark or so that you're needing a 4th base for sure. You're just running out of steam with the economy that you've got, and Lambo destroying that base puts him in a phenomenal spot here now, even though all of these traits have been a little bit wishy-washy and not my absolute favorite. I think ultimately Lambo is going to be able to destroy this. He really doesn't need to be too aggressive here, but he's going to just try and see if he can maybe win the game here.
I feel like Lambo's wanted Gerald out of the game for a while, and his army is, like, unit composition so much better. So much better. And he's just got way more as well. And behind it, remember, he's on 5 bases, and it's a 3-base Protoss losing absolutely everything. And Gerald, this game, the writing is on the wall here, Loco. It absolutely is. There's just so much Zerg in his face here.
Some spicy strategies, though, from Gerald. I really do like what he ended up doing in these games, even though it did not work out all too great right there against Lambo. But that was a lot of fun to watch.
He absolutely brought some weird Protoss, right? Like, we were... First game was interesting. Lambo respected it and just played solid against it. Second game, he did something, again, maybe even more wild, that going into the double Stargate and then only getting 6 Phoenix. And then, like, that goes round as well. And some of
Yeah.
the fights went way better for him than I thought they were going to go. Like,
And then a couple more Void Rays, and then more Phoenixes again. I wonder if he could have maybe transitioned towards some of the bigger Skytles units there during all of that instead. But I think that probably was the plan, to be honest, to go for maybe a bunch of Void Rays, like one Void Ray to the nice scouting, then a lot of Phoenixes. And then when they are able to control the pacing of the game a little bit, that's when you transition towards, for example, Tempest and Carriers. But yeah, I think ultimately he just never really got there. I mean, Lambo saw the Phoenixes. He's like, okay, great. I'll just counterattack with Ling Bane, and you just don't have enough stuff to really keep me occupied.
yeah, absolutely. Well played by Lambo. He does make it through with a 3-1 score. And now we're going to go to a commercial break, and we'll be joined by Bio afterwards.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
it, you wear it, wear it.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends. Demu's gone. I'm here. We got Loco now moving from the left side to the right side, but that's going to be fine. And we have, well, for the first time on our broadcast today, but for the 90th time, something like that. Someone was doing the math. ESL was doing the math yesterday on how many PvPs we'd had, or at least how many PvP games we had. And at some point yesterday, there were 99 PvP maps. We get more of those. It's going to be Drogo. It's going to be Goblin. And, you know, this should be pretty fun, right? Goblin's good. Drogo's got some interesting ideas. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the games, they've been pretty aggressive overall, right? Protoss versus Protoss in general gets pretty feisty, and I'm curious to see what we're going to see between these two. You're absolutely right, though. There's a lot of Protoss players, especially in the European region, that are right around this skill level, and it usually turns out that at this point in European tournaments especially, we get a lot of Protoss versus Protoss. But game number one between these two has already loaded up. We find ourselves on the map Solaris.
That we do. And, well, I enjoy the name, but in the upper right, in the blue, playing for, well, Platinum Esports, his name, Goblin.
And down here in the bottom left-hand corner, we're looking inside of the main base of Petit Drogo. Showing some impressive StarCraft 2 earlier on already in this particular tournament. He, I believe, only spends a little bit of time playing StarCraft these days. I believe he's going to school these days. I believe he tweeted at least about being accepted, I believe, to some sort of course. Anyways, long story short, we haven't really seen Drogo play for a good couple months, and then he decided, well, you know what, I'm going to go ahead and give a try and see if maybe I can qualify for this particular event, and it turns out, yeah, he certainly still has it. Goblin may be a little bit more active overall, couple more tournament games played by him over the last few months, but also not quite as many.
It's weird when we talk about this as well, where I swear, Loco, that there's a retirement buff. You see so many players. Masa's another good example. Neeb, when he was like semi-retired, the same thing when he announced he was going to go to school in the fall, where these players, they retire and they say, look, I'm not playing StarCraft anymore. You know, I might try to do something, but I'm not doing this full time. I'm going to go and pursue my studies. I'm going to do whatever it is. And then they go and they level up their performance for a while. They actually start playing better, and they just do better than when they were doing it full time. And I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the lack of pressure, but
yeah. I think that's absolutely it. When you try and do this full time, as we do have a cheeky little pylon over here at the bottom of Solaris, Goblin probably going to go for a proxy Stargate here, but as you're playing a game full time, you're obviously also trying to justify it to yourself, right? So you put all this pressure on yourself. You're like, okay, I want to win a premier tournament one day. I want to do this. I want to do that. And I guess when you announce your retirement, all of that gets thrown out of the window, and suddenly the sky becomes the limit once again. And we've seen very successful players also use that as almost like a strategy over the years, right? I think back of the Stefano days, back when he was really on top of the game. He pretty much always said he never practiced and he didn't really care that much, but I can guarantee you he certainly did practice and he certainly did care. But we always had that like semi-retirement just to take the pressure off a little bit.
yeah, you know, if you go and party until about 5 o'clock in the morning and show up to the studio with a massive hangover, you're going to win the entire tournament. That's how that works. that just might be Home Story Cup.
Maybe, yeah, that could just be the Home Story Cups. Anyways, we've got a Stargate for both players. However, Goblins is all the way on the other side of the map, very close to the opponent's main base. Drogo, however, also has a Stargate of his own. If he can see this Stargate here at the bottom, or maybe see the lack of a structure in the opponent's main base, there's certainly a chance that he can almost hard counter this, right? But for now, Goblin's build will be unscouted.
Yeah, and he's got a couple of depths on the other side. Now, there's nothing here to block this out, but 3 Stalkers say, nah, don't do that. Don't go up on the high ground. That's not a good idea. So, behind this, Robo on the way as well. So, Stargate into Robo off of 1 base. But he seems like he's got some idea what's happening. It's not a well-placed shield battery. But it is
I think he's mostly just using this for base defense if the opponent decides to get aggressive. Is Goblin going to save up Oracles? Oh, he's such a greedy boy. No, he's... Okay, yeah, he's actually turning around. I thought he just had it rallied over there and he was going to commit, but he actually wants to go in until he has to.
Yeah, this is... I mean, I like this. If you're gonna find value. 2 is far more than 1, although, I mean, realistically, with no shield battery in the mineral line, he could have gotten a ton of value with even just that first Oracle. And now the Oracle's out for Drogo. He's got an Immortal on the way behind this. Goblin does seem to be getting ready for a natural, but I mean, this one-base aggression coming out of Drogo is weird. You don't see it happen like this all that often. A depth will fall. This is Goblin's opportunity, but he's not diving in yet.
How many are we going to save up, Goblin? Okay, I was going to say any more than 2 does not really make any sense whatsoever. And this is a wide open base. And obviously with 2 of them, if you target properly and everything's in sync, you're going to be able to get a lot of damage done. A little bit of misfiring, but that's still a ton of probes here falling. And obviously those oracles, they're going to be able to come back in for more just a moment later. In the meantime, good deflection as well at home right here by Goblin. Drogo not really getting any work done.
No, not really. And now it does feel like Drogo has to make something happen. He doesn't have a natural. I mean, it's only just now getting started. Goblin's had his up for much longer. He does have that faster robo. Maybe that's something. But Drogo taking that much damage and his natural being delayed, it does feel like he's got to get something done here. But with how big Solaris is and considering all of his productions in the main base, I don't know how much he's going to be able to really accomplish.
No, I don't think you're going to be able to do a whole lot here as a Drogo in general. He doesn't want to kind of continue playing the game ever so slightly from behind. He does have an Immortal coming up right now as well, so that's quite nice. Goblin right now has an Immortal coming up. Drogo already has his done, which is quite nice for him. Those Immortals are very important in this particular matchup, so I wouldn't mind seeing him double down on that. He does indeed start up a second one here too, so maybe that's the edge that he's got. But economically speaking, Drogo certainly is a little bit behind.
Yeah, that he is not. And I love what we saw from Goblin as well, understanding that, okay, there are Oracles on the field. Drogo is probably going to be pressured to get some damage done, so maybe that's a second Oracle. Just get a Phoenix, right? It's only 1. It's not that big of an investment, and now this pressure from Drogo, it's got a timing. If he wants
Goblin's
to dive
going
into
back
a mineral
in, by the
line,
way. Yeah, he's going back in on the other side of the map, trying to get some damage done, but it looks like maybe he just got a single worker there, or at the very least the Stalkers managed to deflect it.
Yeah, certainly. So, the Phoenix, again, just really powerful. And if Goblin decides to attack, he's got 2 Immortals that he can kind of lift one of them and make something happen. But yeah, Loco, I mean, we are on 2 bases now. We have stabilized in some way, shape, or form. Goblin, though, his advantage now, it's got to be for the Twilight. As the Oracles, again, they're not going to get much here. This target fire, that could have been so much more. Instead, it's only 2 workers and 2 dead Oracles. Yes!
He can cancel that Phoenix now, and he does. Yeah, he cancels the Phoenix. He was actually listening to your advice there. He decides to go into the Immortal there instead, because he already killed those Oracles. Lovely work there overall by Drogo, but certainly a little sloppy by Goblin. And we saw the same thing happening in the main base earlier. Ultimately, he ended up killing 11 probes, which is certainly nice, but I think it could have been closer to 15 here, right? We saw so many of those units just at half hit points, and obviously those shields, they will regenerate.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, the game hasn't quite stabilized. Again, the economy is not great, but at least Drogo feels safe. He feels that he can go and make something happen. He has Oracles on the other side. They get a couple workers, and they're going to try to kill that third. But again, that Phoenix is out. This is not a Zerg hatchery. This is not something like that. You get your HP a little bit faster. So not going to make that happen. Baiting the Phoenix into the shots. Not enough Stalkers. But here comes pressure. This is a decent sentry count coming out of Drogo.
Absolutely. He's got 3 Immortals here as well right now. So Drogo is going to be able to make short work of all of those units on the ground. It's going to be mostly Stalkers here for Goblin. Blink is going to finish up in about half a minute or so right now for the Protoss in blue. A couple Stasis Wards here set up as well, which I do quite like, but you got to be careful here for sure. This can still go south very easily here for Goblin, despite the fact that he does have that supply advantage and, well, the economical lead.
That being said, though, it's not an army supply lead, 64 to 47, and Drogo effectively has Blink, at least for some of his units, with the Warp Prism if he decides to run that forward. So Blink's done in 8 seconds, and Drogo just wants to go right now. Goblin, though, kind of ready. This is a beautiful concave, and shield batteries as well, Loco. That makes it really hard for Drogo to pressure. So instead, he's going to be okay. He cancels the third base, and I can't imagine he's going to do too much more than that. The extra Phoenix, though, is making it hard to keep this Warp Prism where he wants it to be.
Yeah, this is do or die though for Drogo. He hasn't really been making any probes for quite a while, so he's planning on obtaining the victory with his army that he's got right now, setting up some stasis wards over here, trying to prevent some of those blinks. I mean, battery overcharge has been triggered right now by Goblin, trying his very best. One of the Immortals here in blue desperately tries to stay alive, soaking up a lot of shields, but not really happening. But those Phoenixes are denying those Immortals for a long time.
Yeah, that they are. And, well, it's a bunch of Adepts. They don't fight incredibly well. One Immortal's going to fall. Second one should die. Well, actually, no, it's going to have hard shields once again. Good timing on that one. And now it does feel like Drogo is starting to punch through a little bit. Still up 12 army supply. And these Adepts, if they are able to break through, suddenly you're going to have Adepts in every mineral line. Economic damage, massive. But now we're going to start to see this Phoenix count that Goblin's been making from the other side of the map. Gets one Immortal, gets the second one. And now as this fight starts to peter off a little bit here, we start to ask our question, did Drogo get enough done? And for my money, it's only 310 probes. Goblin is handling this beautifully.
Absolutely not. Keep in mind that Goblin did end up canceling his third base there, so he did snap decision that one to not let it finish. He would have probably bought himself a bit of time, but I don't think he would have been able to keep that Nexus alive. He never took the bait here either, right? Which is really important. Those Stalkers never really being taken out of the equation here. Drogo decides to recall and go back home, but that's gonna come at the cost of quite a few more units. A nice hold right there by Goblin. That certainly looked really, really tricky there for him, but I think those Phoenixes honestly were the MVPs, just denying those Immortals for such a long time.
And the presence of mind there to say, yeah, you know what, my Stargate's on the other side. Normally I wouldn't do much, but let me just crank Phoenix out. It's going to be so good against what my opponent has. It's just really smart gameplay coming out of Goblin. Now, there are Adepts in his base on the other side from the Warp Prism, but unfortunately, that just means that Drogo has nothing to keep himself safe. So a bunch of Blink Stalkers and Phoenix means that, yeah, he's going to lose, Goblin's going to lose 11 probes, maybe some more. He's going to lose everything, and Drogo is dead. Goblin, beautiful play in game 1.
Yeah, excellent work right there by Goblin. Maybe not too happy with himself because of the misfires on that Oracle. He's, StarCraft players, at least that I know, they tend to be very critical on their own performance, but ultimately he played better right here than Drogo. I mean, that really looked scary, but the defensive position in this matchup is so nice, right? When you get those shield batteries in and you get to warp in basically within the battle. I mean, even with the Warp Prism being close by, oftentimes you can still warp in a little bit more aggressively as the defender, and ultimately he ended up coming ahead, only ever so slightly though. And I think in his mind, if he would have killed like 5 additional workers like we were talking about with those oracles, I mean, he already got a lot of damage done, but if he would have done even more, like he could have, if he had perfect targeting there, I think that fight would have looked a whole lot better there for Goblin.
Oh, I definitely. And you look at that as well. It's tempting to look at that fight starting. You're like, wow, Drogo's up 25 army supply or 20, whatever it was. And it's like, oh, wow, this is a powerful army. It was an extra 20 supply of Adepts. Adepts they can be beefy in the early game, and they can sit there. I mean, Adepts against Stalkers and Immortals are not the best units. They're loco. They don't do a ton of damage. No. And so even as Drogo was able to make that fight happen and started to try to push in, cancels the third base, the quality of that army was just not where it needed to be. It certainly did not represent the supply that he had. So Goblin takes game 1, and now what this means is we're about ready to get into game 2. It means that Goblin needs to win this game or he's out of the tournament. So, Loco, game 2.
Harstem, Loco, all those Europeans are basically the same BO. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, you're a European Zerg whose name starts with L. What am I going to do?
You know what? You're not the only one. I have had this happen many times before, and as a bit of a Lambo fanboy myself, I will take that as a compliment. Absolutely.
Fair enough. But in the bottom right, he's back now against the wall in game 2. It's Drogo.
Up in the top left-hand corner here of Oceanborn, winning the first game of this best-of-3 series, it's Goblin. The winner of this match moving on to the 5th round of our Swiss format, meaning that he's got another shot at, moving on to the next stage of this tournament. There's a lot of games going on, there's a lot of games being played, and in case you've only just now tuned in for the first time today, there's gonna be a lot more games as well over the next few weeks. I'm not exactly sure when everything wraps up, but just hit the follow button, guys. You'll be notified. There will be tons of StarCraft.
Yep, it is not this weekend. It is not the following weekend because that's first round of playoffs, but it is the weekend after that, which is mid-November. I don't remember the days, but we have, after today and tomorrow, we have 2 more weekends of StarCraft, and then the best part about next weekend, Loco, not Lambo, is that Jesus, it's stuck
Now
in my
you've
head, I
got
can't
yourself
stop.
tricked, man.
Is
Now
that
you
we
gotta
moved to best-
pay too much attention to it, and it's just gonna go worse.
Oh no. But we moved to best of fives, so we get to get funky veto setups, we get to see more of the new maps, and we get to see more games out of these players. So that's exciting. But not for now. It's just best of threes.
You know what? It is all good. Mispronunciations have been kind of our thing over the last couple of streams. It's been spiraling out of control a little bit. It all started, I believe, with Heartlet and Heartlead and Alcyone and Alcy1 and Equilibrium, and there's too many complex words these days. I can be added to the list.
Yeah, you know, I mean, it's the old thing. You know, why use many word when few word do tricks?
Yeah, absolutely. Beautiful defense, though, there by Goblin in that first game of the series, right? He really did handle that very nicely. I think canceling the Nexus was actually the key, because I was wondering if he should have canceled it there blindly himself. So he decided to cancel it when it was like 98% of the way done, when the opponent marched down the ramp, and he made the snap decision to spend those resources on additional units instead. And I think if he wouldn't have had those resources, that fight would have been, well, it was already very close. It may have even tipped in favor there of Drogo. Either way, we will never know. It's going to be a Stargate opener once again here for Goblin. And, well, this time around it's inside of his main base. We've got ourselves an hallucinated Phoenix, though, already flying across the map here for the Frenchman.
Yeah, that's going to be nice, just getting that scout off early as possible. Although, going back to that game one more second here, Loco, I don't think we should be surprised. We talked about how brilliant that Phoenix play was. We really shouldn't be that surprised, because Goblin, now he's stabilized, he plays more styles, but what was he known for like years? He was the Phoenix guy. So it doesn't surprise me that his first idea to go, and like when you're in an awkward situation, you have the Stargate, get the Phoenix play, make that happen. We're not there yet. It's an Oracle in game 2, and how many does he go for? He went for 2 last time. He got a lot of damage. But for right now, Twilight first, or Twilight immediately afterwards.
Absolutely. He does fire up another one. I think having 2 Oracles is always nice in this matchup. Twilight Council, though, on the back of this as well. So he's not just going to stick around on this ground, or sorry, on this airbase army for all too much longer. Just using them as an harassment tool here to try and slow down the economy right here of Drogo. Drogo now finished up his own Nexus here. Stalkers are getting in position. It looks like, once again, Goblin is going to wait. He's going to wait until he gets a second Oracle.
Yeah, and you know, I thought he had an opportunity. The depths were pretty much uncontested getting through this gap, and Stalkers would have reacted, and then you were able to dive maybe in the natural. But I guess Goblin just doesn't want to lose the depths early on, or early game units are really, really impactful. But the depths, now they're going to shade in, and this time, well, there's less for them to get because, well, they didn't take the opportunity early on. So Oracle tries to dive in, doesn't get much done, and depths don't get much either. And that last shade timing, I think, was going to be far more impactful. Look at this, Drogo. Stalkers on the map, gets damage on the Oracle before it even finds its way in. He's handling this a lot better this game.
Yep. I think by now in the previous game, he ended up losing quite a few of his units already. It's going to be a proxy gateway here on the left side of the map as well for Drogo. So maybe he's going to try and leverage this much better defense in game number 2 of the series into a much nicer offense as well. Twilight Council as well, though, so he's not just going to stick around on unupgraded Stalkers for now. I think these Oracles, I was going to say, they can now activate their pulsar lasers over here and maybe get a few kills. Nothing really to write home about, but in the meantime, Drogo's on the other side of the map, and he's ready to attack.
Yeah, those damage from early on really made those Oracles not great, and now with Guardian Shield popped here, he's just going to run on top. Shield batteries, they're not ready yet. Probes are going to get pulled, but the force fields there, Loco, are so nice, and all this damage that Goblin tried to get on the Oracles, I mean, it is returned in spades. 10 dead probes, and yeah, the Sentry Guardian Shield is running out. The force field energy is running out as well here, so Drogo should back up. But he's going to keep committing, and he's got another warp in, but he's losing the Stalker fight for now.
Yeah, that battery overcharge there may be a little late, but all things considered still very handy. 12 probes, though, were killed in the meantime as well. Goblin going to town trying to just shut down whatever he can. Yeah, 12 probes on the other side of the map, 3 right over here for the player in red.
And Loco, the wild thing is that as we stabilize for a second, Drogo runs back home, Goblin defends, he gets damage. We're totally equal on workers, totally equal on economy, and Goblin just has his blink faster. So I guess Drogo really, he cut a significant number of probes to make that attack happen, and at that point, instead of winning the game or building himself a really significant advantage, if anything, he's actually just a little bit behind off it. His tech is behind. His economy is just the same. And hey, Goblin's got a Dark Shrine as well, or on the way.
Yeah, I think there's a nice little tech lead right here for Goblin for sure, right? So that upgrade is a little bit faster, and he also does have the quicker Dark Shrine here, which is going to be very handy for him. He's going to be able to find this gateway too and shut it down, which is always helpful too if you're concerned about, for example, a couple of depth shading in. We see that all the time in his matchup, even in the mid game. A couple of depths can do a lot of damage on the other side of the map, but this is still one of those games where it can be flipped upside down very easily. Goblin's still slightly ahead, but really nothing to really write home about.
Yeah, not really. And hey, this is PvP. And as we start to get ready to take our third bases, as Blink is done, we're not going to see too much happening for the next 5 minutes or so. Not until maybe the fourth base generally. Now, Drogo is an aggressive Protoss, and he may decide to make something happen. But on Oceanborn, with the ramps as they are, we're going to stable, I think, for a moment. But as I say that, Drogo, he's getting ready to move out.
Yeah. He's got to be careful because there are Dark Templar as well moving on the right side of the map. So Goblin ready to go in for some counterattack damage, if I'm not mistaken. There they are. The Invisible Men. Not all heroes wear capes, but these do, Bio.
That they do. But Drogo, he's getting hit right before those Invisible Men show up. So pressure on. He's got a lot more stalkers. Blinks forward on this stasis trap just to trigger that off. Second one, though, gets half the army even still. Drogo just blinks on top. Shield battery overcharge is done. Now DTs are in the main base. They're starting to get damage done here, so Drogo has to find so much value. And because he blinks on top with half of his army is stasis, he's just dead. That was not the play. Goblin moves on to tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, I think this shows us as well why normally we see the players playing this a little bit more passively. You brought up that normally we don't really see big fights until maybe even the fourth base is taken. I mean, I think maybe in Drogo's mind, he was in a much worse position than he actually was. So ultimately, he kind of felt like he had to get something done there. Obviously, we have perfect information. We can look at the supply count, and we saw that it was basically dead even, and the worker count really wasn't that great. But you brought it up. He cut a couple workers there in the earlier stages of the game, and I think in his mind, he never really justified slowing down his own economy by attacking on the other side of the map, because he also lost a couple probes to those oracles and stuff. So I think that was a slight misread right there for Drogo, but lovely work, of course, by Goblin.
Yeah, and I think as well, maybe one of the reasons that we saw Drogo blink in right there is that he's taking this fight as DTs arrive in his natural and his main. And he's like, okay, crap, I don't have a good defense here. I'm taking this fight, half my army is stasis. If I let this game go long, I'm going to take game-ending damage. So I got to make it happen right now. That's the only thing. That's really the only option I have. And obviously, half his army was stasis. You're not going to win that fight. There's a shield battery overcharge as well. So at the end of the day, it means Drogo is out of it. I still think that for how little the man is practicing right now, this is a really solid result for him, taking a map, taking us to round 4. But we have more games on the way as Goblin's ready for tomorrow. And we have Milky Cow versus Art coming up after the break at PVT. See y'all in 6.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back, friends. We have more StarCraft on the way, but we've also already had a lot of StarCraft happening already. So, of course, I'm still Behemoth. Loco is still to my right, I believe, as we take a look at this. And we're going to be getting into Milky Cow and Art soon enough. But as we wait for everything to get ready, I thought it was useful, Loco, that we should start to take a look at how things sit. Because we've had a lot of days of StarCraft. We're on our second day of round 4, and well, that means that we've had a lot of games. So as we start today, all right, we probably as we started round 4, it was important to take a look, I think, at, first of all, where Asia sat. Because, of course, Oliveira and Jaishi, they got out, but you mentioned, earlier this morning, maybe it was Demu, that Jaishi actually took down Firefly in that 2-0 match. And to me, at least, that's probably either that or XY taking down Coffee. That's got to be kind of like the two big surprises of this tournament. But in general,
yeah,
Asia's actually been kind of upset filled.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's all too surprised to see Oliveira, I mean, the current world champion, at the very first position right over there. So real quick to clarify, we're running a pseudo-Swiss system where essentially if you win 3 series, you are on to the next round. So I've seen a couple people ask, Loco, when's Serral going to be playing? When do we see Max Specs? Those guys, they're already sitting in the next round, waiting for their next opponents to get ready as well, because they've already ended up winning in one of the previous days and they haven't dropped a series. Ultimately, in the Asian region, we've had Oliveira and Jishi moving on 3-0. Firefly and Cyan over here, yeah, they will still need to do a little bit better still, but there's a good shot, right?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. And that is one of the nice things about this format is that, yes, it is pseudo-Swiss. So top players of a 2-1 match play the bottom players of the 2-1 match. Even still, you always have opportunities. You have 3 lives. Effectively, you're playing a best of 5 of best of 3s, which is kind of cool if you think about it like that. So a lot of players getting ready to move on to Sunday, to round 5 tomorrow. But of course, that's just Asia, and we're now, Loco, we're talking about Europe. We're sitting in Europe, and again, these standings were at the start of round 4. We're not sorting players in the middle of round 4. That's just not how the system is working. But again, to the surprise of no one, Serral and Raynor, they topped their group. But as we look at this, I guess DNS and Mana being on the bottom side would be kind of the big things that I'm looking at. It's like, I think I would expect at least one of them to be 2-1.
I think Bly sitting there in the 6th position as
True.
well still puts a smile on my face. I've seen the majority of his games, and all of them were incredibly chaotic. I just think about him tweeting right before I was about to cast his first series, right? He was tweeting, "It's okay, guys, this is my first match of StarCraft in 6 months. Haven't really played the game. Let's see how it goes." And, well, it's been going pretty darn well. He was very close yesterday, too. So it's some crazy decision-making against Elaser once again, but... yeah, we're going to have to lose some players. So for the European region, since there are so many competitive players, we're actually running 2 separate groups here. So Serral and Raynor over here. And then in Group B, we have Clem and Max Specs 3-0 here each. So they are already waiting as well in the next round.
Yeah, and as we look at Group B, I'm just a little sad for Wayne. Because Wayne, last season, he should have 3-0 in his group. He was up 1-0 on Serral. He was up in Game 2. And then he couldn't quite clutch it out. Serral wins the series. Wayne eventually qualifies to the playoffs, but not nearly as nicely. And then he was up 1-0 on Clem in the 1-0 match. And he had a very real opportunity to win both Game 2 and Game 3. Just got a little too big for his britches. And now it seems like he's on a bit of a slide. He's 1-2. We're going to have to see what he can do later today. But Wayne is always such an anathema to me, Loco, because I feel like he could be so good, but he just doesn't always perform.
I suggest we have a look at the NA series a little bit later today when we do switch over to the North American region, because the players are ready to go as well for our next best of 3. Milky Cow versus Art is going to be coming up here. And I believe both of these players are 1-2 so far, right?
Yes, we're still in those elimination matches, which means you win, you move on. You lose, you go home. That's just very, very simple.
They're probably home already.
You know what? You're right. That's a bad caster.
Maybe one of them is playing this in like a coffee shop somewhere. He's like enjoying a little bit of background noise, but I think they're probably already
playing
from the comfort of their home.
Coffee place from Asia, not a shop.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. All right.
I'm sorry. What I'm not sorry about though is that finally our game is ready. It's Milky Cow. It's art. And in the upper left here for Platinum Heroes, looking to do just as well as his teammate did in that last series. In the blue, it's art.
And down here in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, we're looking inside of the main base of Milky Cow. A good old best of 3 series of Terran versus Protoss. One of the more exciting matchups in StarCraft 2 for sure. Do you have a favorite matchup, Bio?
You know, for the longest time, I would fit in with 97% of, or 95% of StarCraft fans would say, yes, it's TVZ. It's just the classic matchup. But I think in the last year or so, and granted, it is a bit of an imbalanced matchup at the moment, but I have really found myself enjoying PvT. I get enough good games, and maybe it's just because I cast a lot of Korean series with ESL Korea and things, where you get Classic and Beyond a lot. Classic or Beyond and Hero, things of that nature, and it's just a really cool matchup when those players play against each other. It's a dynamic, it's a lot of pressure all along, and you know that was coinciding with this time where it was Maru TVZ. It was going late as long as possible. You know, Maru taking it to 35 minutes. So I think it's PvT right now. Actually, I really do enjoy the matchup.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, there's a lot of build order variety for sure. There's obviously a lot of discussion going on right now about Widow Mines and all the rest of it, but the top level Protoss players seem to be quite comfortable defending against all of that early game aggression from Terrans. Curious to see though if we're going to be seeing that as well in this particular match, right? So Milky Cow is going to be going straight into the factory over here. There's no command center for him anywhere just yet, as instead we're going to go straight into a, well, I wanted to say proxy marauder because those words just go together for some reason in my mind, but he's proxied his own main base. He's built it inside of, you know, the main base where we ordinarily would see these structures going down. But normally proxy marauders, well, they're proxied.
Yeah, certainly. This is a build that we saw Gumiho when he came back from the military. He was doing a lot where it's a 1-1-1 out of this. You do delay, although I think he actually would get, it was a barracks factory then command center, not full 1-1-1. But you get these marauders, you go concussive shells, and then the idea, at least on Milky Cow's version, is you catch the first adept, the first stalker on the map, you kill that off, you deny scouting, it means you can be pretty happy. But Milky Cow, by getting this starport before his natural, this is going to be a little more aggressive. This concussive shell marauder play on top of Widowmine, I guess Widowmine drops. These two things are not something you see all that often together. Definitely sure, but...
Yeah, Milky Cow also obviously has a very late expansion now on the back of this, right? So a very quick starport, and he's going to be able to send those Widow Mines in, but in a way he's almost forced to deal damage. And I really like this hallucinated scout over here. I mean, it's going to see at the very least that something fishy is going on here, and that whatever unit is thinking about moving across, so we didn't actually have the adept moving across, it was just scouting out front for a little bit. But if he was thinking about still sending one of these two bad boys across the map, well, this certainly makes him reconsider it. So now he knows what he's playing against. It's going to be two Widow Mines together with a concussive shelled Marauder. How much damage can Milky Cow really do? Because at this point, he needs to deal damage as well. He decides to put down a third command center already to try and catch up.
Oh, man, this is wild. So I guess some of the logic is you tag a bunch of probes with the Marauder, and then they can't run away, and you get damage on the Widow Mines. But he's going to drop at the front here. And
they don't do AoE damage in multiplayer, do they?
No,
that
they
would be
don't.
crazy.
But, like, you
in
just gotta be
co-op,
really quick.
it's technically possible. I mean, he's still going to go ahead and give it a try. This is something that Art sees coming in from a mile away, though, and nice snipe right over there on the first Widow Mine. There's still one remaining inside of this plane. Medovac drops off that mine over here, too. Two observers. I think it should be relatively straightforward.
Yeah, just a little bit of overkill there. I mean, you double expose it. You're very sure you see what's happening. And interesting thing, so he brings the Marauder. He tags like one unit, slows down a stalker, I think, at the front, doesn't do more damage, and then just runs the Marauder back on home. Wild builds coming out of Milky Cow. And, you know, Loco, let's be real, whatever the idea behind this was, hasn't really come to fruition yet.
No, you're absolutely right. He was trying to tag that very first unit that usually shades across the map, and he didn't get that at all. So Art may be prepared for this particular build, or at the very least keep it in mind that this is in Milky Cow's arsenal of strategies that he likes to bring out. And ultimately, this now puts the Terran player significantly behind. Look at the worker count here. Now, the one thing that he does have going for himself, though, is that the third command center is really early, considering the first expansion, that one on the low ground, is super late. So Milky Cow trying to play catch up a little bit in that department. He tries to cut a couple corners. Art, in the meantime, going into the Twilight Council, the Forge, together with the Robo Bay. So he definitely is not going to be prepared to do any sort of damage on the other side of the map here anytime soon. And it looks like Milky Cow is going to be able to get away with this nice and quick third command center.
Yeah, and that is one of the things that you can do. You get aggressive and then you just get very greedy behind it. And actually, if you think about it, Loco, it makes more sense for a Terran to do that than like any other race, because if I'm a Zer, you know, I'm a Protoss and I'm getting aggressive off one base and trying to expand behind, I gotta take my bases on location. And that can be scary, you know? But if I'm a Terran and I can just build an extra command center in the main base, get the extra mule, build more SCVs, I like that a little bit more.
Maybe the Nexus should be able to fly. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, I think so.
Because that's a balanced suggestion I have not seen anybody make in like 13 years of me following the StarCraft scene very closely. Maybe Hatchery should be able to fly too, man. We add some thrusters to the bottom of a Nexus, suddenly it can take off. It's a flying pyramid through the middle of the map.
Actually, you know, if we talk about lore considerations, I think you should just be able to use recall to recall your Nexus.
You recall your Nexus to a Nexus, or you just recall to anywhere you like?
You know,
it's like a top bar ability. You just spawn in a Nexus.
No, you have a probe has to put a beacon down, and you can take a Nexus and put it somewhere else.
Oh, well, you know what? That actually sounds kind of cool. Also a little broken, but Milky Cow coming across the map. I am not sure if I agree with this particular attack. I do like this little move out here by Art, trying to slow this down in whatever way he can. So Stimpak is finishing up in a few seconds. Combat Shield is about half a minute or so behind this. First Raven, okay, is going to end up going down, but it will drop a lot of auto turrets.
Yeah, I thought the Raven was trying to like get a weird shutdown angle on the Colossus, but instead it gets 2 probes. That's not a lot. 3 tanks, they punch through a shield battery. They do damage to a Colossus despite that, so Art does have to be careful. And if we look at the upgrades, he's got charge. He's I assume, going to wait for just one more round of upgrades. And I mean, I can't imagine Milky Cow breaks him with this.
I don't either. He really needed that Raven, and he had the Raven too. I was wondering where it was located, but dropping the auto turrets. Oh no, we're going to just unsiege and try to evacuate on out of here. Okay. Good cleanup right there by the Protoss player for sure. And there's actually a chance he actually just continues this fight for a little bit longer. Reinforcing Terra units are showing up. Those rocks are almost functioning a little bit as a force field over here. Siege tanks on the high ground, but we do have plenty of vision. I think there's a chance Art is going to just continue this aggression since the third command center has just landed. He doesn't know about it, I suppose. So, yeah. He's probably going to autopilot and march back home, but I wonder if there's a chance for him to deal damage right now on the other side of the map.
It can be a bit scary when you're trying to make something happen like that. When you have all these Colossus, and that's great, but there really was not a lot of ground tech behind this. Blink isn't done. You do have to be a little careful. And hey, we saw a Milky Cow. He was looking to punish that move out immediately. 3 medevacs boost down to the other side, and without Blink, they're going to move around here. They're going to find their way into the main, but there are 5 Stalkers, Loco, and I don't want to run over that. That's not a great decision for Milky Cow. So he's just going to sit in the moment, but he's just kind of stymied all over the place, not finding what he wants.
Absolutely. Milky Cow, though, is going to have to now deal with a bunch of Zealots as well over at the third base. And in the meantime, we do have that committed drop here, flying over those Stalkers, regardless of what you were worried about. He does end up taking quite a bit of damage, but he lodges a lot of those Marines and Marauders in between the Protoss infrastructure. In the meantime, though, SCVs are falling on the other side of the map. Small group of Zealots that was spotted from quite a distance away right there by the Terran. Not really reacted to all too much. I mean, he's going to be able to get rid of that Prism. Ultimately, it does fall. But I think that this exchange here was pretty nice for Art in the end. I mean, I say that, he ended up losing a lot of units in the main base too, right? It's always very easy to just focus on the workers lost, but a ton of troops right there from the Protoss ended up falling in the main.
And somewhere on the map, Art lost a Colossus. I don't know.
You really? What?
Yeah, apparently.
Where did that happen?
Yeah, Art only on 2 Colossus right now, so yeah, that's actually a little bit better for Milky Cow. And one thing about Milky, more than, well, on top of a bunch of other Terrans, you give him an inch, he's going to try to take a mile. He is just such a momentum Terran. He loves just getting so aggressive here. So now that he's been able to wedge his opponent onto the other side of the map, this might be some value, but Widowmines, they're going to get forced back. And even though he got a Colossus, there are still 2 here, Loco, and 2 Colossus when you only have 2 Vikings doesn't feel great.
Absolutely. We have an Archon transition right now as well coming up, or at the very least, that is something that Art can be aiming for. There we go. A couple Archons on the production tab as well. 4th Nexus in a bit of trouble. Okay, apparently we're going to pick up and get on out of there and maybe harass this a little while later once again. So we don't have a 4th command center just yet here for Milky Cow. When are we going to be adding that one on?
I mean, I realistically, I could see Milky Cow just lifting his main to the 4th, just really pulling a Beyond something like that. I'm not saying it's going to happen necessarily, but Milky is one of those players that, again, given the option between getting a 4th base and taking this later or being as aggressive as possible, he is always going to choose the aggressive options. Yeah, there's a Zealot in his base, but he's going to try to move on in. That being said, this army out of Art right now, yeah, it's down in army supply. 2 Colossus, 4 Archons. It's going to be 5, and we have, I think it's like 1 Ghost in this army, so not enough EMPs to deal with this Archon bubble. This is not an army that Milky can fight all that easily. Shield battery overcharge ready as well to just totally mitigate the EMPs. Milky wants to get aggressive, but you can't break this position. Maybe the drop on the north side. Maybe that's where he finds his egg.
Yeah, we see these units being used very conservatively, ready to fight here in just a moment's time once again, but he's certainly gonna need more ghosts if he properly wants to fight this. There's the 4th command center coming up. Milky Cow not quite firing up the +2 armor upgrade here, as he does have a 2nd engineering bay, but he decided to just go for the attack upgrades for now. Also now getting the air weapon upgrades here for those, well, Vikings in particular. This Nexus is not going to happen for now. Art forced to go for, well, a counter against that army in the north. At least that's what I thought he was going to do. He's got so many Archons now in the mix. These Archons, they really start falling off so quickly once the ghost count grows. And, well, previously, just about a minute ago, you brought it up. We had one of those ghosts, but now we're all the way up to 5.
And it's wild looking at this, Loco. Milky Cow has 4 Vikings, right? So that's not a lot if he gets +1 air attack. He's getting a 2nd starport, but again, just doesn't actually, he's not taking advantage of that upgrade. Or just this ability to deal with Colossus for the most part, as Art does go forward, gets a couple units. But this is really turning into a fascinating game. Part of it is side delta, right? Where you do have kind of that choked out path in the middle, so you want to play on the edges. Both players here playing kind of on the sides of the map, and Milky Cow for the first time feels like he is going to find some value. Well, for the first time in a little bit, he's going to delay this 4th base, and the Zealots, that's an empty bunker, so Zealots on the other side are going to hit him. Maybe not just as hard, but he's going to hit him pretty hard even still. And Medevac's getting so... They're 2... How? They're 2 just barely alive.
I mean, he should be able to target fire down these units before they fully unload. Oh my god, can we blink?
What?
My god, I feel like if you do this exact same sequence like 17 times, it's gonna be at least 2 of those units going down in the end. But anyhow, in the meantime, the Zealots absolutely cleaned house on the other side. 26 SCVs fell right there on the side of Milky Cow. That was a sequence of events that he's not going to be all too happy about. He is going to go and try and get a planetary fortress, but I'm with him right now. Just go for a big push. We need to get something done, because if you don't get something done within the next minute or 2, Protoss is going to run away with this victory.
And Art blinks forward, I guess, on the Widowmine, but instead he takes more damage. Disruptor's just not going to land at all here, and the Viking count is better. He has +1 right now. 5 Vikings against 1 Colossus is more than enough, and now it's dropping to the main base as he looks for this fight. Stalks blink forward on the Medevac, hiding away Milky Cow, trying to find some value here. Now, we're going to see the Colossus go down. Disruptor shots, again, not going to land. But the army on the ground is going to be enough to force this fight. But it's all a distracting army, because in the main base, there are 3 Medevacs getting a lot of damage done. Of course, Zealots on the other side. This game's going crazy, Loco.
Yeah, that little Zealot run by over there really adding up the damage on the side of the Terran. So ultimately, Milky Cow almost has to win the game with the army that he's got right now. And yeah, he's dealing a lot of damage over here, but I don't see this particular force really finishing the game. That being said, I mean, we can't continue just giving away units for free, but the Terran economy is just nothing all too impressive. We have a Dark Shrine, so using a couple of those units here to try and maybe push back some of that Terran army in the main would not be a bad call. Instead, we fire up a Void Ray, which I don't agree with fully.
It's something. On the other side of the map, I mean, I don't know. But Milky, you're right. Milky Cow is broke. The fact that that planetary died so quickly with a full repair, Milky Cow actively didn't have the money to repair it. If we look at economy here, he's mining less than 1,000. Yeah, he's dead now. The orbital falls. cool game, but Art, he takes game 1.
He absolutely does. A nice back and forth here in the end, though, with both players showing some really good moments and maybe a couple of question marks for the both of us here as well. But that was a fun competitive game of StarCraft 2 for sure. Yeah, some crazy moves right there, especially with those medevacs, right, by Milky Cow. I'm just thinking back, like, usually we have players who are very aggressive with their medevacs, like, for example, Bjorn, and they're consistently aggressive with the medevacs. And you have guys that are a little bit more conservative. But in this game, we had Milky Cow just YOLOing the medevacs into the main base multiple times, and then he had like one plane with like 7 Marines that he very delicately microed back and forth at the 4th base so many times. It's just kind of funny to see. Maybe that's just the group of units he preferred, man. It's just kind of funny to see the distinction between the different ways that the medevacs right there got handled.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that we had 2 medevacs that were, you're right, not just the one, but it was 2 of them. I think that combined maybe 10 total HP. And they actually survived for quite a while. Eventually, they died. But, you know, even still, it's just ballsy plays there from Milky. But now we move on to, how do you say it? It's Alcyone? Alcyone? Alcyone?
Alkaiwan. Alkaiwan, I believe. Yeah, that's what I've heard.
So next season, we're going to get Alky 2?
Alky 2? There's definitely a chance, yeah.
That actually sounds like a map name.
Alky 2.
Anyways.
I mean, Milky Cow is already a pro gamer ID. We can definitely have Alky 2.
And it makes sense because this is map 2 on Alky 1. On the upper right, in the red, down a game, Milky Cow.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner of the map, we are looking inside of the main base of Art. Would you consider that previous game Art, Bio?
I mean, Art is in the eye of the beholder, loco, and yeah, okay, you take.
It's performance art.
You have a 5-year-old child. Your child. Say, I'm not.
I do.
I don't know. But and they go and they're in preschool and they paint a picture of mommy and daddy in bright Technicolor squiggly lines. If that's your child, you probably consider that art. If you try to hang it up in the Metropolitan, in the Met, they probably won't let you hang it up. So
it depends. If there's like a Da Vinci painting from when he was like 3 years old, that would be worth like at least 100 million.
True.
Just him drawing stick figures at 3 years old would be worth a lot of money. So it could, yeah, then it would certainly be art. Yeah.
So as we get into Alcyone here, actually,
now you're gonna accidentally mess up the pronunciation of this map too. I like it.
I mean, to my understanding, like Alcyone is the Greek pronunciation.
Alcyone. So Art actually mining out the minerals right there in the middle and sneaking a probe towards the right side of the map. Keep in mind, he's got a little bit of wiggle room here now. In a best-of-3 series, it's the first player to win 2 maps who will end up winning the game. And, well, Art's thinking, I've got a shot here. Probably wouldn't be doing this build if he was 1-0 behind, but right now it is certainly not a bad choice. I mean, we saw Haas having a lot of success with just a bunch of Void Rays and Adepts earlier today in one of the nastiest series of StarCraft I've seen in a bit. Maybe not necessarily nasty in the most positive sense of the word, but yeah, no, that was a game and a half or a series and a half.
Yeah, you know,
I wonder if
Loco,
Art has got the same thing here.
I took a shower before the broadcast today. You know, I got all clean. And while watching you all cast that series, I felt the need to go take a shower again. Like I felt dirty after watching that.
I think Ben was in physical pain from that particular match. He was not happy with the way that the Terran there was approaching the counter against Void Rays and those Adepts, but hey, it is what it is. Sometimes those Haas strategies can catch you off guard. And maybe Art was watching that too, and he's feeling a little bit inspired, although, no, it's going to be an Oracle.
Yeah, and of course, this is something that it's not necessarily easy to scout where the proxy is, but as a Terran, you can at least figure out that something has gone onto the right side of the map, because just it's how pathing works. If you click an SCV, even if you haven't scouted something and you click an SCV on this side of the map, if it paths kind of towards a spot on that wall where there's an open position, then you'll know that, okay, the Protest has gone to the other side, something's weird's happening maybe. So we should be somewhat okay. We're going to see the Cyclone. It's kind of should be enough here to defend the Oracle. Yeah, Cyclones, they're a little bit paper. We saw how quickly they died, but against single Oracle, you're going to be fine.
Absolutely. They look the same, but they function entirely differently, right?
Ooh.
They could have as well just made all those changes and changed the unit model too, put a Goliath in the game or something, because it really does function like a completely new unit, and sometimes those interactions are still a little bit undiscovered, even though the changes have now been around for quite a while. And the Cyclone is still really trying to find its groove in this particular matchup. Now we have a couple of Phoenixes though on the back of this after that very first Oracle. Now the Oracle hasn't really achieved that much. I guess at the very least it's scouted that this is going to be some sort of Widowmine shenanigans here from Milky Cow once more, but no concussive shelled Marauder at the very least this time around. If he can catch that medevac though, yeah, as it's ready to go across the map with those Phoenixes, that would be amazing.
He's not even, he's gonna send him home now. Yeah, he should be able to catch this. And it's funny, Loco. I looked at this and like the first week of the patch, maybe I saw a lot of PvT and Widow. Okay, it's not going to get the burr off, so it doesn't get the medevac, but we'll get these Widow Mines. But I looked at these games and I saw a lot of Clem, a lot of max packs, because if you cast DPT cups, you're going to get a lot of Clem and max packs. And it felt like Stargate openers were dead. The fact that you could pretty much reactively react your Cyclones out, run across the map and push it, made it feel like Stargate openers were just really not going to survive the new patch. And it feels like, I guess Protoss players have figured it out, because we've seen a lot of Stargate openers against Terran in the last, really for this entire tournament, and it seems to be working.
No, absolutely. Yeah. This is usually what happens, right? Whenever we have significant changes made to any of the units, people are always very quick to call it imbalanced, or it just looks completely out of control. But honestly, in the end, I think it'll probably, if we look back at it for like a half year or so from now, people will probably consider it a pretty significant nerf to the Cyclone overall, actually, which is kind of the exact opposite of what we had. But this is an excellent little move right here from Art, though, getting a good bit of damage done over here, getting that medevac too. And up to this point, he has lost nothing. This has been a flawless game here for Art. As far as the resources lost goes, he has lost 0 units.
So I think it's fair to say, actually, that going back to earlier on, this game, at least the early game, this we can consider art. I mean, again, it's flawless.
You're a Protoss player, though. I don't think Terran players would consider this art.
If I was like, man, dude, do not put that evil upon me. I do not play Protoss. But anyways, yes, if you are a Protoss player, you consider this art. If you're Terrans, you're just crying inside. Maybe screaming, crying and screaming.
Very emotional, for sure. Now, we do have an Archon Zealot push on the back of it, it seems, here for Art. So he is not just going to sit around on his unit composition for a while longer, although for now, he doesn't have a whole lot to address this Terran army. So we have Stimpack and +1 infantry weapons about to finish up here for Milky Cow. Combat shields, however, are still quite a ways behind this. So yeah, with these Phoenixes picking up some of the reinforcements, this is accidentally turning into a bit of an all-in, because these medevacs are going to have a very hard time going back home.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Milky Cow is not going to be able to hit before charge is done. Maybe if he beelined across the map, maybe he hits that, but he won't have stim. Anyways, he won't have +1, won't have combat shield. So I like this decision from Milky.
Yeah.
He shows up, it leaves the Widow Mines, because hey, Widow Mines in the middle of the map, right? Am I right? But
he just throws his dirty units all over the map. He's littering. This is the Terran equivalent of just, yeah, littering all over the map here.
I mean, my beautiful Alki 2.
Alki 2.
Look at what he's done to it. It's just,
Yeah, taking a watchtower as well. Very mean behavior over here. If he can grab both of those, though, well, he does see it. Well, after mourning the death of one of his units, that's when he sees it. Can we do a revelation here and get the second one? Or are we going to walk into that one too? Okay, at least we got the nice quick split off over there, but I really thought he assumed it was already there.
And you know what? Luckily, you're not even losing a unit, because according to the lore of their logo, when a Zealot dies, a Zealot actually gets teleported back to the mothership the moment before death. So it's fine.
That's beautiful.
You're just losing some armor. That's it. It's okay.
Yeah. So can we warp them back in as well? So there's a chance you can warp in the same unit multiple times in one game?
You know, I don't know if it goes that far. I think that they're still somewhat wounded, so you still got to heal them up a little bit. But these are questions that I don't know the answers to. Much like, is this SCV pull going to work? There's not a lot of splash on the map right now, Loco.
No, there's a couple Archons in the mix, but that's really about it. The batteries are going to be absolutely critical, and the first one will fall in just a heartbeat. There's a lot of Widow Mines over here, and Art now has been cut off from his own base. He's thinking about engaging this right now. Okay, Zealots are charging in. Probes forced to pull away from their mineral lines too. There's the battery overcharge, but Milky Cow's army here is looking very menacing. With Mines repositioning. Bunch of splash damage there, going on top of the Terran army too, but was it good enough?
I don't think so. And this was even with Milky Cow sitting there taking the fight. His SCV's actually not buffering for the Zealots. So his army actually took more damage from the Zealots than he should have. But now the Natural's dead into the main base. And how in the world, if you're Art, do you find your way up on the high ground? Milky Cow should just hold that. And look at this. Look at what he's doing. Hold position there on the SCVs on the high ground. There's no way that Art's going to be able to punch up, at least not easily. So now it's going to be
he recalls towards his own main base. I think that's actually very clever. That way he can try and get... Are we going to see a reversal? Now, yeah, on the high ground it doesn't work in the same way, Milky. But anyways, he wants to try and get some value out of his army. That is so many SCVs now just not occupied with mining for such a long time. And if Art can clean this up, it should still be okay for him. But this is starting to look really dicey. Look at the amount of reinforcement showing up right now here for Terran.
It's just a long, uninterrupted red line. He even tries to build an eBay just to wall off the Zealots even more, which was cool. It didn't happen, but still cool idea. Shield battery overcharge. There's only one of them. It's not going to be enough here. And Milky Cow, you give him that momentum, he's going to take it for quite a ride. He pulls the boys. Doesn't matter how beautiful the tapestry that Art played in game 2, the early game was. Milky Cow, on this elimination game, he takes us to game 3.
It's always a good option, right? Even when you're in a world of hurt and you're kind of, starting to fall behind. If you have Stimpak, combat shields, and +1 infantry weapons finishing up, there's always an option for you to just pull the boys and try to get some damage done on the other side. And yeah, if you don't have a lot of splash damage, like we normally see a very quick transitioning towards Colossi, for example, in this matchup, right? If you don't have any splash damage, these pushes, they just hit like a truck. I mean, I guess I don't want to insult the Archons there because they tried their best to deal as much damage as possible, but their splash was not sufficient here.
Yeah, certainly. You talk about going Colossus. If you already have the Templar Archives out, right? You have that available. You have High Templar.
Storm,
If you identified it early enough, I think Storm could have been very good. Like, classically, the answer to an SCV pool is getting Storm out. That has been true for StarCraft for quite a while, because I mean Colossus, they 2-shot, they 3-shot, whatever the number is, to kill off the SCVs. Storm, it absolutely nukes them. So given that, and Storm's actually a fairly quick upgrade, maybe there's a world where Art figures out what's happening, but he didn't see it in time and wasn't ready.
No, he was not ready at all, but that does mean that we get to go to game number 3 in this best of 3 series, and that one will take place on everybody's favorite. It's hard lead.
That's certainly a hard one to lead, and even a harder one to follow, because in the bottom right, in the red, Milky Cow.
And his opponent all the way in the opposite corner, it is Art. Yeah, those SCVs, man, soaking up a lot of damage, and I really like what Milky Cow did as well with the whole position right there on the ramp, just to try and make it as annoying for his opponent as possible. It's always an awkward moment when Protoss has to recall from their own natural expansion towards their own main base. That was like a 40-second long trip to go from the natural into the main. It was a short distance to travel, but somehow we needed a teleport there.
Hey, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, that is comeuppance. That is karma right there, because Loco, the amount of times back in Heart of the Swarm that I died to 2 sentries on my ramp is, and this is the Terran equivalent. Finally, Protoss players get to suffer like I have for so many years. Although, I mean, I guess that was 8 years ago at this point, so I really shouldn't have that trauma anymore, but I do.
Heart of the Swarm, 2013, no?
Didn't. In my head, Legacy of the
Void
Void
was 2015, so I mean, I don't want to make you feel older or whatever, Bio, but it's been a while since Heart of the Swarm
That's
came
what I'm saying.
out.
Like 8 years ago, I should be over this trauma by now, but I'm not.
Double gas start right here again for Milky Cow, going into the nice and quick factory, trying to make sure that he gets those units going nice and early once again. That early game really didn't go his way in the previous game, but it wasn't terrible for him either, right? It wasn't really a situation that he couldn't absolutely recover from, and I kind of like the decisiveness right there from him, though. So he looked at that, he's like, you know what? I am gonna have my best shot if I just pull all of the boys. I don't think my opponent has an idea of this being an option for me at all, or at the very least it's not a consideration that he's making. So maybe I can just push for the victory if I send everything across. Yeah, there was no Storm available, no Colossus, no nothing right there. Maybe if Art would have sniffed it out a little bit earlier, it would have been an option for him, but he didn't.
Man, it's such a shame, too, when you go for this Stargate style, that Art did. One of the things that you value, one of the reasons you go for it, is because it gives you so much information. You have Oracles, and you can Revelate. You have Phoenix that should be able to dance around the army. You should know what's happening. But because Milky Cow kind of went for the first pressure, backed up a little bit, it was a weird SCV pull timing, if you think about it.
Yeah.
It didn't make a lot of sense outside of just Milky Cow deciding to go for it. And so Art wasn't on the map and wasn't really looking for it. And then, well, there we go. You don't find it.
Absolutely. Alrighty, so what exactly are we going to do? It looks like it's going to be Widow Mines together with a Medevac.
I wonder
Is this a
what that might
strategy
be.
you've ever seen before?
No, this is very novel. Look, I've never seen this build. I have no idea. I'm excited to find out, though.
I thought Widow Mines were mostly a defensive tool, but you're telling me they can be used offensively as well?
I
maybe that's why he's going to bring the Marines.
Okay. I thought they were just litter you put on the map to make them a little...
Ooh, all right. Third one is going to join in as well, and we'll have to see how much damage can be done. Now, Art will see this coming in once again from quite the distance. There's a Phoenix on the back of this, but it's still very easy to accidentally mess this up. There's only a single Phoenix available, of course, at this stage in the game. Not a lot of units here available either, though, because our Terran decided to pull everything that he's got towards the other side of the map. In the meantime, the Widow Mine drop is going in.
That it is, but I mean, it's supposed to be a cloaked Widow Mine drop, and it's just now not. So one Widow Mine just going to get targeted down before anything. And yeah, it kills an Adept. This is a disaster. You lift one single Marine here, it's going to kill like maybe one probe. This is a disaster for Milky right now. He doesn't get the burrow up. He has to drop off once again. Art is in such a wonderful position. Now, it does seem the armory completed, so at least there's that. But actually, hey, there we go. Second one goes down. Two more probes fall. It's still not great, but at least Milky Cow's getting something out of it. Oh,
oh my god, I get nervous every time. You see these probes stacking up. Okay, that was actually pretty good, all things considered there for the Protoss. But those are the kind of scenarios where you accidentally lose 12 workers rather than just 5.
I really thought they were like two Adepts and the probes just sitting there on top of each other. And I really, if Milky Cow had targeted it, it would have been that 12 probe counter, like, I don't know, 8 probes and a couple Adepts. But look at what's happening here behind this. More probes go down. And now Milky Cow just really trying to hit this as quick as possible. He's got Cyclones, he's got Marines, he's got a Viking to try to deal with what's in the air. This is awkward to deal with for Art. He's got 3 Phoenix, but he's got a Stalker on the ground. That's it? There's not a lot here.
He wants to kill those Widow Mines primarily, right? So he decides to unburrow them and move them away. I guess a little bit afraid right there of that photon cannon finishing, but I've got a feeling he could have at least kept one of them around. There's no reliable detection right here for Art just yet, so that's why he decided to go for the Robo facility. Now there's an Oracle out as well. He decides to pull the boys into that Widow Mine. It does get picked up just barely in time, but there's just not enough Protoss. GG is cold, and it's Milky Cow who obtains the victory. What a series.
What a wild sequence of events. We're looking, this is like, okay, Adept gets into the main base of the Terran. Oracle dives on top. They delay the armory. Everything's going, and damage done. A couple SCVs fall as well. Everything's going wrong there for Milky Cow.
Yeah.
And then Art just, it's one of those situations again where he should be able to have some idea what's happening, but because of the chaos at home, because of how Milky Cow is continuing to focus on it, all of a sudden, he has no idea what's happening. He's not ready for it. And then a Cyclone, a Viking, and a couple Marines, they end the game. Wild sequence of events.
I kind of feel like we had a similar situation in game 2, you know, where Art, I brought it up, he literally had not he literally not lost a single unit there up until like minute 5. And then suddenly, like a house of cards, everything came crumbling down. And yeah, sometimes if your foundation is not solid, it just, it's very easy to accidentally lose, right? Everybody's trying to play like max specs and play that very delicate style of Protoss, trying to tiptoe around those units. But if you don't micro it nearly perfectly, it becomes nearly impossible to stop those attacks. So I don't think Milky Cow expected to deal quite that much damage with that attack either, but he got it done.
And that he did, but we have more StarCraft on the way. Art's done. Milky Cow, of course, he moves on to tomorrow, but then we have even more fun games. It's going to be Young Yakov. It's going to be Akaran. We finally get that TVZ that we haven't had, at least not today. But we'll do that one with Demu this time, not Loco, after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Gone is the beautiful face of Loco, who apparently we're matching. He had green on, I have green on, but instead we have Demu, Benjamin Baker, ready to, beautiful change of fate, take us into a TVZ. It's going to be Akaran. It's going to be Young Yakov. And again, we're looking at those 1 and 2 matches, even still here, Demu. It's, again, life on the line. Elimination is a real concern. And if I'm to look at this series, I kind of favor Akaran. He has been a solid Terran.
He definitely is. Like he's. I think both these guys are well matched for each other. I would personally give Young Yakov the edge. I feel that he's been climbing and ascending a little bit, and also he was kind of newer to the scene, whereas Akaran's actually been around for a longer period of time, and I think he's done better recently. To me, I kind of class Akaran as like a European Vindicta. Like, he can be flashy and sick, but also sometimes losing to people that they shouldn't really be losing. But right now, everybody in the groups are really damn good. Like, these players are here because Akaran lost to Lambo 0-2 in Showtime, beat Milky Cow, now he's here. Young Yakov lost to Wayne 1-2, beat Fajumi, then lost to Gerald. So, you play real players right from the get-go.
And that you do. And now we're going to get into game 1 of this series on... Well, I'm gonna let Ben tell me how to say it, but on the bottom left, in the blue, for Twisted Minds, it's Young Yakov.
Yeah, I actually have no idea about this one. Like, when I first saw it, I thought it was Alcyone, but spawning over in the top right, as I read Terran, it is Aquaron. For Platinum Heroes, yeah?
Yeah.
I have none of the little symbols on my screen, so I'm just going off knowledge, and it's kind of cool that Twisted Minds have quite a presence now in StarCraft 2. Like, Classic obviously did super damn well at the Gamers 8 tournament, managed to get a very surprising top 8 and get them into the running of extra prize money. I think maybe that club either came first or second overall, so sick for them in StarCraft 2, and it just made them go, hey, we're investing more in StarCraft 2 as a result.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing that more as well. Cloud9 just picked up Gumiho. I heard rumors, and I can't just verify this any way, shape, or form, but apparently there were other big orgs that were looking to pick up the likes of Serral or Rain or these other top players that were not on a multi-esports organization to try to pick them up for Gamers 8 last year so they could kind of get in on that prize money. So, hey, if more big orgs get into the scene, I'm really not going to complain, Ben. That's pretty awesome. That makes me very happy.
I mean, it's absolutely wonderful. Like, a thing like that, with so much money on the line, like, just to put Team Liquid, just to mention what happened with them, they had the Dota team finish 2nd place. Then they had Clem finish top 4 in StarCraft 2. And that netted Team Liquid, I think it was like $300,000. And without having Clem be a part of that, that wouldn't have been a thing. So it absolutely has opened up the possibility for more teams getting involved in StarCraft 2, because Cloud9 getting involved 13 years after StarCraft 2's inception, very funny, but also just shows the relevance of a big tournament like that. But we get underway here. So far, the openings from both these players, very standard. Aquaron with a Reaper opening, CC on the low ground, going for a double gas behind things, so no 3 CC just yet. And Young Yakov taking the linear approach to his base setup.
And, actually, okay, so a couple things I want to talk about, Ben. You talk about this being a standard setup, and I would almost argue that given how popular, just how insanely popular the double barracks opener has been, I would almost argue that this maybe isn't the standard anymore. But I guess it's one of those things that top Terran players are doing it, and maybe Akaran isn't doing it yet. But the other thing that I think is really interesting is you look at this setup, and it might have been because of the Reaper, but you want to take this base as the Zerg pretty quickly, because it's so hard for the Terran to push. You have this high ground on the right, on the left side, you have this high ground in the middle. Terran is by default attacking into a concave. Meanwhile, the linear side, it's a much easier push from them. So whatever you can do to establish this position on the right side, kind of, I guess maybe more as your fourth, because that's where the Terran's going to push. It's just such a nice defensive position that, well, we're going to have to see if Young Yakov can take advantage of, but it is one of these reasons why the map has been going to we've been seeing some long games.
Oh, absolutely. And I won't question what young Yakov does. If he feels this is the best, you know, he's a better Zerg than I'll ever be currently. But we do see that Aquaron has started going for a fusion core. Now that is pretty early. And so far with his Banshee, or rather with his Starport, he was faking a Banshee just because that Zergling was running up the ramp. But we know he's not going for anything like that at all. And most likely, given that he hasn't started a Liberator yet, this will be a Battlecruiser build. And young Yakov's incredibly solid. I think he's been rocking like 6.2, 6.3k on Europe right now, maybe even higher. I played against him a game or two and he absolutely destroyed me. So yeah, young Yakov's definitely been playing solid. So Aquaron's bringing out the good old cheesy stuff here.
Yeah, that he is. And I'm holding out hope, even as the Battlecruiser's on the way, that this is some weird Liberator range play. It's not. It's not going to happen. But Battlecruisers are something that we've start to see enter the meta a little bit more. Gumiho, I think, did a build in the GSL against Solar that I haven't seen those games yet, but I heard people talking about it. And in general, I feel like Battlecruisers in any meta are strongest when they're not necessarily the biggest meta play. Because if you see them every game, you're really going to be used to defending against it. But when you see it every 10 or something, maybe 15, every 20, well, maybe it gets a little more damage.
Yeah, like out of sight, out of mind, right? If you go with that logic. He is making a lot of Hellions here. Like, this is far more than normal. So far, he's just shown these 8, but number 9 and 10 coming across the map as well. And that will force out a lot of Queens, which, in my head, very often it can be like, oh, why make an Oracle into DTs if you're already kind of forcing the counter to them? But still, 10 Hellions turning up, along with a BC that's capable of teleporting on this. Young Yakov is going to have a mighty surprise coming his way very shortly.
Yeah, you know, I'm not going to lie here as well as the Battlecruiser. I think I heard it click somewhere. There it is in the main base. I'm not going to lie here. I'm a bit seeing how overbuilt the Hellions have been. I'm somewhat surprised we're not seeing an armory on top of it just so you can do exactly what you're talking about. But Battlecruiser in the main base, and Acheron's not protecting this. This is a Battlecruiser that should just go down here. Hellions on the left side, they're going to be rebuffed as well. So it's a dead battle. That is not what Acheron wanted. Dead Battlecruiser this early on, but not getting that much damage is just not worth it.
Not at all. He didn't micro that bad boy at all. And honestly, young Yakov's defense so far against all of this, not bad, is it? Like, he's also now getting a full scout off, seeing what's going on. He even saw this Starport making something again with a tech lab. So I don't think he's going to take that lightly. He's even going already into his Hyperlist Den, getting the Baneling speed on the go. All he has to do is hold off these Hellions, which, look at that, he's getting a big wraparound here. This could be very bad for the young Terran.
Yeah, that is he thought he could run away maybe, but there was no hole in that wall. Now young Yakov, after he's made the trap happen, now there's the drone on the bottom side. Now it seems like he might try to take his 5th base in that 6 o'clock position, but not early enough, not yet. And behind this Acheron, he's not going back. He's not doing anything like that. This is pure bio, so it's one less Battlecruiser. Of course, Hydra's not the best against Battlecruisers, but one less Battlecruiser, and these Hydras on the way, it's going to be a problem. Now, this drone, I thought it was going to do something, but instead, I guess it's just been hanging with the army. So, never
the
mind.
drone thinks it's one of the boys, and oh my goodness, those are the best Baneling connections that you could hope for. Like, honestly, this is a this is such a horrible situation. Young Yakov's ready for the Battlecruiser in the main base as well. Banelings bust through the front door. Acheron's trying to make good out of a terrible, terrible situation, and over before you know it.
That was... I talked about how I think I liked Acheron going into this game. That was not close. You should not lose a Battlecruiser like that. The Hellion Trap, give it to Yakov. That was beautiful. That was a bit of a mistake, obviously, from Acheron, but, you know, not crazy that you kind of dive in and you maybe think you're going to be safe. Really nice surround. But then everything that happened right there, it's just young Yakov felt like he woke up properly and is properly warm, and it just didn't feel like Acheron was there yet. So who knows? Maybe game 2.
No, I mean, that was definitely brutal, wasn't it? Like, young Yakov just... It's kind of scary having 10 Hellions knocking about and a BC knocking about, but he dealt with it all. He lost like 5 drones, and he just did everything well. And one thing I remember when I used to play against Acheron, he is cheeky. And I really felt that he was the European Vindictor in a lot of ways. Kind of did things his own way, but also could kind of get caught off, you know, if it didn't work out. And young Yakov, the way that he's building up his Zerg play, he can be aggressive. Like, he can absolutely do these counter Baneling busts and stuff. But overall, soliding it up. Like he's growing in that sort of. If he's got like if you imagine like graphs for how well he plays, like a bar graph, it's like, oh, I'm weak on this front. Okay, I'm going to make that get more in line with everything else, build it up across, just rounding out. So he's actually quite a scary Zerg to go up against.
Mm-hmm. Well, certainly he's up 1-0 in this game. And now we move on to Solaris. It's game 2.
Spawning over in the top right, currently 1-0 up. It is the Zerg. It is Young Yakov.
And of course, his opponent in the bottom left in the red, down a game, Battle Cruisers really not working out. His name is Akaran.
Going to be interesting to see what he whips out this game. You talked about what is the standard for Terran these days, and he's doing the other build you talked about that is very, very popular. 2 barracks at the front, getting out those Reapers nice and early. It's something that some Terrans absolutely swear by, and, you know, very, very good Terrans of that, like the Marus, the Cure, the Then you get Terrans like Clem, that is kind of regarded as one of the best in this matchup, that barely ever touch the build. So it's interesting, but what it really allows you to do is get across the map, make sure you're not going to lose against anything early on, and just play your game rather than the Zerg getting to dictate the pace early on.
Yeah, and that is nice. And you talk about Clem. I mean, you know, no disrespect to your teammate, but Clem is one of those players that you can look at and say, okay, he's going to do 3cc Hellion Banshee into an 8 racks or into that kind of mid-game pressure. He just has that style that he loves to play, and he's going to play it all the time. And it's one of those, it's almost innovation-esque if you think about it, right? Where you know what he's going to do most of the time, and it's still going to be damn hard to stop. I mean, it really is that kind of that execution level, but Akaran is not one of those players. Young Yakov is not one of those players. They do have some tricksy things, and talk about tricksy things. This is a quick spawning pool. This was pool before hatch coming out of Yakov. And this does mean that any sort of Reaper pressure, well, first of all, speed's going to be a lot faster. And second of all, well, maybe the Lynx can get onto the other side, but I was going to say, maybe you can set up a surround. That being said, given that the fact that Lynx are running across, this isn't going to get anything. There's already a full wall that no command center is going to get delayed.
Yeah, I'm almost unsure why Young Yakov's doing this one, because the game prior, I actually, maybe I didn't quite get to spot whether he went for an SV Scout or not, but he went for what I deemed a regular build. So the fact that he's going up against this now, it's obviously not what he expected. And he's hidden his Lings, even though they were going kind of around the map here. And maybe he's going to hope to pick off number 2 or 3 Reaper over here. We'll at least get information, which is good. But Akaran, to his credit, was very quick about spotting this out and just making sure, like, oh, you've gone for a pool first? Okay, what's actually happening behind this?
Yeah, certainly. And without, maybe you could do something on the speed zone, and certainly without a surround, these Lynx will never win the fight. In fact, they're just going to die. It's a scout, I guess. That's something there for Yakov. He sees that, yes, there are 2 barracks in the wall, and there's a reactor going down, there's a tech lab going down. But Ben, as now, the pool first didn't get much done. But we're sitting here. How much is Young Yakov going to be able to punish the fact that the add-ons are on the outside? Are any at all, or where do you think that goes?
Actually, I'm not entirely sure. He's making a few more Lings right now. He did pick off one of the Reapers. Akaran actually made 4 instead of the more standard 3. And that's kind of brutal, actually, because having 4 around, this would be much scarier. Like, there would be so much more pressure on that 3rd hatch of Young Yakov. But I think Young Yakov, after he hopefully slams this down, the ideal situation for him is he gets on the other side of the map, deals with both those add-ons quite easily, and then Stim is cancelled. And worst case scenario, you at least get a scout off. But I mean, that's cute with these Reapers getting on that little cliff over there. But how long are they going to be able to stay there is the question. Not long at all. Queen's on the high ground. Really nice defense by Young Yakov.
I think that was a little nice spot they were able to wedge their way into. But yeah, now 4 Reapers are dead. Yakov, he has control of the map. And now the question, are you going to be able to delay Stim? Lings, they're running across right now. But
Double Cyclone.
It's not a ton of them. And there are a decent amount of Marines behind. Double Cyclone on the way behind it, as you said. The Stim should still stay alive.
Oh, yeah. Like, it costs too much to deny that with that amount of Marines. But I'm a bit surprised he doesn't keep at least a single Ling over here. That being said, he does have that Overlord watching over everything at the natural. Though, if I saw a factory like that, I would want confirmation that, like, what is actually happening with that? Like, what is actually happening? But Acheron actually gives it to him, says, hey, look, that's here are my Cyclones, and that's what I was doing with that factory.
Yeah, and this is actually how Cure's been playing quite a bit. You go the whatever your opening is, whether it's the Reaper opening or a more standard kind of 1-1-1, and then you build your 2 Cyclones very early on. You get the 2 of them, and then you move into Hellion play, and you have 2, 4, 6 Hellions. Well, actually, you're gonna lift the factory here, so slowing that production down for the cost of an Overlord, and it can be effective. Cyclones against Queens are really nice. Lings, or, you know, Hellions against Lings are really solid as well. But even delaying that by lifting the factory, I mean, it slows things down by a significant margin.
It certainly does. And is there okay, he does at least have a 3rd CC in his base, so not down and out macro-wise. It's just he's had a Zerg on the other side of this map just macroing. He has a 12 drone lead right now. He's also got 1-1. Well, at least the armor's more than halfway done, which is huge against Bio. And right now, this very gorilla-esque army is a bit of a mixed match of a lot of things here. I'm not sure what it can get done against all of what Young Yakov has.
No, I mean, Banelings are done here. There's no speed because the layer is not complete, but you talked about it. Queens on the high ground, they can plug and choke. It's really hard to run up with that one. Stim, of course, it is done, but no combat shields yet. And every time, it's only 1 medevac, so even that, yes, technically the Marines can get healed afterwards. It's only 1 at a time, so Yakov, look at this run by on the other side of the map here because he knows he's safe at home. And he gets into the natural. That's a problem.
That is a super problem, and Acheron is still pumping out Hellions with this reacted factory, which, you know, they're meant to be good against Zerglings. They absolutely are, but these are going to be 1-1 Zerglings, and they're not meant to be over here right now, and Acheron is getting caught with his pants down. Granted, I think he's done an okay job of mitigating the damage a little bit, but you're playing Bio, and this weird Bio with Hellions as well. I mean, I do like creativity, but we're looking at a Terran that's at 43 workers against 74 behind a whole set of upgrades. He needs to make a miracle happen. Like, there's a reason why players don't often play these kind of styles.
Yeah, and if you look at this, it's the Bio active. This is a big push happening right here with the Hellbats as well. 1 Queen will fall, and Bailey Speed's not done yet. So you do have, Yakov is going to have to buy some time here. Honestly, might even be worth just to give the pace up to buy that time. But now Bailey Speed's done. He's got 1-1 here, looking to roll right on top of things. And actually, the Banelings don't clear off enough. Not just yet. Now getting on top of the Queens as they can. More Banelings rolling in, and that's a little bit better. So it's not the first wave that kills everything, but the second wave is doing a really nice job of cleaning things up, even as things are getting healed. And actually, Acheron with this reinforcing line here. Ben, is this enough to punch through?
I would love to be hopeful, but I don't think so. I mean, more Hellbats are joining the fray. I was kind of with you. I think young Yakov should have just kind of said, hey, okay, let's maybe give up this base, because now it's starting to get spicy, but we can't misread this too hard. Like, he is super giga all in with this. Yes, he's making a lot of workers behind it and stuff, but oh my goodness, young Yakov definitely getting caught off guard, which I didn't think he would be. He's got 2-2 on the way. He's making 5 queens at a time. Like, he's really struggling.
That is, and the queens, as they pop out, they go down, and of course, Bailey's not as tanky as they otherwise were, so targeting is actually going to work out really nicely. And again, we're looking at the situation, Ben. There are 5 Banelings on the field, 11 Lings. It really is all down to these queens, and Yakov keeps trying to defend this base. Give it up. It's not worth it as the Baileys continue to roll in. Finally, Yakov is, or finally, Acheron's going to get forced back here. But I mean, look at resources lost. It's 2,400 in favor of Acheron at this point in a game where it did not feel like he had any business making that happen. And by the way, 1-1 was done for the last part of that push. This was done with upgrade parity. Now, 2-2's done, but Yakov didn't need to do that.
No, he didn't. He made a real meal of that. And I was critical of the build just because, you know, I didn't feel it was going to work out for him. And okay, nice lift up on that depot. That could have really been trouble for him. But yeah, the fact that young Yakov was so eager to just get rid of it, clean it up, maybe he thought it was a mockery as well of an army, but it managed to stick around for way longer than he hoped for. But now, young Yakov, he still is on 4 bases, retaking that 3rd again, or that 4th, whatever it was. And now, he's the one that's going to start launching on the aggression. His creep spread's not bad, but Acheron is not the kind of player that wants to be on the defense here, and that's exactly what he has to be for the time being.
Yeah, certainly, and especially as you take this rich gas base. Yakov hasn't saturated it just yet, but being able to mine 2 gas for the price of 1 is you want to build Hydras maybe, or Lings, and Banes, and maybe get up to Hive. Getting that gas count is really going to be nice. Although, as I say that, Yakov he's been playing so Ling heavy that he's actually kind of mineral starved more than he is gas starved, which is not the most common thing to see realistically when you're talking about Zerg players. Even still, big pressure here from Acheron on the north side. He got this base once. Can he do it again?
He's actually ahead in workers, like, miraculously throughout all of this. I really feel that young Yakov, with this big counter he's doing on the other side of the map, might be disrespecting what Acheron's bringing. Although, getting into this, that is a juicy mineral line, and that is, oh my goodness, a lot of chaos going on. But Acheron, he's having none of it. He's just lifting up into the main base, and there's a spore there ready for him. I think Acheron is also getting a bit carried away.
Yeah, this is, he lost about a medevacs full of units on the left side because, of course, he was dealing with the run by at the same time. Just that classic technique of hitting in 2 places at once and losing that other medevac as well. I think it had an extra Hellbat or something into it. I mean, this is a solid spot to fight into, but the Queen's on top. Well, without 2-2, it's hard. And wait, did it? Okay.
Oh, no.
Did the orbital die?
I think it died, you know. I do. Yeah, it died, so
Yeah.
no lift there. Acheron was too focused on other things, and 27 SCVs falling along with your CC. Yeah, he's in trouble. Now he has to be extreme, because now, income-wise, it's like 3,000 minerals per minute to 1,000. That is so bad. Like,
Yeah.
he's just got to go, go, go.
And really just never stop. But how do you? The map is 50% creep. It's onto your side of the map here. It's crossing the middle side. Your army, only just now are you getting 2-2. Your army supply is not, this is not a TVZ where the Terran is up. Yeah, their economy's bad, but they're up significant army supply. It's a hard push that Acheron's going to have to make here, but you're right, he has to do it regardless. This is a spot to fight into, though, with the Widow Mines on the choke, the speed zones to maybe help your splits a little bit better. But as he pushes through it, the map gets very wide open, and, well, Demu, you know, Zergs, wide open maps, they love that.
And young Yakov, like, he's doing a lot of stuff that's really cool. Like, he's actually feeling comfortable enough to do a run by and deal a lot of damage again. Really cool move, putting a lot of multitask pressure on his opponent, just sprinkling a few Balings to clear up a lot of these Widow Mines. I actually like how young Yakov's handling this. Like, it looks a bit scary, but Acheron, again, he's just been playing so all in, and look at that. GG, well played. 60 army supply just melted.
Yeah, when you're stuck against a wall, Ben, when you're stuck against a wall, there is nowhere to split. And when Hydras and Queens are beneath it, you can't pick up and run away either. And then Banelings, they just kill everything. Unfortunate there, but I think we can very safely say that young Yakov did look like the significantly better player in that series, even when Acheron had that nice pressure, and even when Yakov tried to defend a base he probably shouldn't have. And that was the one. Getting that 4th base was the one bright spot in that entire series for Acheron, which is, you know, a bit unfortunate for the man.
Yeah, super unfortunate for him. We won't be seeing him any longer in the tournament, as that was his final game there. But young Yakov lives to see another day, and we're going to go to a short commercial break. See you soon.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Once more into the breach, and this time is going to be a PvZ and a matchup. Actually, Demo, as we talk about this, I think we were talking about this even before the day started, where I was talking about how I like Wayne. I think he's a very good player, but he's not had the best season with respect to how we expect. He almost beat Serral. He should have gone 3-0 last season. He almost beat Clem in the 1-0 match here earlier in this season. But here he sits. He's 1-2. And he's just had a bit of a tough run of it.
Wayne's an interesting player for me. Like, I go back from competing against him when he was Vanya. And since then, he's gone through not one, but two name changes. And he's kind of shared a similar identity with Alazer, but Alazer's kind of grown from that a little bit. Very much timing attack centric. Like, he's all about that. And if you kind of know that that's happening and you weather the storm, we saw it of him against Gung Fu Banda. Like, Gung Fu Banda, for all intents and purposes, super dead against Wayne. But Wayne stayed on Hydraling, Baneling, and then eventually lost a 200 supply army in literally 2 seconds. Like, just a pure storm. It was absolutely brutal. So I do think Wayne is good and definitely the favorite here against our little Protoss over in the top right. But it's gonna be a tough one.
And it will be, but before it becomes a tough one, it has to be an intro. And in the upper right, in the blue, he's playing for Little Fairy. It's Fortumi.
That is a really funny team name. I like it. And spawning over in the bottom left, we've been speaking about him. It is the Red Zerg. It is Wayne.
I mean, Ben, you're talking about weird team names. Which do you like more? Do you like Little Fairy? Or do you like Starlight Twinkle?
Ooh.
Because Wayne plays for Starlight Twinkle.
I think they are neck and neck, you know? Like, moving on from games names like Good Game Gaming, which I also thought was kind of that's still one of my favorites, actually. That's just funny. Oh, look at this, what we got from Wayne over on the other side of the map. A nice little proxy hatchery blocking this base. Now, the ideal number of probes is actually 7 to pull to deal with this most efficiently. He's only got 6 there. So this will actually take quite a bit longer for Fujumi than he would have liked. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't pull 7.
I mean, I guess. Oh, there's the 7. But no, never mind. There's just a 6 building something more. I don't know. It's a little bit interesting right there. But so it's kind of funny. We look at Wayne, we look at Young Yakov, we look at Fly, and for the longest time, they all kind of occupied the similar space in my head of these Eastern European Zergs who are all kind of cheesy. And then Wayne learned to play macro play, but as he's showing us right now, Ben, he can be a little cheeky too.
I mean, like, you look at the health there. It is very much skirting around very similar numbers. Now, there is a Zealot out, which will deal with this, but this already blocked him for way longer than I think he would have liked, and he lost a lot of mining time because that happened. That is just stuff that I'm a little bit surprised that Fujumi didn't pull a 7th worker there, and now he's in a bit of a spot where this game, he's no longer playing the game that he's been preparing for, like, at all. And Wayne is definitely more experienced in this kind of situation than Fujumi is. So, yeah, it's definitely gonna, it's not gonna get better before it gets worse, I think, for Fujumi. But this drone will eventually fall, not before spotting the Adept, though.
Yeah, and one thing I want to point out here as well is that it's clear that Fujumi has dealt with this before, because when you're Wayne and you're doing what you've done right now, and you go, you block whatever, and then you try to steal a gas. All right, that's just how that's going to work. So for Fujumi, you just had a probe sitting there, so blocking the AoE that you can go and build something on, much like if you were trying to prevent a Zerg from putting a drone on gas as they're trying to take the third, is the Terran, and just prevented that extra thing. So Wayne blocked the natural a little bit, but at the very least, these small things show us that Fujumi this is not the first time he's been proxy hatched. He roughly knows how things are going to go.
I'll disagree with you slightly, and I'll tell you why. So once you hit 16 probes on that mineral line, having any extra, if you plan on removing them anytime soon, just kind of messes up the probes a little bit. So he just had them rally to his natural. He was also supply blocked on 31 out of 31 for a long time. And it was like one of those where he's at 31 supply, trying to build probes, then he only just built a pylon. So I think Fujumi has already been a little bit flustered here. Wayne does have link speed finished. He's also got 3 bases nicely set up here. Like, he didn't suffer any kind of adept on his side of things. Fujumi's even going for double robo over here.
Ooh,
I'm very interested because this also makes me think that maybe he's a little bit nervous, but hey, if this is planned, then super cool. Oh, double robo bay? 2 gas? That's crazy.
What is he? Okay, so Ben, double gas, double robo bay. If you had to take a stab at things, this is, and there we go. He's adding, at least he's adding on the extra gas. Disruptor drops?
I mean, okay, some players are known for certain unit comps. Wayne is absolutely known for loving Hydra, like Hydra-Link Bane timing attacks. So having double robo back there, that is crazy. Like, Fujumi is a crazy boy, and I think it's fun. I think it's fun. I don't know what he's going to do with it, because that is a hard thing to afford at this point in time. But he's absolutely utilizing it, and yeah, disruptors, but again, supply blocked. So he chrono boosted it while he supply blocked. That's very unfortunate.
Yeah, that's not great, but yeah, so Warp Prism speed, disruptors on the way, and I think it was Estrella actually in Katowice did something somewhat similar, this double robo type of opening into, I want to say for him it was gateway pressure afterwards. It was like a 2-base double robo into a 2-base all-in follow-up. It's going to be interesting to see what Fujumi goes for here. He accidentally picks up a probe. You don't want to do that one. Now, but you're right, Wayne, he's the Hydra-Link Bane guy. In fact, I've cast a couple games of Wayne where he doesn't even get the Hydras. It's just Massling Bane against anything, and he swamps it and kills it anyways because he's Wayne. And, well, disruptors against units like that, they're not the best. Lings are small, they're fast. Disruptors aren't as nearly as effective as, say, killing roaches or ravagers or something that's that much more supply effective.
And Wayne is over here where the adepts were located. So Fujumi most likely wanted to keep them ready to do like some kind of dual sync up attack here with that warp prism. Now, I don't know if the warp prism's been spotted by Wayne, but that warp prism has a lot of pressure on its shoulders to do something pretty miraculous over here. Wayne doesn't really have units in position, and he's already ready to pull here. And 1 queen and 2 drones for the first showing. He wanted to get more than that, I can tell you.
Yeah, the dead queen is almost by default. You're not really going to be able to defend that all that much. You're just too slow, and, well, disruptor shots are fast. But Wayne, look at his immediate response. He's like, I know you don't got enough here. And, wait, what? Okay, no, that was a recall. Okay, I was like, I know you don't got enough, so I'm going to go pressure in. And disruptors, they're not going to be off cooldown. Not just yet. Shots are, now they're going to go up. Oh, big. Only 2. Nice splits there from Wayne at the end. But seems like he's going to be forced back.
Yeah, Fujumi's absolutely in an all-in position here. Like, he's against a 4-base Zerg very soon to be, and he's getting big tech, but these disruptors, oh my goodness, they're getting in a Larry position here. Like, that War Prism can't quite be sniped here, so it's a nice spot for it to just sit back. At least I don't think it can be hit. Okay, I heard some queens heading somewhere, so he did get it out, but now he's got 2 Warp Prisms on the map, and he's going for double Robo Colossus, which, again, the gas required for everything that he's doing is huge, and that Spire, it counters pretty much everything that he's able to make right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, and it's funny, I thought that defensive play was, well, due to a recall, so it's double Warp Prism, shots. 7 go down. That's far more. It's still not enough for Fujumi, but getting 7 workers there is going to be really nice, and he's going to scout the Spire. The Spire play is so beautiful, right? Against a bunch of big Robotech, when you really, again, it's 2-base lacking gas. You're not going to have a lot of Stalkers to defend. But now for Fujumi, he knows that there's a Spire on the way. Theoretically, he should be able to start get some defense up. He's got 8 Stalkers on the way. He didn't cancel the Colossus, so now he's on 4 Disruptors, 3 Colossus, building Stalkers. This army, Ben, this army is just, it's massive.
It's really big, and Wayne's super supply blocked here. Like, he has absolutely been thrown off here by what Fujumi's bringing. Like, he's got that Spire. It's going to be done very soon. And when he sees all this, it's like, do you make Corruptors against this? Do you make Roach Ravager? What do you do? But the fact that he's as supply blocked as possible, like, Fujumi doesn't realize, or, I mean, if he knew how good a timing this was, he's just going to keep on going. I think he does.
Yeah, so now Bailey's trying to make contact and again on the sentries, but disruptor shots, they're still pretty solid here. There is not a lot for Wayne right now. He's got 39 lings, more on the way, starting to build those roaches. Baneling's again getting ready. But this splash damage, I mean, Spore's doing a good job against the Colossus. This timing that Forjumi hit, I mean, it feels like it was telegraphed for a mile. Even still, Forjumi is just on top of things. Lings on the backside, though, trying to get the Colossus. It should not go down. We have a Warp Prism, but 2 Colossus fall anyways. It's going to be a 3rd dead. The micro's not there. This was an opportunity for Forjumi. It really should have. I should have killed Wayne, but he doesn't micro his Colossus back. None of his Robo units are put in those in the double Warp Prism, and everything's dead. I really think Wayne should have died there.
I was actually very worried for him as well. And, you know, we had 2 Warp Prisms to use for doing pickup micro. Granted, pickup micro can be a little bit tricky, but, mate, that army just kind of marched on into the fire, into the flames, got a massive wraparound, and it's not every day you see a bunch of Colossus die to Lings, but we've seen it a few times today, so not the first. And now Wayne is sitting fairly pretty. He's on 3 bases, getting his meter out for these Warp Prisms, which are very, very annoying, but he's down to 1 disruptor. He had 4 flying around. Like, this is a fun meme build from Forjumi, but unfortunately his days are numbered.
I mean, it's not just a fun meme build. This is a build that absolutely could have worked. We saw what happened. I mean, again, Forjumi was hitting up 20 army supply, 3 Colossus, 4 disruptors, 2 Warp Prisms to effectively allow you to blink 2 Colossus at a time. Like, that should have been doable. That really should have worked. And instead, just not a lot happens. Forjumi again, he's still all in. And now the Muta's on the other side. It's only 5 of them. It's not a ton, but no shield battery in the main. No shield battery in the natural. No cannons either base. These Mutas, they can wipe out the entire mineral line. But again, the army of Forjumi, it's still scary. But Ben, it's not nearly as scary as it was.
No, Wayne he's prepared this time. It's like, oh, you tried to do that against me? Yeah, that was cute. And even pulling the probes here, Forjumi taking the page from the Terran book of All-Ins and pulling all the eco workers, and you kind of might as well, I suppose, because, yeah, this army is not long for this world over here, and trapped in a corner, 4 biles for days, and wow, that army just absolutely got obliterated.
And there we go. Wayne, I think, does whatever we all expect here. And he takes game 1, but that build from Forjumi, that was pretty cool. And I think if he executes it a little better, I think that actually does work. Maybe I'm crazy.
Do you still have the game graph available for the army value?
Yeah.
Is that something you can put on the stream?
Yes, I can. Would you like to? God.
I think it's absolutely worth watching or looking at. So yeah, that blue line there, that big drop, that is, and that little tiny red drop. Yeah, that's how that game went. That was
yeah, that's
gorgeous.
Depressing, Ben. Depressing.
I mean, sometimes you really have to, you see it happen, and it's like, you see that Protoss army. It was absolutely meant to win that game. You're absolutely right. But it just got absolutely bopped on, didn't he? Very unfortunate for Forjumi, because it was like a whole build-up for that moment, and it looked like it was all going well. Then it was just like, well, yeah, it didn't go well.
Yeah, and again, we were talking about this early on, where Wayne is one of these players that he loves his upgraded Lings, his Ling Bane. And it's not uncommon to see him kill Colossus armies, Stalker Colossus armies with just swarms of Ling Bane and beautiful engagements. But unfortunately, I feel like this is the second or third time we've talked about it today, where you have a Protoss player that just seems to be letting the fight happen rather than actively microing it as well as they should have. And, that happens. Banelings connect. Roaches, Ravagers connect. Everything goes down. But, Ben, luckily, we have another shot. There's another opportunity. Game 2 is ready.
Yeah, not down and out just yet. Anyhow, spawning over in the bottom right here of Oceanborn, and as I read Zerg, it is Wayne.
And of course, his opponent in the upper left, in the blue, his build was cool. Unfortunately, not able to quite make it work. His name is Forjumi.
Yeah, poor Forjumi in that last game, because it really looked like the stars were aligning for him to really kind of make magic happen. Because the build, I was kind of like, is that an error with the double robot? It obviously was not an error. He had that planned, and The first Disruptor reveal didn't do that much. Then the latter ones, when he kind of synced up 2, got 7 drones with the first shot, 2 more drones in the top, and it was like, okay, I see this happening. Like, this actually has a lot of like fuel in the tank to get things going. But yeah, just brutal. Like, it just shows you that StarCraft 2 is a very unforgiving game, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you make one mistake and it is, especially at this level, you're playing in, I don't know, Gold League or something, you can make plenty of mistakes, but when you're competing with your tournament life on the line, as these 2 players are, because again, they're at 1 and 2, you lose the series, you're out of the tournament. You win, you still got to play another series, you just get to play in round 5 tomorrow. So not only, again, are they playing against very good players, I think Wayne, we talked about this getting into this series, is a player that I expected to get out 3-1, 3-0 maybe. So he's a very good player, and all that added stress. If you lose this series, you're out of the tournament. Well, mistakes are going to happen, but it cannot happen. It's so hard to recover.
It really is. It really is. And that game 1, you got to remember, like, Wayne brought a proxy hatch that I think Forjumi maybe didn't handle quite the best in the first place. But still, a game became of it. This game, far more what Forjumi's probably practiced for. We see that he did a little hatchery block at the start, so it's further away, natural for Wayne over here, and no shenanigans on his side of the map. So far, everything that Forjumi's doing is stuff that he's planned and prepped for. So probably going to be seeing I want to say a more collected for Forjumi this game.
Yeah, certainly. And I think Forjumi is a very good player. Like, I know we've been talking about Wayne and Forjumi maybe not microing as well as he should have on that pressure, but Forjumi is a solid player, and at times has really looked like he's going to have a lot of promise. Now, of course, he hurt his wrist pretty badly. He had to take some time off the game. But he is absolutely a player that, even if he doesn't win a game in this series, he can make himself look good. I do think that a lot of what we looked at in that last game was, you know, he didn't get to play the game he wanted to play. A lot of stress there, a lot of nerves involved. And, I mean, Ben, this is Forjumi's, I think it's only his second ESL Masters, DreamHack Masters tournament. So you're not going to have a lot of experience playing like that.
No, he's a lovely lad. And like, if I see some of the players that these guys have gone up against, and again, I'll keep bringing this up. Wayne, 2-1 Young Yakov, 1-2 against Clem, and then 0-2 Gung Fu Banda. And for all intents and purposes, that series against Gung Fu Banda, yeah, it's strange seeing him here. Forjumi, on the other hand, 0-2 Clem, 0-2 Young Yakov, then 2-1 Night Phoenix. I mean, some of these players are not easy that they've ran into, but Wayne being here is a surprise. Not the kind of guy that you want to go up against if you're Forjumi, but he definitely made Wayne work for that first game. Roach Warren does start now. On Forjumi's side of things, he has 1 Oracle out already. It's going for a second. Stargate players where Protoss players feel comfortable. They get to scout, maybe deal a little bit of damage, maybe not, but if you can keep those Oracles alive for a long time, they're very useful throughout the game.
So, Ben, what I'm hearing here, right, is that Forjumi can go
800 minerals.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. He was at 800 minerals just then. So this third base of his has been delayed for a very long time.
Just by a couple lings as well. That's, I mean, Wayne kind of baiting this out as well. More lings onto the other side, but there are adepts. Although no Oracle over top just yet. So, adepts are trapped here. The lings should not be able to put a cancel on this, but I mean, this is a lot of lings for Forjumi, or for Wayne, adding in even more. He should be able to make something happen, but maybe he forces the Oracle back on.
I mean, the Oracles do show themselves, but 2 drones for 1 Oracle dead, not what you want at all. And guess what's happened on the other side of the map? In fact, Wayne's so crazy, man. So what's he done? He's actually made 3 roaches here. He's got about 28 lings. This is very reminiscent of what Dom Ragu would do back in the day to deal with Warp Prism stuff, but yeah, he's playing. Wayne's crazy, man. Wayne is actually crazy. I really like this kind of stuff. If he does feel that his opponent doesn't respect it, he can potentially deal a lot of eco damage, but yeah, Wayne is not about sitting back and taking the punches like a regular Zerg. He is all about throwing you off and making you play his game, not your own.
Certainly, and I don't know how I feel about these Ravagers, though, right? Because...
So just bear with me. He's going to try and wrap around units. surround them so they can't move, then drop the biles. And against what Fujumi's done, those Adepts can be in a real problematic spot if that is what he does.
Yeah, I buy that one.
Like, busting the wall, it opens up everything for him, doesn't it?
It does. I was worried about the Oracles, being able to fly back home, just sit on top of the Ravagers, and again, that's 300 gas, that's expensive. But if you just use them to bust the wall down, then bring them back home, that's a brilliant play. And now this pylon should fall down. It's going to depower before the third Oracle pops out. Actually, Oracle's on top of things. Pylon will stay alive on, man, 28 HP. But even still, it's a scout. 6 probes go down. It's annoying. It's obnoxious. And Wayne continues to get here in Fujumi's head.
And look at the probe count, or worker count even. Like, it's not as if Wayne's been all in with this, is it? Like, he's actually sitting and macroing behind it. And he made those links, and we talked about how it's probably quite a lot of links, but then he's like, oh, I'll make a few more, and then I'll make 3 roaches into Ravagers. And he kept those oracles back at home. And he also got a bit of information there that a 4th oracle was being made, and yeah, he's got decent creep spread, good eco, going up to Hydra as well. He's a man that loves his Hydra. I think Fujumi's getting himself in trouble, and yet again here.
No, certainly. Now, Fujumi it seems like he's following the same algorithm from game 1. It's different, but adding in that second Robo, adding in Colossus as well. And he does have better economy this time. So, last time, he did almost beat Wayne. But I almost wondered, Ben, because he is here on 6 gas. He is on 3 base. Whether the fact that he has money is almost a problem, right? Because he hit that time because he had to go all in, and he almost won the game. Now that he's going to try to sit here and just defend and play a macro game, well, that feels a little bit harder, actually, just given the state of things.
Yeah, I mean, he's a bit fortunate in a sense that it was this game exactly where Wayne got himself a lead, and it was a 10 times bigger lead than this one, by the way, against Gung Fu. And he managed to throw it pretty horrendously by just not being able to get the fight that he wanted. But yeah, we're kind of in Wayne's playground here. This is a really nice scout, just getting to see that Robo's tweaking away, which absolutely gives you the heads up that it's absolutely Colossus. It's, at this point in time, it's not going to be anything else. So he knows what he's up against as well. And he's getting an infestation pit, so that makes me think that he's seen that, and he's absolutely like, all right, if these attacks don't work, at least I can work my way to Vipers, which absolutely will.
Yeah, so for now, he's going to try to take the fight. The Colossus aren't really joining things, so already Biles land. Adepts, well, they're going to stay to the front line, but I mean, Adepts versus Hydras with Roaches in front just do not fight here. Diving on top of the Colossus here as well. Shield Battery Overcharge is nice, but one Colossus already dead. Biles are going to kill the Overcharge, at least get damage done to it. And at this point, Ben, even if this army gets forced back, and nice pickup there on the Warp Prism, even if this army gets forced back, it has done enough damage. Wayne has shattered the tech of this setup here. He's killed off a couple workers, knocked down the infrastructure. He may even get this 3rd base, and unless everything dies for his nothing, and even then, this is a beautiful move for Wayne. He's very happy. In fact, he's gonna kill the Colossus that was just allowed to walk down. It was so low. Fujumi kept it alive for so long, but now there's no tech, there's no economy. Fujumi, again, it's a rough spot.
And yeah, and Wayne's still 184 supply against 97, and that hive halfway done. We talked about it. Like those Colossus that you thought maybe there might be an issue, they haven't been. He's been taking them out with these Lair Tech units.
Yeah.
And Roach Hydra, it's not a comp you see all the time, but having this much of it against an opponent that you're staying equal on upgrades against and all that jazz, Fujumi, he's in so much trouble here. He's going to be up to 3 Colossus, which is a cool number to have of them, but everything else he has nothing and no eco to fall back on.
No, not really. Double Disruptor on the way, and that's going to be nice, but it's not out just yet. Now, that's a decent stasis, and it will force things back, because this is a bit of an awkward fight from Wayne, right? Only half of his army was fighting. It was up a choke. His army gets stasis trapped a little bit. You don't want to take fights like that, and certainly not when a Lurker Den's on the way. 3 Vipers are on the way, plus 2 attack is just about done. Yeah, Fujumi's going Stargate, but he doesn't have the gas for it. He's not going to really be able to afford the carrier count or the Tempest count or the Mothership maybe, but he's not going to be able to afford the gas for whatever he wants to build out of these Stargates. So even as that being a thing, I mean, it's not going to be out in time.
Whatever decision he makes at this point, it feels like the wrong one almost. And I feel for him. Now he has solidified 3 bases. He's getting out of Immortals because he's dealing with a lot of roaches, and he's trying to get scouting information. And credit to him, he gets to see that Lurker Den is going up, and he gets to see a hive as well. But all that makes you do at this point is have that big gulp where you're like, oh dear, it's you know, this is my last life on the line here. And remember, the loser of this doesn't have a second chance. They will be at 3 losses in this group, and Wayne, he's looking fierce here. The macro's been strong, the aggression's been strong, and Fajumi's feeling the heat.
That he is, and the fleet beacon's done, right? But it's only a single Stargate. And, okay, so Fajumi is gonna go for a mothership. Talk about a Hail Mary play. A reminder, motherships are cheaper now. They move faster. They're smaller. They don't have permanent cloaking, and everything, nothing's energy-based anymore. That being said, Fajumi is gonna try to survive here, but Wayne does not want to give him the opportunity. Abducts on the Colossus, the Disruptors as well. Infinite and a Blinding Cloud on top, so the Stalkers can't fight. All the tech evaporated once again. And yeah, 2 Immortals, they can be pretty solid there, Ben. Not against this army. Not right now. Not with how just big the supplies are. So for Jumi, he tried to say the Hail Mary, didn't get past H. Did not happen. Wayne moves on to tomorrow. 2-0.
Just bigger, stronger, faster. I really like what Wayne brought today in both games. Like, one did something that you don't often play against these days with that hatch block, but he did it. And I was a little surprised that Fujimi didn't bring 7 pros, because that is the magic number. Like, I know that. And, you know, I get told, like, go back to AoE4 all the time, that I play it so much. But I know that about Protoss. And then the second game, like, at least Fujimi got to launch an attack in the first game and feel like, oh, you know, I'm on the brink of defeat or brink of victory here. And it all went tumbling down. But the second game, yeah, it never got going. And Wayne just... solid play out of him. Good attacks, good aggression, good Zerg. It was pleasant to see, and I'm happy for Wayne that he gets to have a final chance. And anybody else that's 2-2 in the group is not going to be wanting Wayne as an opponent if he's playing like this.
Yeah, certainly not. And yeah, that actually, well, does it for this series, but also does it for me for a little bit, because, well, pretty quickly, we're going to go to an ad break. And when we're back, it's going to be Ben and Loco once again to give us some more awesome action. It's going to be PvP, Spats, and DNS. Where's my ad button?
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to the European section of the ESL Masters Winter Regionals. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Demu. It is time for our final game of the European region. And after this, we're going to be wrapping it up with, I believe, 3 best of 3s as well on the North American server. So the StarCraft isn't stopping, man. The lobby is already counting down. We're jumping into the next match.
And what better way to seal off the European section of the day than a PvP, you know? Got so many problems in Europe.
Have we seen any PvPs at all?
Recently, I've been watching quite a few, you know, like I've seen a lot in the Chinese region, especially like Firefly Jeshi, although I have been here the last 3 days, to be fair. So, you know, a lot of games going by, and whew, I am flashbanged by the map over here, which will be equilibrium going on.
Whoa,
and
you got it right.
Yeah,
or wrong.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't know what you're doing.
Equilibrium. Spawning over in the top right-hand side as our red Protoss, it is Spats.
And up here in the top left-hand corner, we're looking inside of the main base of DNS. So,
did you get flashed well, or was it just?
No, I have these bright lights in my, in this room set up as well because it's getting very dark out. But this map is certainly very bright. When you load up from like the dark, main menu of StarCraft into the game, it is definitely very bright.
Yeah, I think of like me in my cave, like I've got a light on here, some lights on behind me, but holy crap, my eyes were not ready. And I'm looking at it now, and now I'm adjusted, and I'm like, hey, it's not that bad.
You may want to lower your monitor brightness a little bit if that's the case.
It was a transition. It just went poof and just owned me. Maybe I know I'm getting old, but yeah, all right. Both these
I guess all of us are.
Well, technically, we're all older now than we were a few minutes ago, eh?
Yeah, well, there you go.
Absolutely.
Very profound.
But equilibrium to start things off, and I'm just gonna roll with it, Loco. I'm a professor of English these days, and neither one of them going for any sort of low ground gateway. Granted, Protoss don't really give a damn about how far away your base is if they can warp on the other side. So neither one of them really saying, "Hey, this is a bigger map. I'm going to do that." There is no ramp at your natural. So a very mirrored game thus far with 2 gates at the top of the ramp.
Yeah, I feel like we've been seeing that a lot over the last couple of days. Not a whole lot of low ground expansions at the moment. MaxSpec seems to be quite fond of it, but basically everybody else a little bit more careful with this more traditional start here instead. Historically speaking, apparently these two have played against each other 6 times, with Spats actually winning 5 out of 6, which is pretty cool. It's been more than a year though since the last time they played against one another. It's been quite a while, so obviously it may not be 100% representative of where they are currently at, but it is a nice statistic. Because in my mind, and maybe I'm mistaken here, but in my mind, DNS has been a little bit more successful throughout his career.
Yeah, and his career has been longer too, which is probably why. But Spats, back when I was playing a lot of StarCraft, Spats was one of these guys that every season you played him, he would get a little bit better. It was like, he would be 5.8k. The next time you play him, he's like 5.9, 6, and now I think I've seen him recently. He's like 6.2, 6.3 or so. So he's definitely been climbing. So to hear that he does have a winning record against DNS recently, I'm not surprised, but I am impressed with the fact that that trajectory just keeps on going higher and higher. Very impressive from him. This game so far, neither one of them really opting for lots of adept shenanigans. As I say that, there are adepts going across the 12 o'clock position of the map, but DNS just went straight on through down the middle over here.
Yeah, you gotta be very careful. This matchup can be over if these adepts accidentally shade in. Now that is something that the players have to deal with pretty much every single game. So that shouldn't be happening, but it occasionally does happen that probe is sleeping on the job. It is sleeping on the job. Oh no. Well, you were talking about it. They took a cheeky little route to get towards the other side of the map. It's going to be at least a handful of probes going down.
I love the fact that he made the building after they were in. That was That was like me in my old age pensioner home where I'm playing against another old man. Probably.
You're saying you're switching to Protoss when you're a pensioner? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, 100%. You know, I'll be in the OAP home. I'll be 70. Mana by that point will be 205. And, you know, he sends...
He's still playing.
Past. Yeah, still playing. Sends the depth past. I'm like, oh, dear. Quickly put down my building. It's too late, but it happened anyway. But anyway, DNS took a bit of damage there. Definitely more than he wanted to. And they've both got Blink on the go. Spats does have a slightly higher stalker count, and he is further ahead in Blink and adding on lots more gateways as well, a bit earlier than his opponent. He's feeling feisty.
Yeah, absolutely. He's ready to start bringing a hurt. Now also building a pylon on the other side of the map, just outside of DNS's vision range. Obviously, he's not fully aware of that either, but getting that pylon down here would be really nice for him, because that's going to be a good location to warp in from. We do have a couple of adepts over here in the opponent's natural right now. DNS trying to maybe mirror some of the damage that he took at home, but nothing all too crazy.
No. DNS does have a few sentries to work with over here, which does allow him to constantly scout with these hallucinations and stuff, which definitely can help out for getting to find out what your opponent's up to. Because I'm looking at Spats, and I'm looking at the probes, and he has been... Well, he's chose not to make them. And I don't think that's because he's suffering from a soon-to-be supply block. In fact, he just did a warp in just now, and the pylon will finish up with that being done. The thing is, it doesn't have too much to reinforce on this side of the map, but look at that, right into the main base here. And could he? I thought he was going to go for the pylon right before Blink was finishing. That could have also been nasty if he knew how close it was.
Yeah, he obviously doesn't have that perfect vision that we do have. There's an hallucinated group of stalkers here, which is really cute. There's also an immortal in the mix, and it's absolutely tearing those stalkers in red apart. Ooh, really love the hallucination, but yeah, absolutely. A lot of damage here being done, though. So many probes have already gone down. He's desperately trying to force field some of these stalkers away. Okay, they should still be able to blink on the low ground once the cooldown is once again available. Oh, one force field here as well to try and maybe deflect some of those units that are now going to chase. But I think that's one of the best choices right now for DNS, right? I mean, he needs to get something done on the other side of the map to justify losing that many probes.
Yeah, Spats definitely got a bit eager there. Like, a couple of these blinks were like into the mineral line when the army's on the other side, and then he got caught in the force fields. That definitely sucked for him. But he's done a lot of damage, and DNS realizes, I need to be across the map right now. I have to equal this out a little bit. And I think that's a really good move by him. Luckily for him, probe count-wise, he's actually equal with his opponent, which just goes to show how much Spats cut to get that going. And we've got a pretty equal game on our hands, which is pretty weird to say how chaotic it's been.
Yeah, can be a bit of a misread here as well, right, for DNS, because he doesn't really know exactly how many workers have been cut by the opponent to try and get that push going. But ultimately, the game is, pretty much even. We have got the charge follow-up right now here as well for Spats, so he's ready to maybe pile on some more pressure, especially with that prism coming in. Could always warp in the opponent's main base, or obviously bring those zealots into the main army here instead. DNS decides to plant down a third nexus, which I do believe is the right choice, because this doesn't look like an army that can end the game anytime soon.
No, I do like this war prism though, and it does have 2 adepts in. That can always be rather scary. DNS is the one moving up to a third base while planting that war prism on the other side of the map. I'm actually really liking DNS's position here. Like, he's kind of like Spats feels he's forced into a very aggressive place here, but it's kind of from his own volition, if you will. Yep. And now this is absolutely Spats' time. Those immortals aren't shooting yet.
No, he does blink though. He does get rid of the opponent's immortal real quick, and now the 2 immortals in red are actually fighting all of those stalkers. Those adepts do get a little bit of damage done on the other side of the map, but yeah, this just came down as a house of cards over here, man. Losing those immortals, or that one immortal, I guess. There's one more joining in. One of the red ones, okay, very exposed.
This is chaotic, man. Like, there's no other word for it. Like, the way that Spats is playing makes me feel like he either thinks he's better than DNS or significantly worse. I can't tell. Because he is playing so risky this game.
Yeah.
Catching DNS so off guard all the time.
I understand what you mean. Some of these decisions definitely can be viewed as almost like a little bit disrespectful, right? In StarCraft 2 terms. You do get the snipe over here on another one of those immortals, and ultimately that allows Spats to obtain the victory. But that was some some very risky decision making for sure, trying to catch the opponent off guard to the best of his abilities, and yeah, taking a lot of chances in the process. And ultimately it works out, but there's a lot of those scenarios, a lot of those situations where that can go south really easily.
Real easily. Like, I think Spats kind of got, I want to say, fortunate a few times there, because the resources lost tab, even though he killed, like, I don't know what it was, 11-ish probes early on with that Stalker attack, he lost a lot doing it. Like, he was putting himself in a bit more of a difficult position than maybe he should have been with a few of these moves, and DNS just got caught out of place one too many times there. But, like, sometimes you've got to be decisive. Or when I say sometimes, you've got to be decisive in StarCraft 2. And if there's one thing I can say Spats was that game, he was like, all right, we're going. Cutting probes, got this timing attack, let's go. Let's blink into the main, let's deal damage. And every move that he made did damage while taking a little bit, it's got to be said. But even that last fight there, just getting on top of that one Immortal and just being like, bam, we're taking it. He made DNS sweat.
Absolutely. Alrighty, so game number 2 is already loading up. Games are running very smoothly today. No delays, apparently. So we have loaded up onto Golden Aura here. This could be game number 2 in his best of 3 series. Spawning right here in the top left-hand corner. The man currently up 1-0. It's Spats. Some very solid decision-making right there by him. Or at the very least, maybe decisive is the better word.
Yeah, he was definitely that. He was definitely that. And he was leaving a lot of reactive play over to this man in the bottom right-hand side. As our blue pro-hosted his DNS. It's always so much easier being the player that makes your opponent make moves. Like, one thing that I remember very much feeling early days in StarCraft 2, like whenever there was a patch, whenever there was something new or a new map pool, it was always the Zergs that struggled a little bit at first. Very much so because they are very much kind of honed in to playing that reactive style. Like, you know, you defend. Now, things are a little bit differently back then, well, now compared to back then, but you had players like Snoot kind of paving the way for Europeans, and he was all about the defense, and it was like, okay, there's going to be a lot of stuff that kills me until I learn how to defend it properly, but once I defend it properly, and the same applies when you have like a mirror game like that. It was Spats throwing everything at DNS, and if you're just, you know, not perfect a few too many times, it can really bite you in the butt.
No, you're absolutely right. Generally in StarCraft, but also in basically every other strategy game, being the aggressor is a little bit easier than being the defensive player, because you're the one that the opponent has to react to, right? So the other player will have to respond to exactly what you're doing, and usually they're playing catch-up just a little bit, and it takes a lot of games in order to feel comfortable defensively. Now, over the years, I mean, we've had a lot of adjustments to the game, but I don't think that has really changed all too much. Anyways, we'll see what sort of strategies we're gonna go for here in game number 2. No proxy pylons, no real shenanigans here. Both players playing this pretty respectfully so far.
Yeah, they were almost mirroring one another for the first couple of minutes of the last game. Like, both started off with a Stalker and a Sentry, then it kind of deviated a bit. Spats this time is the one that's going to be going double Adept to start things off. And both of them trying to get as much info early on as they can. And you might be like, oh, well, you don't see a lot with your probes, do you? Well, if those units aren't producing at the gateways, well, you can normally tell that something weird is going off, or, you know, how late is the warp gate? So trying to keep your probe alive for as long as possible is a big deal. And they're both very aware of what the other one's doing here.
Yeah.
Far.
Little things as well, such as like counting pylons of the opponent is huge, paying attention to if there's a structure missing there. So at this point, both of these guys, even though they haven't seen much outside of their own base, it's also pretty obvious that there shouldn't be a lot of cheese in this particular match. I mean, we're gonna get the follow-up block as the Cybercore goes down. And this Cybercore, it'll continue building even without pylon power. So Spats is gonna have a very hard time taking this expansion.
He is. But I'm just looking at what he's been building. We have a Robo on the way and a third gateway. And DNS has chosen his tech here, which will be a Stargate. But neither player has opted for a Nexus just yet. So I don't want to think that DNS is completely going to get caught off by this, but neither player truly knows what the other one's up to. And this little block here almost works against DNS in a little bit, because he can be like, haha, I've stopped that Nexus for a long time. But it looks like Spats doesn't really have much intention of taking it right here, right now.
Absolutely, there's investment right here into something that the opponent doesn't really want to have in the first place anyways. One of the adepts goes down. Will he be able to get that Stalker? Does not look like it, at least for the time being. It's a nice control right there by DNS. Now the Oracle is flying in. There is a shield battery coming up, but it's not done just yet. What's inside of that prism? It's going to be a couple Stalkers, or 3 Stalkers here in total. I probably don't want to be firing at those.
That Oracle, just getting out of there. But now the jig is up kind of thing, isn't it? Might lose the Stalker on the way out here, and the last hit goes on the other Stalkers instead. DNS does have a shield battery, I think, in his main mineral line, so he can run back pretty far. But he knows what he's up against now, and
he should.
Stargate produced second Oracle here against everything that he's showing, and that does mean he will get to kill probes under a shield battery if he lines up the shots properly. But still, this is not a comfortable position for the French toss.
No, not at all. Spats ready to just continue warping in a ton of units right now. He's got those 3 gateways you were bringing up versus the 2 that DNS currently has available. DNS really wants to keep this natural alive, but that's going to be a very tall order for him. Sentry's being warped in right now. Okay, that prism just ever so slightly too far away, so he can't pick up those units perfectly. But those oracles, I mean, they're being handled as well in the meantime at home. Spats showcasing us some really solid decision-making, though. I mean, again, it's very decisive. Maybe it's not necessarily perfect, but he is not beating around the bush.
No, he's all about bringing it to DNS, isn't he? All about it. Some of the Warp Prism micro was a bit lackluster there, losing a lot of units, but...
no. That's painful.
Yeah, I mean, decisive, but he's been a bit sloppy these last couple of games with what he's been doing. Even this, trying to line up those adept shots there, not getting them connected. So far, DNS has weathered the storm, and resources lost tab. It's not in DNS, or rather, it's not in Spats' favor here.
He did end up killing the opponent's Nexus, so I guess that's nice for him, but he can't really make use right now of that additional gateway that he's had up and running because, well, the prism ended up going down. He can maybe continue the aggression in about a minute or so from now, but do you really want to double down on a 1 base all-in like that? Instead, he decides to go into an Immortal here. DNS decides to rebuild that Nexus, but you're absolutely right. It's been decisive, but also a little bit messy. Bit disjointed on those Adept attacks earlier. This is what you want to see, like what DNS is showing us right now with those Oracles. If they're not in sync and they're firing one at a time and then the other one goes, it's very messy, and the shield battery will be able to repair those probes back up to full HP. I think Spats could have evened up the worker count a lot more.
Yeah, we're getting into GG territory, actually. And it might sound premature. Spats is going to have one opportunity here to get things done. He had to remake that Warp Prism. It's not cheap. And DNS, he's pretty solidly on, setting up his second base here. I mean, if he's caught twice in a row from a kind of random attack from Spats, he's going to kick himself. But if he does some cheekiness getting... In fact, no, he can't blink into the main, can he? He's not got blink available. Spats has to go from the front, and he does have a chunky boy army.
Oh, Hallucinated Immortal in the mix too, which I do quite like. Shield batteries coming up here as well for DNS. Couple of Adepts once again, try to shade in. Okay, that Hallucinated Immortal, such a nice bait though. It's a lot of target firing.
Now there's a lot of force fields as well. It's a lot of energy you won't have for the next fight, which is a big deal. And DNS has 9 more workers alive.
He just walks by. Yeah, he just walked by and he managed to get the opponent's Immortal. There's one more available for the player in red. Picks it up, drops it behind the force field right now. I think this is going a little bit better for him, but ultimately that is a lot of blue units here, and those shield batteries are so helpful.
Shield battery overcharge is one hell of a drug, as my friend Kevin would say, about Stim primarily, but Spats, his micro's been on point, man. I think he's getting caught off guard again.
Absolutely, this is not looking all too good right now for the French Protoss. That natural expansion once again in a world of trouble. Keep in mind though, this is still 24 workers versus, well, now 17 here. Spats making a couple probes, decided to cancel the one that was on the production tab there. Wanted to make sure that he continues this all in. He is very, very much so leaning on that one Immortal of his. Super important unit. Decides to commit right there with the Shade. I'm not sure if I 100% agree with that one, to be honest.
You know, some players, they just want to see the world burn, and sometimes you get so caught up in how much damage you can deal that you don't think about what it costs. But probe
that was
count,
okay. Yeah.
Probe count equalized. Yeah, that wasn't too bad. Like 6 probes in this kind of game for maybe 3 adepts at that point. Yeah, not bad for him at all. But main bases are starting to get low, and DNS feels like he needs to deal some counter damage. And rightly so. These adepts get in again. The attacks are fairly synced up. 5 more probes bite the dust. 13 to 19 probes, 9 minutes in.
There's just no damage in this army of DNS. Like, that is just a group of adepts shading forward now twice, and barely any have gone down. There's a lot of stalkers waiting here inside of the main base as well for Spats. Okay, there's one Immortal here inside of that Prism. Immortals are amazing, but that's also why the one in red has been brought back home. That one Prism in blue! Oh my god, it ends up going down, and that's game. There's no way that he can come back from that.
Yeah, at least it kind of gives him some way, maybe, to get down this ramp, but with what? He's got a very, very, very flimsy army over here. Oh, this has been a tragic series for DNS.
Yeah.
And Spats is all about this feistiness and aggression. Now he starts up his own Nexus.
Okay, so it's basically a 5 stalker advantage right now for Spats, which should not be something that DNS can really come back against, but the thing is, Spats just invested his resources into that expansion of his, so I actually really like what he's doing here. He's been very aggressive throughout this series so far, but he decided right now, okay, you know what, I've built a Nexus, I can let my opponent come to me. At this point, I mean, there's a Phoenix available that Prism is going to be able to get out. I can deal a bit of damage, I can maybe harass the opponent, but I should just simply sit here for a little bit, and I really don't think he needs to move across the map again. But the man is smelling blood in this series.
Yeah, he's a real shark, man. Like, he just wants DNS out. And, you know, he's been playing...
Oh, that was good.
Moves, but, yeah, Loco, you kind of foresaw it. Do you need to be here on the other side of the map right now? The answer is no. But he wanted to get confirmation that, hey, where am I in this game? I've dealt so much damage to you. You can see that he really wants to see if there's a Nexus going up here. And,
okay.
Oh, my goodness. I mean, we'll get over here, and I think that walk... Oh, nice.
Oh, that's huge.
To buy him some time.
That is now like 3 stalkers going down and what seems to be 4 or 5 adepts. That's very significant. Okay, a little bit less than that ultimately. Spats, you don't need to be here, man. You just made an expansion. Your opponent is on 1 base. Why are we not just defending at home and taking that advantage of the economy boost that we're now getting? We're 11 minutes in. The expansion is critical. There's barely any mining right now for DNS in the main.
You can kind of feel that eagerness coming through, can't you? Like, it's just bleeding through here. Spats he's on the brink of keeping himself alive in this tournament and going 2-2, which would be phenomenal for the young German. And he just wants DNS to die. But DNS, a bit more of a veteran. Now, granted, he has been caught off guard many times by Spats, but Spats is absolutely making this a lot closer than it should be. And now he's actually going into Glaver depths here with what he's got. Very interesting, but in a low economy game where he is ahead, and seeing that much light armored units in the Protoss arsenal, yeah, he just wants to get him out as soon as possible.
Interesting. Yeah, if you're gonna be aggressive, it's certainly not a bad choice, but it also feels a little bit all-in-y in a way, right? And in this scenario, I mean, obviously we have perfect information. We know exactly what's going on. Spats is gonna do with limited amounts of info, and mostly, I guess, just based off of the harassment that he's been doing, he's got to sort of judge the game. Maybe he feels like this game isn't quite going his way in the way that we know it has been going. So I think it's going to be good. I think it's going to be good enough as well, but it does feel like the more flimsy option.
Oh, absolutely. But that's kind of been the way he flies, man. Like, it's all about being in the face of your opponent, catching them off entirely. And now it's just moments away from that glaive upgrade finishing. In fact, a good 11 seconds there.
Ooh.
Oh, he's attacking right before it's finished, actually. This is a kind of anti-timing for him, and I don't think it matters. It's a game of numbers at this point. GG is more. Spats takes it 2-0. That's how you know he was playing eager, Loco. The fact that he attacks right there 10 seconds or 12 seconds before the upgrade finishes, but, you know, all that eagerness paid off. All I want from Spats, when we see him again, just take a breath, good sir.
Yes.
It's, you know, take a breath, because some of those...
We need a little bit of patience for sure, right? This is what we see sometimes when... I mean, I want to say newer players. I know he's been competing for a long time. Okay, I just looked it up. Apparently, he's 23 years old at the moment, so he's not the youngest StarCraft player out there, but usually it's the younger players that tend to be a little over-eager with their aggression. Taking a breather and just building on the advantage is oftentimes the right move. Now, it ended up working out here, but I think if you make such decisions against the likes of, for example, a MaxPax after you get ahead, he will 100% grab the advantage back.
I mean, yeah, I mean, going Max is aiming real high with that one. Like one of the most important lessons for any RTS player to learn if they are aggressive is knowing when to not be. Just like when you're defensive, knowing when to not be. Like so, and just in Spats' case here, I think the importance of the game can also kind of be a driving force. You know, you get eager, but overall he takes it 2-0. He just has to be a little bit careful.
Very nicely done right here, though, in the end. And I believe that wraps up our European section for today. We still have 3 series left to go. They're going to be taking place in the North American region, or I guess the American region these days. We'll be right back after this.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
Welcome back to the ESL Masters Winter. We have wrapped up the Asian region, the European region for today as well, and now we're going to be moving on to the North American region here too. Now, before we get started, I wanted to give a quick shout out to the sponsors that make this particular event possible. We have Monster Energy, the US Air Force, as well as ESL Shop. And if you're interested in actually visiting the offline section of this event, you can pick up tickets with a discount. There's a link right over there. I think it's dreamhack.com/Atlanta/tickets. 20% off if you use code StarCraft. I mean, last year it was sold out and they needed to pull in extra chairs, and at some point there was just no more room for anybody else. So if you're interested in going, definitely go ahead and make sure you get your tickets ahead of time.
I think you nailed that, Loco. You know,
Thank you.
You were told like a minute ago, or in fact, we were told a while ago as well that you're doing the intro, but you nailed that. You nailed that.
Thank you.
Did you ever see Katz's intro one time? The really bad one?
No.
Oh, I mean, I can't. It was so bad that I can't even like say it again because.
Did he just stumble over his words, or like what happened?
No, it was amazing. Like I will not say it just because I think people might remember it, but it was absolutely gorgeous. Anyway, we're going to be getting into an Estrella versus Masa, and this is lined up to be a real cracker here. Like Estrella is an absolute beast. Masa used to be an absolute beast, and he's kind of part-time now, but he's still showcasing that he's got what it takes to tango with him. Anyway, spawning over in the top left of Oceanborn as a blue Terran, it is Masa.
And his opponent, down here in the bottom right, the man who's been dominating the North American region for quite a while now, it's none other than Estrella.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really cool to see Estrella doing so well. I mean, yeah, it really is amazing. Because he has been one of these pro wrestlers that a long time ago, he was on his up and up, and it was like, Neeb obviously held that flag, and then Estrella climbed the mountain. Like, he ascended all the way up to not just battle with Neeb, but like actually be one of the best in America, like absolutely overall, which that is really damn hard to do. And in this region, he's one of the favorites for sure. And that's with Titans like Scarlet there, Special there. And Estrella absolutely is one of the guys that you also look at and you're like, holy crap, he's kind of one to beat here. So the fact that he's 2-1 is a little bit surprising, but it's also, who did he fall to here? He fell 1-2 to Disc. So that was a big upset. And Disc is one of the players that has, made it through.
Now, looking at their head-to-head score, it's pretty much 50-50, which is pretty interesting to me. But over the last, well, apparently we have some form there as well as far as like the statistics currently go. But apparently these two have been facing off against each other ever since 2014. And I'm not sure if all of the series and tournaments that these two have ever played are included in that little graphic there. But overall, the last 9 times that these two have played against each other, it was Estrella winning every single time. So this is going to be an uphill battle here for Masa. That obviously also maybe helps a little bit with the pressure, right? Because you really want to win, but when you know you're not the favorite going into it, it may be a bit tricky to... sometimes you can get stuck in your own head a little bit, right? And at the very least, that may make him a bit more comfortable as we have a double factory opener.
Oh, Masa, show me how it's done. Show me how it's done, lad, you know? I've been seeing a lot of funky play recently, like absolutely funky play, and seeing this kind of stuff, I've been trying to make Cyclones work in this matchup, Loco. You know, they haven't been doing it for me. And I'm the kind of guy, I will not pretend it's because of the Cyclone, I pretend it's because of me. Okay, I'm absolutely joking. It's absolutely the Cyclone.
Did you see that cute little move right there with the probe? Like, he was about to lose that probe and then popped it in the gas. And then when the probe came back out of the gas geyser, the shield battery had just finished up. I don't know if that was luck right there, but I'm gonna make the assumption. No, Estrella did that on purpose.
It was a bit like, I don't want to say he got lucky, but
fortunate.
He had it lined up to go in the gas. Yeah, the gas finish. It was very nice for him. But 3 Cyclones at a time? that's going to be a lot of units on the field. And the thing is,
Absolutely.
given that Estrella is kind of part-time, or rather Masa's part-time, you have to know that he's probably up to no good. And he's always been a cheeky Terran. Like, people in this region know this was a guy that, like, proxy 2x the absolute living crap out of Scarlet, like, 5 games in a row. So
Yeah.
you know he's capable of this kind of stuff.
I have seen his build work really well, especially with an engineering bay block. So Protoss sometimes then decides to take the third base instead. And guys like Estrella are not shying away from that. If you have the third base taken here, it becomes a very messy game for Protoss. Now it's 4 Cyclones here. It is going to be a Blink Stalker follow-up, and Stalkers are certainly not a bad weapon against Cyclones, but this may just be a bit of a mismatched timing, though, because the Cyclones have already arrived.
This is super all-in, man. Is he bringing SCVs as well? I see quite a bit of blue on the map. Yeah, this is a super one-base all-in. And guess what? He's actually propped the shield battery overcharge. This is super bad for Estrella, and I think Estrella is more than aware that he's... No, he's not aware.
No. Don't make a third. Oh, he just made a third Nexus.
Yeah, he has no freaking clue, man. He has no...
He needs an Immortal. He needs whatever he can. That Observer is unnecessary. The third base is not necessary at all. Okay, now he must figure it out, but he needs an awful lot of units.
He absolutely does. I mean, he's got quite a few Stalkers out, but this is a good number of Cyclones, man. And that shield battery, it's already done its green, glowy in the dark thing, and now... Oh, mate, you cancel that Nexus. Cancel it. Get out of here. Like, what? Oh, my goodness. Welcome to NA, baby. That's what Masa's saying over here.
Lovely stuff right here. Masa trying his very best, trying to break through all of these units, and there's just not enough unit-producing structures here for Estrella. I mean, at this point, you may as well just keep that Nexus alive, because there's not really much you can produce. Maybe an Immortal would have been a nice thing to queue up, though.
I mean, honestly, shame on you, Estrella. You're such a good player. You're against one base. You see you're in one base, and he tries to take third against it. Oh, mate, that was... Oh, caught with your pants down, Estrella. Jeez Louise.
That was a cute little build right there from Masa for sure. So, not a super complex build order there either, right? This looks like one of those builds, like say you're a Terran player and you're struggling in this matchup. This looks like one of those builds you can just copy-paste directly and just execute against whatever it is the Terran's going, or sorry, the Protoss is going for.
Yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. This is like when you saw those Protosses 4-gate in a long time ago. You're like, yeah, I can do that. Like, you absolutely can. And, I mean, you have to be very, very... Because if you're a worse Protoss and you see your Terrans on one base, you can be, like, almost overly prepared, and then they fly out with the CC, and you're like, oh, damn, I'm behind, actually. But this game, Estrella had no freaking idea, man. Like, that was actually a little bit shameful of a player of his class. Like, those 2 Adepts initially that died to the Cyclone, like a single Cyclone, I think, and then the 3 Stalkers that got forced to shield battery overcharge, like, and then taking a third in the face of it all. Yeah, that was, oh, mate, that was brutal.
I wonder if...
brutal.
You think he could have canceled the Nexus and immediately started chronoing like the Robo, make it Immortal? I think he would have had an Immortal out there at the end, right? Like, that would have been... Maybe not his saving grace, but at least it would have looked a lot better than it ultimately did there. I mean, cute build right there from Masa for sure.
Yeah, definitely cute. Like I saw something like that from Beyond against Domragu in GSL, I think it was, like somewhere. But the thing is, he lost all his Stalkers as Blink finished. Like, it was super brutal, actually. But we're going to get right into the next game over here. Spawning over in the bottom left after some cheeky stuff in game 1. It's Masa.
I wonder if he can pull out a build like that twice in a row, especially against his opponent, spawning right here in the top right-hand corner. It's Estrella.
No, that was fantastic. I think he will do something a little bit weird again. I hope he does, just for my sake, because I enjoyed that. But, oh my goodness, that was that was glorious. Absolutely glorious. Nice build by Masa. Really cutesy by him. Yeah, just fun StarCraft, man.
Absolutely, yeah. No, if you're not paying super close attention, those are the type of builds that can catch you off guard. And that 2-gate opener right there from Estrella, it's deemed pretty safe, right? In pretty much every scenario, as Protoss versus Terran, but the new patch, everything is just a little bit different. The Cyclone has gone through a bunch of changes, and in a way, a lot of it is still a bit unexplored territory, so you can't really make those assumptions as in like, oh, this build is good against pretty much everything, assuming I micro everything correctly. I'm not really foreseeing any problems here, but it turns out Masa coming out swinging. Maybe also assuming that that is the build that Astral would be starting off this series with. Obviously, that previous map, generally we see the same build on it quite a lot, so maybe that is something he had in the back of his mind as well. Now I'm just looking at the production tab, man. I want to see what he's going to be adding on next.
Yeah, it looks far more standard from him, but what a lovely way to start off the series. Like with just, hey, I'm going to throw something wacky and wild at you, and Masa is a good series player, even getting the pro here.
Yeah, that's good.
Like, that's kind of not meant to happen either. I feel that Astray is already a little bit shaken.
Let's see. Okay, so there's the factory coming up. Command center as well on the back of it, so nothing all too crazy right here, at least for now for Masa, but is he going to add on another factory? I highly doubt he's going to do the exact same build twice in a row. He doesn't really have the gas for it yet either.
No, I mean, he can't do it anymore because he's got the second CC on the go. That was a 100% one base all in, which is what made it so ludicrous that, Astray was taking that third. Oh, great stuff. But yeah, this build so far looks a lot more streamlined and linear with what you see from normal TVP openings. Like that factory, he still has the option to scout with it, getting a Hellion out, getting a couple of Marines out, making sure that he can take the low ground expansion. But he is going for a big old switcheroo here. The kind of build that he's lined up here, it's very bad against any sort of proxy Stargate. And if I look at Masa's vision, totally blind, like did not scout whatsoever. Like he is absolutely he's Rotterdam in the casino again today, just absolutely flipping coins here, there, and everywhere, sprinkling the roulette table with a load of jazz, and yeah, he's playing StarCraft, my friend.
Playing all the games all at once here. Australia opening up with that robo facility over here, so at least that should be pretty safe once again, but we'll have to see if it decides to put down a third Nexus right around the same time once again. I mean, getting confirmation at the very least that there's a natural expansion taken would be really nice here for him. Once again, he's taken up position over here to make sure that, yeah, none of those Hellions are going to be able to slip in. There's the extra gases starting up here, though, for Masa. Those are really quick.
Really quick, and third and fourth gas, before the natural even landed.
Yeah.
Cyclones, Raven, second factory.
Second factory.
Yeah.
Mech twice in a row? Okay.
Yeah, it's cool, man. It's cool. Like, so in my head, and Masa probably feels similar, Astrea's meant to be so good right now that playing him in a straight up PvT when he practices so much is kind of the one thing you don't want to do against him. So whipping out stuff like this, mate, I love it. I absolutely do. Like, this is super. If you ever are the quote-unquote underdog, that's when you kind of want to whip out something that your opponent's never maybe seen before, because then they're playing your game. You're not playing their game.
No, absolutely. So it's going to be Ravens as well with Interference Matrix. That ability now needs to be researched. Honestly, even anti-armor missile is pretty amazing these days when you do go Mass Cyclone, because they do now benefit from that armor reduction. It's going to be a charge slot attack right here from Astrea, it seems, or at the very least, that's the upgrade he is getting first out of his Twilight Council. I'm inclined to imagine that anti-armor missile from the Raven and a whole bunch of Hellion Cyclone is going to absolutely tear apart Zealots.
It could do. It really depends on the situation.
Yeah.
Astrea, he's not going to make... I think he scouted, right, with a hallucination, so he did get to spot that it was mech. Let me just clarify for myself here. So
yeah, he did see the second factory.
Yeah, so he got a spot on, and if there's one thing that mech sucks against, it's pure aggression. Like, mech doesn't want to get going, does not want to get going, or the Protoss does not want to allow the mech to get going, excuse me. And that feels that Astrea, he's taken a much later third here. He's far more respectful of his crazy opponent, but the amount of units that he's going to be able to have out on the field, and also getting out Archons, like, surprisingly, Archons are very good against mech. It's just because no unit does extra damage to them from the mech arsenal. So I love the fact that he's going for that as well.
Yeah, I thought actually Masa would be sticking around on a little bit more Cyclone Hellion play here, but he's going for the more slow-moving force here instead. Prepared for any sort of aggression right now in the main base as well, but none of that is really coming. Astrea has taken now the third base on the other side of the map. He's going into the Storm upgrade too. Maybe some High Templar drops can be very, very nice, of course, even though that's not something that Masa will see all too often. It's Yeah, especially with Terran Mech, gonna be pretty tricky to hold. Obviously, you can pull the SCVs in time, but you need to be very fast.
Oh, you certainly do. Like, the way that Masa set him here, it's... Mate, I've loved tampering with mech every now and then against Protoss, and the new Cyclone does allow certain things to happen. Like, he's got double Raven with this. Like, it's funny, it's funky to see. And Estrella knows exactly what he's up against. There's certain players that don't know how to play against mech, and there's some that do, but there's no third CC here. Like, I don't think Masa wants to make this a long game, you know? I just hope that Estrella isn't falling into a trap against this, and maybe trying to kill it too early, because Masa, if he moves out, he can potentially kill himself.
We just saw an observer going down here from Estrella in the main base of the Terran here, so at least he saw the absurd amount of production. We've got ourselves 5 factories, and that is going to be so much money spent on units that there's no way that there's really another base up. It's got to be careful, though. Don't lose any of those Templar. Okay, for now, excellent work right there by Estrella, dealing a lot of damage, not really losing anything.
And Masa, look at this. The boys are pulled in yet again. I like the play, though. I like the play with that, because this army, anti-armor missile, the Ravens fly in. I mean, they barely got anything done. Anti-armor missile is cool, but Estrella, yeah, I don't think he was quite prepared to see what was happening here, but he has met it on the field, and he does know now how incredibly all-in Masa is with this.
Yeah, now he doesn't have a Storm anymore. I think another Storm or 2 here would be amazing. Maybe a little over-eager there, trying to keep those units alive, morphing them into Archons. There's a lot of siege tanks out there, 8 of them in total. 2 more are just about to finish up. We're gonna slow push. I mean, there's nothing really to put inside of the bunkers, but I guess it's gonna provide like a bit of a meat shield right here for the rest of these units.
Yeah, I mean, even one Marine, if you put it in, it's like, it becomes an attack priority kind of thing for the Protoss units, and losing that rogue at the front could be a big deal. Oh my god.
Those Blue Flame Hellbats are absolutely destroying it. He's activated the battery overcharge to try and destroy all of these mech units right now at his front door. There's another Storm finishing up, at least getting rid of some of those Hellbats for a moment. But yeah, now the battery overcharge is wearing off. The Robo facility is going to go down here.
Estrella's in so much trouble, man. So much trouble. Even had some Zealots in the back here that tried to flank the tanks, but, you know, they did not do their job. Masa's taken a supply lead.
Imagine if those Ravens didn't just get all army hotkey. Oh my god, the Blue Flame Hellions going to town right here over at the 3rd base, killing all the probes. Stalkers get warped in over here, but that's not necessarily what you're looking for at this point. Immortals are going to try again, but it looks like there's just way too much Terran mech. Well, I say that.
One of the last Immortals there does stay alive just about, and that Warp Prism gets in a good warp in there with the Zealots, but mate, the damage has been done, but that last Immortal standing real strong. This game is so damn close between them. Welcome to NA.
These are some crazy strategies. Ultimately, though, it looks like Estrella manages to push that back. Breaking out of that contain, absolutely critical. Keep in mind that Masa pulled some SCVs with all of this as well, and he doesn't have a 3rd command center. Estrella did lose a lot of probes there, but he still has that 3rd Nexus of his alive. Well, more and more workers are gonna go down here. I wonder if we could have sent those Hellions over here a bit earlier. Like, the first wave, I mean.
Probably could have put 9 probes for these.
Whew.
Came in a bit later, but very, very good. Both lost workers there. Masa's killed 20, though. Lost 7 of his own. But this mech army that he's been making, it's actually a bit tricky to get out so many units so quickly. Because even the Cyclones, they take quite a long time to produce. They're about the same time as tanks, which is a bit surprising given how much cheaper they are and more brittle.
Absolutely. All right, so Estrella is going to try and stabilize here. What's the unit composition that he's producing? Well, it's going to just be a bunch of Stalkers for now. We're finally also, by the way, getting the Cyclone speed upgrade. I think it's called the Hurricane Thrusters.
Yeah, there was definitely some discussion as to whether Cyclones actually have thrusters or not.
Yeah.
Meaning the name was ridiculous, you know? I saw many a comment going on about that.
Yeah.
Almost as, you know, controversial as the name Demu, apparently. Anyhow, Masa is moving out here. Will kill a Swordfish Trouble. Supply still fairly close. And is that the 3rd Raven of the game, or did he just keep it alive?
No, he YOLO'd in those Ravens, or at least one of the Ravens YOLO'd in right at the very start of that previous engagement. I think this may be the one that was still available there.
Yeah, I think so. It's got to kill very randomly. So must have come to turret at some point in the engagements that I
It was a shame they got all army hotkeyed forward, though, right? Like, it would have been really nice to have another Raven available with this particular army here. Ultimately, this is gonna be tricky here, I think, for Masa, because he's just so stuck here. Is he gonna just pull the boys another time?
I don't know. Like, he has a third CC make in here, so I don't think so. But he is.
We're gonna fly to main.
If he sieges in this siege zone, I'm very surprised. Oh, one High Templar is sniped. Just because of how fast High Temp, or rather Zealots, can get on those tanks with that speed zone being in the mix as well. But now Astrea is fully aware of exactly what mech comp he's up against. And I mean, these Hellbats, like these mech units, Loco, they have +2. Like, they pack a real punch. Oh.
Absolutely. Fight over here in the middle of the map. All of the siege tanks did siege up in time, but is there enough to really buffer just for the Zealots? We have a Liberator sieging up as well, but that looks like all of the siege tanks are going to go down, and that's exactly what Astrea has been looking for this entire time. That's the backbone of that mech army, and it takes so long to get those units going. That is exactly here what the Protoss player was aiming for. I think that will allow him to at the very least shut down this base and maybe even win the game. GG is gold.
I mean, yeah, today we've had some bizarre StarCraft. Like, Astrea definitely is making this a lot harder than I thought he would, Like, I really thought he'd make this a lot easier on himself, because there's one clip in my mind that I think most StarCraft players have probably watched, where it's TY, I think the map was Catalyst or so, and he's got a 200 supply mech army with PFs and everything. Like, and he's totally set up, right? And then just a bunch of Zealots Archon Immortal just run at him. And, in TY's mind, and you're watching this fight, and you're just like, oh my god, the Protoss, what's he doing? He's going to get obliterated. And basically, you just see 200 supply of pure Terran just get absolutely wiped out. Massive. And TY's face afterwards, he's just like, oh, like, oh my god, what's happening? Like, mech is quite easy to take out, but Astrea seeing like 2 bases again and the mech moving out, he's like, what am I going to do? I'm going to fight you. And I'm like, no, stay back. You can whittle down, but don't do that. Like, and that's 2 games in a row where I feel that Astrea is getting caught off guard by Masa's shenanigans here.
That was so close. That first push across the map really could have gone in Masa's favor there, right? Like, that was really close. Ultimately, the reinforcement right there for Astrea did the trick, but that was a tremendous amount of damage he took, and I don't think he's going to be all too happy with that defense that he did. He probably is going to try and clean it up a little bit right here in game number 3. We're going to take ourselves to El Cyan. We're in the top right-hand corner with the blue SCVs. Going for mech twice in a row, it's Masa. Now sending an SCV across the map. I don't think he scouted a single time in the previous games, so...
Oh, So by the looks of the camera, I do think he's sort of going behind the mineral line or so. I'm not entirely sure. Anyhow, spawning on the bottom left, as our red Protoss, it is Astrea.
Yep. So there's the barracks coming up right outside of the main base of the Protoss here. So this is one of those locations where you can get into the main base here pretty easily, but it's going to be difficult here for Astrea to figure it out.
Yeah, like, if it is just a fake proxy, or when I say fake proxy, it's obviously a proxy, but, this has a few different follow-ups to it. But where it's positioned, you can't build a tech lab there, so most likely just going to be a Reaper, and then just playing a game from there. Yeah, this is also like a totally valid opening, and you get out a couple of Reapers, you can maybe get a bunker near the natural. Something that we've seen a lot of tip-top Terrans use a lot, and I just hope that Astrea doesn't... misread the situation entirely. Oh, gonna put... So, I mean, I'm curious what he's going to do with that SCV over there. Whether it's just going to be full-on proxy shenanigans, and maybe it is from Masa.
Yeah, he doesn't have gas just yet, but it's coming up right now. I think he's going to proxy the factory here as well.
Yeah.
Has to.
Or factory...
No, factory at home. Starport, I guess?
Yeah, factory at home, starport. And I mean, this is about as close to the Protoss base as you can get, right? Like, it's super close. So I think that, oh mate, there's so many things you can do with this actually. Now that I think about it, you can get 3 Hellions on the other side of the map, or you can go for a reactor, and this Reaper, we're seeing it.
Second factory. He's proxying another factory over here.
Yeah.
So a double factory start, but this time around, one of them is on the other side of the map. Estrella has got a probe inside of the main base here of Masa. He's looking around, he's like, okay, this isn't looking all too terrifying, but he's got to realize that at some point, these resources are gonna need to be spent here by the Terran, and yeah, you'll probably figure out here, just by looking around the main base, that something is not quite right.
Do you know what's actually really annoying for Estrella? And it's going to take him a while to get the confirmation here. He doesn't know if there's a CC on that low ground or not. So that probe in the main has quite a...
He's going to check.
Yeah, he's going to go check, I do believe, whether there is a CC going up or not. And that Hellion, it was a smart move. It's a fast unit to make. And now he does get to... Wait, he's making a lot of Hellions here. Like, even with the reactor over there. Hell, that push with Marauders. I love you, Masa. Like, you know what? Masa, I love you. Like, so
Hellbats. Against Protoss.
Shell, Marauders. This is, there
we go.
I love it.
What a strange way to ultimately get here. I'm a little afraid that Protoss is just going to have way too many units by the time this hits, but this is, again, one of those things we don't commonly see. So Estrella is desperately trying to figure out what in the world is happening in this game. He does have a shield battery, but it's actually a very far forward one. We've got ourselves a robo facility coming up as well. If he goes for an observer first, or something that won't allow him to really attack, I've got a feeling he's going to be in a world of trouble. Concussive Shells is already going to finish up. That upgrade is so fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's super fast. Like, by the time you start it, you can get out 2 Marauders in time and they'll be out kind of thing. But wait, okay, so he moves over here.
You need to mine out the middle ones. I was wondering about that earlier. So the one over there at the bottom of that ramp is actually a little cursed. That's why he needed to bring that. I think he could have done it with another SCV. But anyways, here we go.
Oh my, okay, battery overcharge, immediately done here, but Hellbat damage is actually ridiculously high, but is Estrella gonna worry here? I mean, I don't think so.
I don't think killing a shield battery is enough, Ben.
No, I mean, this is funny. This was really fun. I love the little mule as well.
Here's the Immortal. Boom.
Yeah, well played, Masa. I loved the idea. This is wonderful.
Yeah. Well, wonderful if you're Estrella, maybe, but not ideal right there for Masa. Oh, that mule being brought out as well. There's an interesting interaction I've run into on that map as well. You need to mine out one of the middle ones, because the one all the way on the far side in that particular spawn location does not allow you to fit the bigger units through. So I think if you would have mined out any of the other ones, you would have been fine and you didn't need to drop the mule. But ultimately, I don't think that extra bit of income would have mattered all too much.
I actually think he would have been far better off going for some of the Cyclone stuff, actually. Like, with how it worked in game 1 and getting to there, I think it would have been a lot better. But, you know, I appreciate the thought and him going for it. It was cool. It was fun.
Yeah.
Absolutely didn't work.
We saw Dolan doing something similar as well earlier in this tournament. I'm not exactly sure who the opponent was anymore, but he did make it work then at the time. And catching the opponent off guard with Hellbats is pretty awesome, but ultimately, Estrella, he didn't really know what he was playing against, but he just had all the right tools for the job.
Yeah, it didn't matter for him. Didn't matter. Anyhow, guys, that will be Estrella. I believe that was him moving on through. That was his qualifying game. Yes, it was. So Masa will still remain in the tournament at a 2-2 score, and we're going to a short break. Stay tuned.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
We have 2 series remaining, and actually, I guess only one hand. And the first one, Loco, is a ZVZ. I like ZVZ. I know a lot of people don't. They think we're crazy, but I think ZVZ is pretty cool, and particularly in a ZVZ, it gets a little crazy.
We had a wonderful series of Zerk versus Zerk yesterday as well that I got to cast with Wardy at the end. Pretty similar, actually. I think it's about the same time as we were casting yesterday, too. That was a match between Eric and Eggs. And honestly, some of the craziest, I'm going to call it crazy. I think that's probably the nicest word I can come up with. Some of the craziest build orders I've seen in a while. Some of those things, I don't even think we would consider them build orders. We just threw a bunch of stuff at each other. It got nasty, it got dirty, but it also got very entertaining. So I'm hoping this match is going to be the same.
I mean, if you look at Eric, he certainly has sets. He beat Dark 2 weeks in a row in an EPT Cup. Like, he does have that meta setting ability somehow, but I don't know. I think these players, they're a little bit less crazy, but we're going to find out because game 1, it's on Oceanborn. And on the upper left here in the red for Apprentice Esports. His name is Uko.
I believe this is going to be a bit of an uphill battle for him because he's actually never won a map in a tournament setting against his opponent. I believe he's 0-12. His opponent, it's Cham. Maybe today is the day, though, where he can get that, that score flipped upside down. I mean, it's been a long time since that last played against each other in a tournament setting, so obviously you gotta always take those stats with a grain of salt. Plus, on top of that, it is Zerk versus Zerk. This is a matchup that's extremely volatile. You can accidentally lose just by not paying attention for a quarter of a second, maybe even less than that.
Yeah, I mean, it's long been described as what, a blindfolded knife fight in a phone booth. Something like that.
There you go.
And you know what? In fairness, European ZVZ is not that much anymore. It's a lot of 3-base, Roche play, not quite as much crazy Ling Bane aggression, but for the most part, North Americas, they've kind of forgotten that. And generally, we see a lot of Ling Bane play, a lot of crazy aggression early on. And again, I didn't get a chance to see that Eric Egg series, Loco, but I imagine at least there was at least some of that.
There was also a great series between Elaser and Bly, where Bly ended up opening up with a proxy spine crawler. So he made a hatchery on the other side of the map, and then with a little bit of residual creep, he put down a spine crawler. We had some bangers of ZVZ yesterday, man. I know that a lot of people don't necessarily love the mirror matchups. I almost feel like that's something just left over maybe a bit from the olden days of StarCraft, because back in the day, I'm with you guys, maybe the mirror matchups weren't as exciting, but these days, all 3 of them are actually really solid, and ZVZ, I mean, this is a controversial opinion, but it's actually one of my favorite matchups in the game. I think it's very good.
Oh, I mean, I agree. There was a time like before Katowice last year, so 2 patches ago, when honestly TVT was pretty stale. But in general, yeah, no, it's been awesome. And I don't know, Loco, personally for me, early game is fun, but when we start to get to the late game, Hydra, Lurker, Viper, and it's just this, at that point, people love TVT because of the chess match and the Marine tank positioning battles. And for my eyes, Hydra, Lurker, Viper is just a better TVT. So you get a little bit something, you get chaos in the early game, crazy positioning in the late game. I don't need to sell you. I mean, you already said it's a good matchup.
The problem with late game ZVZ, though, is that you need to survive the early game and the mid game, and that's usually where the games tend to end. Because again, the margin for error in this matchup is absolutely tiny. So far, nothing all too crazy, though. We've got both players opening up with a 3rd hatch, both of them going for Ling speed as well as the Baneling Nest on the back of this. We may see some deviations here in a moment, but first off, we're going to have to do the dance. We're going to have to do the Zerkling Baneling dance, and well, if your dance moves aren't good, you can lose.
Yeah, you can dance where you want to, and we're going to have to see if Uko, I guess he wants to dance on Cham's side of the map. And Cham a little bit slower in pumping those lings, which means he gets a couple drones out earlier on. If Uko doesn't get the damage he wants, again, it's going to be a minor advantage. The way ZVZ works is that drone counts matter, but they can change very, very quickly. So for now, Uko across the map here, Baneling is 6 Banelings morphing in, but at the very least, this feels like a dead queen. So look, if Uko gets away with that one, that by itself is a beautiful, something. But Uko's Banelings were hiding. Where'd they come from?
Oh, that was a missed opportunity right there for Cham. I think he could have had all those Zerglings there for just about a split second. The Queen is still around, though. I really like the location that he was warping in from, or morphing in those Banelings, rather. He wishes he could warp in Banelings. That would be kind of nuts.
Kind of gross.
Roachhorn coming up right now for Ukko, though. Or for Ukko here. He decides to go for maybe a bit more of a solid follow-up here. Right? For the longest time, we used to see Evo Chambers first, but these days a lot of players go for that safety Roachhorn instead.
I mean, have you heard the gospel of a laser? Just don't get an Evo Chamber. Max Roaches. It's the way to play ZVZ.
Well, I've also casted a lot of laser games where the Evo Chamber would have been nice. Would have been nice to have. Careful with those. Ooh, okay. With those Zerglings, I thought he was assuming there he was going to go for a run by.
And actually, a couple drones went down. I'm not actually sure where they went down, but anyway, 4 drones have died. So Ukko, he cut workers for that early bit of aggression, just lost 4 of his own. And again, a little minor economic. Oh, Banelings. Not going to find it just yet, but again, minor economic advantage for Cham right now. Roach is on the way for both sides. And at this point, there we go.
Yeah. Well, especially on the underwater map, right? It looks extra dramatic. Now, eventually these units will be pushed back, but you already brought it up. Cham has been droning for a bit, and he already had the economical advantage. So now it's up to Ukko here to go for the counterattack. Generally, when you get to the other side of the map, that's the moment where you start droning. Cham is the one who fires up a few more drones here. That screams confidence to me. He needs to be very careful that he does not get caught off guard against just a mass amount of army here for Ukko, because he's about to start knocking at the front door here.
That he is, and it's no longer just Lings that can die very quickly to Banelings, and even if you're down, you can kind of be okay. No. There are a couple of Roaches on the map, not a ton, and this defensive setup for Cham seems like it's actually, I know it's a beautiful position. He's up army supply, he's got defender's advantage. Banelings aren't ready for Ukko just yet, so Ukko's trying to just lean into this, but Loco, this is not going to work. I mean, if it does, well, Ukko gets the most insane connections I've ever seen, but it shouldn't. So Cham, he's now up 9 workers. He's in a beautiful spot.
Yeah. Then again, the larva mechanic allows you to produce a lot of stuff very quickly. Cham going for a bit of an attack over here. This is not super committed. He still doesn't have an Evo Chamber doing any sort of researching. There it finally comes up. We also do have the lair now building, but he's investing into a better future, right? Like, he is just moving across the map a little bit, maybe trying to scare the opponent into making some roaches, because ultimately when you scare your opponent into making roaches, it means that they're not making drones, and well, the drone count here is absolutely critical. When you're both making the same units, the player with more economy will usually end up winning unless you take a really horrible fight.
Yeah, that much is true. And Cham, not only was his economy been that much better for quite a while, he's been up pretty significantly in army supply too. So this idea that, yeah, Ukko can go and build drones and be okay, sure. But when Cham's ahead on both, you're playing the balancing act of how many drones, how many army units do I make? It's just kind of bad for both. But Cham, he wanted to get a 4th base. I don't know if this didn't go down or if he canceled it or what, but no 4th base at the moment. And there we go. So
I think he was a bit scared. He saw his opponent marching across, so he got a little worried. Now instead he decides to fire up the roach speed together with the Spire. Another one of those moves that you would never see in the early days of StarCraft 2, or very, very rarely. These days it's a pretty common move. So just a group of mutas and then a transition. Ooh, nice connection over there. Transition back towards that roach army, and when you have about a dozen or so, maybe 8 to 12 or so mutas out, it's really difficult for the roach player to ever move across the map.
And the key thing we're looking at here, as Cham has Aspire, by the way, it was scouted, the key thing we're looking at is how many mutas do you make? There is a big, you talked about 10, 12, 15 mutas, and that's a pretty heavy commitment, but it's not uncommon, especially when players are playing against Serral, to go in, they're going to get like 8 mutas. They're going to get 6 mutas. It's enough to sit on top of an army and kill Ravagers. It's enough to one-tap a drone here or there, knock down all the vision, as this base will fall. But if you do that...
Yeah, it's match control, right? It's really nice to be able to deny all of that Overlord vision as well. Ukko, in the meantime, by the way, is morphing in a couple Dropper Lords himself. He's seen the Spire, like you brought up. Maybe he's thinking about bringing the Queens across the map. Now, that is a dangerous move, because if those Overlords get sniped, if those Dropper Lords get sniped, he's going to be in a world of trouble. There they are.
Yeah, and there were 5 of them on the map, but he's not doing anything with it just yet. And
12 mutas.
Yeah. So at the very least here, if this is a commitment to anti-muta tech that Ukko we would expect him to go for, the 12 mutas, that's enough
we're gonna
to
send
justify.
it through the center? So sorry, but like this has been spotted from a mile away. There's roaches in those.
It's not even queen. Like Ukko knows that there's a Spire. Put queens in that. You need anti-air. Muta, 12 mutas, it's significant. And Cham, he's going to find this in the middle of the map. He's got a Roach run by on the third. Loco, could Uko be even more all in?
I don't think he needed to do this at all.
No.
He had the vision. I didn't mind the idea of queuing up a Roach drop towards the natural off to the right side of the map and maybe queuing up a Roach drop towards the main or something like that. But he decided to make a pretty even game. I mean, maybe a slight disadvantage for him, but he decided to basically put all of his eggs in one basket. I mean, here's the Roaches showing up, but there's 12 units up in the air, and there's no units that can fire to those units up, and or to those units that are flying around right here for I mean, that was a completely unnecessary fight. He loses 100 supply right there for very little reward.
Yeah, you know, maybe it's just because I haven't eaten since breakfast this morning, but I'm just looking at the soup, man. The soup is not lying here. It's 190 to 107. Better tech for Cham. He's got the meters as well. This fourth base is never going to go up. And I mean, if Uko just kind of sat back, defended, been okay, push creep to the fourth base.
Maybe should just go kill him. He's playing this very conservatively, like that was just a timing attack right there from Uko. There's Hydras available right now. Yeah, if you just attack here with the Roaches, I think you just win. And he does it, okay.
Yeah, there we go.
Like maybe if there was a transition towards Lurkers or something like that on the horizon, but none of that is going on. Uko, I think, with a bit of a misread here. Ultimately, even though he scouted the Spire, ultimately has to tap out a game.
I wonder if it was he kind of saw the Spire and thought it was not as far along as it was. So you're trying to hit that timing like as the mutas are gonna get built and all this money is spent, and then like there's 20 supplies sitting in larva that you can't use, and then maybe. But I mean, that's the only thing I can think of. It was just
that wasn't a very fast Spire though.
No.
Like that was a pretty late lair right there from Cham, and he just got there. He's like, I got some resources. I guess I'll go for the lair. Like you can kind of go for a Spire at any point in a Zerg versus Zerg now. There's not really like a set time for it anymore. Like you need to rush it out. Nah, it's pretty much always quite useful. So, interesting decision right there. Like I actually think bringing the Queens across would have also done very little, to be honest. Because yeah, I don't see what they would have achieved. That was a move that I can't quite figure out the use behind. But
yeah,
it ended up not working out for him.
Yeah, it was weird. That being said, you know, maybe it's game one. You know, it's the elimination game, and that is something that we do have to consider. Uko is very new to high-level competitive play. I think this is his second or third DreamHack/ESL season. So again, one of those situations when your back is against the wall and you are sitting at 1 and 2, you are in this awkward position where you have to win. And I think quite realistically, you know that you're the underdog here. Cham has beaten Uko, fairly consistently, and Cham, I'm surprised he's 1 and 2. I would expect him to be 2 and 1, maybe in a better position to advance. All that being said, you feel so much pressure on you if your name is Uko to make something happen, and then when it doesn't happen, well, it gets rough. But we're gonna have to see Loco. Can he do something game 2? And well, to find it out, in the bottom left, in the blue, he's up a game for Starlight Twinkle. It's Cham.
And his opponent all the way in the opposite corner, going for a little spawning pool this time around. We're looking inside of the main base of Uko. He was not playing a bad game though. I think he was ever so slightly behind, but it wasn't anything all too significant. It could be that it was a bit of a misread as well from him, that he thought, okay, I need to get something done because I'm in so much trouble. But yeah, that really wasn't an awful game for him at all. Then again, playing the macro game against somebody of Cham's caliber is very scary, so maybe he felt like it was do or die, and he needed to get it over with fast, and he decided to just go for an attack that, well, would at the very least finish the game. I wasn't the biggest fan of that particular attack of his, but maybe this particular build here can work out a little nicer, although Cham decided to go for an ever so slightly faster pool here than you normally would.
Yeah, that's gonna... I think in part this might just be safety, where... Well, actually, no, it was Uko that went for the fast pool. Never mind.
Yeah, so Cham decided to go for, I think it was a hatch first into a pool and then eventually a gas geyser too. He took the gas and a pool right around the same time.
You had me, I mean, for some reason, anyway. So Uko is going to get across the map. Very early, he's going to be able to put pressure on this natural. And the key thing, it's only, well, he's actually going to make 10lings, is that you get you get Lings on the hatch before it finishes, because then there's no armor, not +1 armor, so you're able to just get a little bit more damage. It's actually going to force the drones down a little bit here. So despite that slightly earlier pull coming out of Cham, this is reasonable economic damage done to drones. Even if you, I mean, you have to kill them to really justify this. But for right now, I mean, this is 10 drones, something like that.
It's good. I actually really like this here for Cham. As long as he doesn't lose the hatchery, this is A-okay for him. Now, there are links coming up, and he really needs to make sure that he does not lose it. Generally, you pull about 12 to 13 drones, so it's not the biggest commitment right here from him. Although that being said, I think he's going to be able to clean this up eventually, especially with the queen spawning. 4 drones have gone down, and ultimately that just sort of evens up the game a little bit. A lot of that lost mining. Uko here did make a hatchery on the back of it too. Raynor told me, I think this was years ago at like a home story cup, that 13 is the magic number, and that's what I've been following with every single time. I don't even know if he was trolling me, but I've been following that advice religiously, as if it is indeed the gospel of truth. And well, I think Cham pulled a little bit less than he honestly should have.
And as a result, he lost a bunch of Lings. He lost 4 drones. Again, the mining time, because you do have to pull, and also, I mean, significant damage on the hatch. 99 games out of 100 when the hatch takes damage like that, it doesn't really matter, right? We don't see it go down, but you know, especially if Uko decides to do some Ling Bane aggression on the side of it, there is that like 1 game out of 100 when you have the prolonged aggression long enough that the base dies anyways, just off Baneling Splash or something ridiculous like that. It's probably not gonna matter.
So one thing that Cham scouts here is a full gasless follow-up here from Uko, which is kind of neat. He did go for that link speed himself. He also lost an Overlord just now, which is actually quite unfortunate. There is no Baneling Nest or anything available for Cham, so he can hide Zerglings in the corner of the opponent's main base all he wants, but there's nothing coming up. What he does have, however, is link speed. And Metabolic Boost alone, just a good old link flood can definitely catch the opponent off guard. Uko's trying to set up a wall off right now because he does see these links coming across. Okay, I actually like this a lot. Just completing it, not allowing the units to get in, but the queens are still gonna need to put in a lot of work.
Yeah, I like the idea from those Lings as well to maybe just dive in and delay the wall for just a second. But Uko, yeah, he's not taking this lightly at all. It's a 3-layer wall. So yeah, Cham's gonna get through a layer. He's gonna get through 2 layers, but every time he burrows through on this, the problem is, by the way, he's not canceling them. They're dying, and that is a significant amount of money that's now getting lost for Cham, for Uko. And the Lings now, they find their way on top of the queens, but there is enough transfuse energy, so this should be okay. Even still, though, I mean, that was, I think, 3 or 4 dead Evos that really should have been canceled.
Look at that. Zerg players making walls.
Wow.
Generally, that's something for Terrans and for Protosses, but apparently Zergs can do it too, huh?
Yeah, apparently. I mean,
unseen. Never heard before of a Zerg player making a wall off like that. Nah, it is a good response right there, of course, from Uko, who's actually finding himself in a surprisingly playable spot. Even though this is a very weird situation, I actually think he can, go. Oh, he's found a bit of an angle. He can just go for a Roach Warren and maybe use 1, 2, maybe even 3 of his Evo chambers to get some upgrades going as well.
So I'm hearing.
No, I don't think you need to make another Evo. Okay.
So Loco, I'm hearing a 1-1-1. Ling Bane.
Yeah. A Zerg 1-1-1.
Yeah, exactly. A +1 attack, +1 attack, and +1 Carefus.
You know, I have played this type of game before as well, where I'm pretty happy with my wall micro here. And I have caught myself at some point in one of these types of games with an extra Evo chamber in the main base, because for some reason, I figured that's the only location where you can make upgrades in this matchup. So you have 12 Evo chambers built at the front, and you're like, you know what I need? I need an Evo chamber right now. I need something to start my upgrades with. Because you don't really view these Evos over here as a, well, at the very least, I don't. Uko, at the very least, does start up an upgrade here, but sometimes you can go a little bit into autopilot. But yeah, he decided to go for the absolute safest Evo chamber to dedicate to the +1 missile research.
Yeah, you just got to make sure. Now, how do you feel about this, though? So it's +1 melee on the way from Cham. He's got a Roach Warren. Fine. Generally, when we see +1 melee, it's into Mutaplay, something like that. But again, not massive indications for that right now. We're only on, I guess we're on 2 gas. But if you're on mutas, first of all, you need a layer. And second of all, you want to be 4 gas, 6 gas, something like that. Really have that heavy gas count.
Yeah, I guess Ravager Ling is the plan here for Cham, because otherwise the +1 melee doesn't really make a lot of sense. He does see that his opponent is researching something, so that's always a little bit scary. You know, also notices that the opponent is going to be at lair tech, because otherwise you wouldn't have this Overseer flying around, so the +1 melee is a lot more committed, right? Like, you kind of need to get something done fast because that upgrade, it falls off in the next couple minutes.
It really does. Once you get, certainly once Carapace goes down, that matters not at all. And the other thing is, like, you can get Carapace, right? And that is, it's great because it applies to your Lings, your Banelings, your Roaches, your Queens, whatever you have. And that can enable these kind of middle tech setups. Ooh, nice Serral there with the +1 as well. So I guess this was the idea from Cham. You get +1 melee to snipe a Queen, but here comes the army as well. It's not all that big, though. Not yet. We're kind of missing a lot of stuff, and actually the Ravagers are going to get stuck on those chokes just a little bit, but now Lings, there's the surround you were looking for, Loco. Biles, are they going to land? No, not yet, in fact, but still, this surround.
Okay, once again, I mean, this fight here for Cham should not be going the way it has been going, but Uko getting caught right there with his pens down. +1 missile is finished right here as well for the player in red, so that makes those Roaches so much better against these Ling-heavy armies. But Cham getting the wrap around and then following it up with Biles, getting the full energy Queen right there before the fight really began as well, which is absolutely massive. Uko has had the economical advantage here for a long time. They're essentially making the same units. And somehow, some way, Cham is getting it done, it seems. At least in that first part of the fight.
Yeah, we're going to have to see. I love these Biles, by the way, just canceling the eggs as they go down because, of course, spell damage punches through. Now, it is, you talked about it, but it is important to bring up again. The army of Uko, give him enough time, his army is going to be better. He's got he's got +1 range, excuse me. His Roaches will shred the Link. It really is a big deal here as long as Cham is able to keep this pressure going. But he does have more production. He does have that third base. Queens will fall down, less production there as well. And Cham is just, I love the patience, just slowly wedging his way in, looking for those surrounds. Now gets on top of the Roaches on the left side. Biles are still not going to land, though. But now the Lings on up the ramp, trying to find what they can. Uko microing backwards, and this is just not working out for Cham right now. Biles at the end will land. But look at the supply, 55 to 39. The Lings are just, they're not getting enough.
Yeah, so with +1 missile, the Zerglings that are not upgraded with their armor at all, they get 2-shot rather than the conventional 3-shot, which is absolutely massive. So suddenly these Roaches in red, they're killing the Zerglings with 2 attacks rather than 3. It adds up very quickly, so Uko decides to fire up the +2 missile upgrade as well, and I think he should commit to the attack. I mean, he's got Roach speed done as well. Cham is not going to be able to escape very easily, although the Ravagers are still at least a bit of a vulnerability against the Lynx.
Yeah, I think you're right. Uko attacks right now. I think he probably wins the game. But again, you're down 1-2. It's scary to attack. It's scary to potentially lose that game as well. Miles won't get the Overlord. Speed Zone is very nice right there.
Yeah. Slowest unit in the game still benefits from the Speed Zone, baby. Trying to set up a concave over here, but yeah, those Zerglings, they just dive on top of those Roaches and Ravagers. Uko may have the supply lead, he may have had the bigger economy for a long time, but he still needs to respect these units in blue.
That he does, and I mean, again, there's the whole, we talked about the eco lead, the supply lead, the tech lead. One thing he has not had this entire game is the production lead. He lost a Queen, so he wasn't able to inject out of that hatchery for a while. His third base still not done. Cham, he's had 3 hats, triple inject production for the last 5 minutes or so. So, yeah, his economy's not great.
The most important lead he still has is the Evo Chamber lead, he still has 4 Evos. I mean, it's not quite the greatest wall anymore like we saw earlier, but that's still 4 Evo Chambers. That's 3 more than the opponent.
You know, I got to question this as well, right? He goes and he gets Carapace on a hatchery or an Evo with 471 HP when there's a Evo with 515 HP. Clearly, the Evo micro is not where it needs to be right now.
We need to up the Evolution Chamber micro.
Yes, absolutely.
Make an extra Queen, transfuse the low HP one back up too. I would like to see that.
I'm down. Hey, look, if you're down, I'm down, Loco.
It's a Hydra Den coming up right now for Uko here as well. So he's just gonna go good old Roach Hydra with +2/+1. And I still like that spot for him quite a bit. But Cham, I kind of feel like he was dead in the water earlier. I mean, it's just so desperate when you're both making the same army, and Cham has actually clawed his way back into this game really nicely. Now he finds himself with a 4-worker lead. I mean, that's really nothing amazing, but the confidence with which he's moving around his army, I think it's scaring Uko a little bit. Like, he is backing off in fights where he probably could have committed a little bit more, and he's playing just a little bit too passively when he could have been more aggressive. So, yeah, Cham, sometimes you gotta look strong where you're not really that strong overall, right? You gotta appear to be stronger than you actually are just to trick the opponent a bit. And in these very chaotic and wild games, Cham apparently is still inching into a position where he's actually fine.
Yeah, Loco, Sun Tzu said, where you're weak appear strong, and where you're strong appear weak. So Cham's been really taking that to heart, and I mean, Uko's going to really struggle, even with the upgrade lead, to punch through that choke. And when you talk about this setup, getting that Hydra den like that, and if Uko had committed to Hydras, he hasn't just yet. When your opponent is on Mass Roach Ravager, and you go like Roach Ravager Hydra, all things being equal, the Roach player can tend to win because you'll have more Roaches, and you can dive on top when the Hydras are only good so long as they're not getting actively attacked and killed. So I do like Uko's decision there to stay on the Roaches. He tries to run around the speed zone, establish this concave, but it's just better for Cham right now. Somehow he's up 10 army supply, and that doesn't feel like this should be a thing.
So Uko has got the upgrade lead, right? He's got essentially 2 upgrades here over his opponent in these fights. That should be amazing for him. Once again, here come the Dropper Lords. Not again, Uko. I don't hate it, don't get me wrong, but the Dropper Lords that was the beginning of the end in the previous game.
I think it was the end of the previous game as well, but I like this move from Cham as well. You know, he's just buying time. He understands that, well, Uko's up in upgrades, whatever. Might as well run some Roaches across, find some value. Now, this is not great. That's a lot of Roaches to lose. That is a lot of Roaches to lose for sure. He's going to go for Tunneling Claws, and I thought that that's what these units were ultimately waiting for. What's inside of this? It's 4 Roaches. Okay. Well, apparently we're bringing them across. What do you need for Tunneling Claws to work? Burrow. Does he not have Burrow? We don't have Burrow. Well, you get spikes. Look, he got spikes on his Roaches now. That's for intimidation. It's going to force Spores. That's, 125 minerals when you include the drone cost. It's forcing Overseers. It's economic attack. There's Burrow on the way. He's gelled the hair up on his Roaches. Okay, that's pretty cool too. So that's 4. It's 4 Roaches inside of 3 Overlords. Pretty much every single one of them could have had a private plane, but apparently not. 2 were just for show. Ultimately, Cham's fighting, though, is really quite nice. But Uko has had a pretty substantial lead as far as the army goes for a long while, but I don't think he quite realizes it. No, this is wild here. We've had this Dropper Lord on the map. It's gotten a queen. Actually, it might have even killed 2 queens. Yeah, only 2 queens on the map, but Uko only has 1 queen. So production here, very lacking. Upgrades are going to get a lot closer very quickly. +2 attack is done right now. Burrow is going to be eventually done, not that it's relevant for this fight. Cham is fighting his way back into this game, and the Hydras, I mean, there's 1 of them. They're not really, it's not going to do all that much. And again, we've seen this attacking into this position as the Red Zerg is really hard. Cham, I mean, he's handling this tremendously well. Yeah, it's a difficult map to engage on, right? With these very large Roach armies. There's another run by, and he's actually going to be able to finish up that natural. The Evolution Chamber wall does still hold. I mean, it's a bit of a messed up wall, I suppose. Most of it has been broken down, but the hatchery now does fall, and that's a painful one. Cham has been doing an amazing job in this game, though. I'm actually thoroughly impressed, because winning from the position that he was in is not an easy feat. He's really been trying his best to just use the map to his advantage, and all of these tight choke points, it makes it so difficult to fight in, although he may very well have found an angle himself now. Yeah, wedges his way in there. I mean, Biles are still scary and they get a Ravager or 2, but at this point, Cham just has to not lose. He doesn't have to win the fight. He just has to not lose the fight. He should be okay. The economy, well, that being said, he's got Roaches in his natural economy. Yeah. Starting to get shattered here. And upgrades, this is where it should start to matter, but this is what we talked about. This Hydra army can be so fragile. The Biles are nice as well. There's no Roaches. There's like no Roaches here, so you gotta be so careful here as Uko. It looks like he does manage to hold. And I was kind of making fun of the 4 Roach triple Dropper Lord situation, but they have killed a tremendous amount of workers on the other side of the map. Cham's playing a little mini game of which Overlord are the Roaches in right now. You never know which one is gonna be dropping down the units, but those couple of troops have done a tremendous amount of work on the other side. By the way, at this point, it's not which Overlord has the Roaches, it's which Overlord has the singular Roach. There's only they're all dead now. And at this point, Uko's got an upgrade lead. He's got a more expensive army with these Hydras as well. It's a lot of damage here. Is Uko gonna make this happen? Oh, there's no Roaches in front here to tank. Uko's got to be so careful. He's losing a lot of the Ravagers that really should be in the back. Hydra's also a little too far forward. I think he got a little bit too fancy right now with his unit composition, despite those still very close. But Cham, I feel like he has been holding on by the skin of his teeth for the entirety of this match. But I think he's ultimately pulling out ahead. At this point, yeah, I mean, look at the economies. Uko's mining 700 minerals a minute, 300 gas. He cannot reproduce this army anymore. So that fight that Cham took on his high ground like that, that is how he has ended this game. That has how he has made one of the better ZVG comebacks I've seen in a while. Well played, Cham. That was well done.
That was very well done indeed right there. That's not something we commonly see, because Uko was essentially 2 upgrades up and he had a similar economy to his opponent and a similar army. Like, upgrades in this game are so massive, especially when your army is the same type of unit composition as your opponent. Cham was juggling an upgrade disadvantage for like 10 minutes there, and somehow he managed to pull it off. Honestly, very impressive.
And the fact that he did that as well with forgetting Burrow. So, you know, you have Tunneling Claws. It's this useful upgrade. Except if you don't have Burrow, it doesn't matter. So he was able to make that happen, missed a timing, delayed things. And he actually had a really nice run by that. Got damage done to the hatchery that we saw get followed up later by the bigger hit squad that killed a queen that really shut things down. And that was without Roach, without Burrow speed. So there was room later on. And I mean, I can't help but feel though for Uko Loco, because he had that game in the bag. We were going to game 3 if only he had attacked.
Yeah, maybe another extra Evo chamber or 2 would have been able to seal the deal, but ultimately it wasn't meant to be, apparently. Very fun series of Zerg versus Zerg. CVZ once again delivering, man.
Oh yeah, I had fun. And look, if there are only 2 people that enjoyed this, at least you and I had a great time. But I think hopefully more did than that, because it was really a good series. We have one more series, though. One left, and this is one that I think a lot of people are going to be excited about. It's Trigger Its Future, in a qualifying match to move on to the playoffs after the break.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
ESL StarCraft 2 Masters is brought to you in part by Monster Energy and the United States Air Force.
One day more, one series more, 3 maximum games before we're done. And look, we talked about it going into the break. This is maybe one of the better matchups we get today. It's Future, it's Trigger, it is Future's actually been at the top of the scene before, but 2 players sitting there just below the cusp of maybe the Estrellas and the Scarlets fighting for so long now to try to move on. And again, this is a qualifying match. You win this series, you don't have to play tomorrow, you just have to play next weekend. You've qualified to the playoffs. Loco, as we get ready, as we tell them that we're ready to go, what are your first thoughts about this?
I think this is going to be a very competitive match, actually. This is definitely one of the higher level games that we have got on the schedule for today. I was just having a quick look right here at the chat as well. So Trigger, in the pre-game lobby, posted a little emoji of a probe, then an emoji of a pylon, and then 2 photon cannons. I'm like, that's... All right, we're cannon rushing Future in the pre-game lobby. That's not something we normally see. We see a lot of warm-up exercises usually with players testing maybe the pre-game ping, but Trigger making sure to get just a little bit of a toxicity out of the way right at the very start.
Well, that, and then we saw Future just spam the weekly tournament trophy emotes that you get. Yeah. So he's like, look, I'm going to win. Good time. Or like, I guess Trigger hit 1 of those, and then Future hit us with 5, so... Clearly, 5 times is good. What's also 5 times as good, though, is a game. Game 1. Of course, on the bottom right here for Matcherino. He's been on fire recently. Let's see if he can continue it. It's Future.
Training over in South Korea. Trigger, though, his opponent... I mean, I guess I've already spoiled it. With the red Protoss pieces, it's Trigger. He's been looking a lot better over the last few years, really. I feel like he's been on the up and up for quite a while. I mean, joining Basilisk, he's got teammates like, for example, Raynor, like, for example, Serral. You may have heard of the guys. And Trigger, yeah, definitely has been looking very solid as of late. So I feel like this is going to be a close match, honestly.
Yeah, so like 3 years ago, we saw Trigger, and he goes and plays... I think it was 3 years ago, goes and plays in a NA Apprentice season, and he 3-0, 6-0 his group. Doesn't make the finals, but he plays very well. And I think Future might have been in that group as well, actually. An incredible surprise. He qualifies for DreamHack. Like, this kid is 3 years into playing competitive StarCraft, and if some things go his way, he's at the point where I would not be surprised to see him win the Americas region. Now, things would have to go well for him, and he'd have to play at the kind of the top level that we know Trigger can play at. But 3 years in here, the growth we've seen from him is incredible. And even more recently, I think we look back, Loco, you're talking about how the last year or so has been good. I think we can go back and look to the time that he spent between ESL Masters or DreamHack Masters Jönköping last year, or Valencia, excuse me, last year, and Home Story Cup. He stayed with Roddy for a month. He was playing on the EU server. He was practicing hard. And then he actually has a really good result at Home Story Cup last year. And pretty much from that point on, it's like he figured something out, because he leveled up extremely during that period of time, and particularly in this matchup right here in this PVT.
Nothing all too crazy here so far. Future has decided to go for the reactor, though, on that barracks, now dropping down the factory as well. We're going to start pumping out those Marines 2 at a time. Always nice to have those bad boys going. We'll have to see what Trigger decides to make here. As far as his tech of choice goes, he doesn't have 150 gas just yet to drop down a Stargate, so it's going to be instead a Twilight Council, because, I mean, that's a bit of a funky one, right? He made that at like 120 gas or so. It doesn't really matter that much, but it does slow you down ever so slightly if you want to go for like a really crisp blink timing. But then again, we've seen guys like, for example, Hero and MaxVax get a lot of success building a whole lot of gateways and just microing their Stalkers and their Warp Prism on the other side of the map. A lot of the other players, though, seem to be fond of just going for like 2 gateways, maybe with a robo facility, and then expand behind it.
Yeah, and here's some inside baseball on Trigger, by the way, for you, Loco. He does not like Stargate. Give him the option. He is not going to go for it. He really likes to go for Twilight. And now we're going to see an Adept go down. Nice job there, Future, on this around. Just not something that Trigger expected. But yeah, so he'll go 2 gate, he'll go 3 gate, he'll go 4 gate. But he just really does not like Stargate play. And this is actually probably a bit of a downside to Trigger, even as good as this PVT is. Because it's not quite max packs where you know he's going to 4 gate you and he's going to kill you anyways. He's not quite that good. But if I'm Future and I'm preparing, I'm not prepping anti-Stargate builds. I'm prepping anti-Twilight builds. I'm getting ready for that because I know that Trigger very rarely opens Stargate.
You're absolutely right. He decides to go for that blink upgrade in this particular game as well, and it looks like we're heading on over down towards the third base location as well at the 9 o'clock position on this map. So a pretty conservative opener here. This is one of those builds where you shouldn't really be taking a whole lot of damage. Now, we've already seen it get punished previously in this tournament as well, with Cyclone builds and whatnot catching the opponent off guard a little bit just earlier today, actually, with the double factory start. Obviously, at this point, Trigger has already seen tons of Marines, so he knows that that is not the case, and instead is going to be cloaked Banshees.
Yeah, this is interesting. It's cloaked Banshees, so tech pressure coming out of Future, but it's also kind of a 2-on-1. There's no third barracks, but he did get that second one, and no stim on the way just yet, though, right? You get that tech lab fairly quickly, so it's kind of a middle ground level of pressure, and I almost wonder, as we see this happening, whether we're going to see, okay, yeah, this is what we're going to see. So we've been seeing some Terran players go for this. Special is one of those that kind of does this more than anything, where Future is going to go for an all-in. He's going to get his Banshees, he's going to have Cloak, and it's going to be a combat shield timing off of 2 barracks with tanks, with Banshees, with things of that nature, and it's weird, because who neglects stim, right? But it's just extra beef, it's extra anti-air against a Twilight or against a Stargate opener, and in general, even against a Twilight opener, you just have so much stuff.
So on the back of this, though, even though Trigger doesn't really know exactly what he's playing against, on the back of this, he is going into a Robo Bay, he is going into Charge. And obviously, he needs to figure out what's happening, but ultimately, if he can get Zealots out with Charge and he can get the Colossus going, that would be amazing. The problem is, we're quite a ways away from that, right? It's still going to be at least a minute or two until those units really properly hit the battlefield, and Future is already going. That combat shield upgrades is like 90% of the way done. Those Marines are suddenly going to find a shield in their backpack that gives them plus 10 HP. It's a very substantial upgrade, and one that may very well allow him to get the kill in the third.
Yeah, I think that is almost a given at this point. The Cyclone gets low, but Trigger doesn't target it in time. Stalkers, they just recalled, so they're not going to be able to join things. More are going to try to warp in, and you're right, Charge is so far away. 10 probes have died as well. So yeah, Trigger, he maybe saw the Marines moving out here, but man, Loco, this is such a tough situation. Stalkers, they're going to blink on top of the tanks, but they miss Micro. So much damage being done. 1 tank falls, but this Stalker count rapidly diminishing. This is rough for Trigger right now.
Trigger also was not super quick right there on the first Colossus, if I'm not mistaken. He does blink forward once again and gets rid of, finally, that second siege tank too. These things should start looking a little bit better, though. He hasn't quite lost that many workers yet. I mean, he did lose quite a few, but he also killed a bunch of SCVs to make up for it. This is a very committed attack, however, and there's a lot more reinforcements right now coming in for the Terran player. Observer is gone, so that Banshee is going to have a field day.
I love that scan for Future. Just target down the Observer as long as possible, and this Colossus is going to show up. It doesn't have extended thermal lance. There's no shield battery to defend it. Banshees actually kill Colossus really nicely, so this Colossus, it shows up. It's immediately dead. This is a build that Future went for in part because I think, again, Trigger's the player you can scout in PvT. Trigger is a player that you know pretty much what he's going to do. So you go for something like this. It's weird, but it is a timing that kills this when your Charge wasn't done. Colossus wasn't done. There's no extended thermal lance. Another Observer goes down, although Banshees don't have enough energy for Cloak. Trigger, this was an excellent build order from Future, really just to counter Trigger.
Siege tank over here gets misrallied, so I don't think it's going to be able to make its way back home, but that was a ton of damage done right now. And on the back of this, we've got ourselves Stimpak now finished up, as well as the +1 infantry weapons on the way. Third command center about halfway done. Additional barracks are coming up as well. Funky little opener right here for Future for sure, because pretty much all the early game pushes with Marines that we see in, well, all StarCraft matchups are based around the Stimpak research. But this is a push that is based around the combat shields here instead. Those Banshees, by the way, still got a couple kills as well in the top left-hand corner. There's 4 of them in total here. We've got loads of Banshees.
Yeah, I mean, some Banshees are good. More must be better, right? At this point, what's
better than 2 Banshees? 3 Banshees, obviously.
Yeah, and 4 Banshees, even better. Loco, it makes sense. I'm picking up what you're putting down.
That's math. Yeah, it's just math.
Oh no. Now he gets
This
a
is painful, man.
disruptor.
This is so rough. God, at some point you want to rip off the band-aid too, right? When you see a Colossus getting killed by Banshees, you're already kind of hurting, but now the disruptor also gets picked up. I think a sentry ended up falling just now. I mean, close your eyes, Protoss players.
I don't think Protoss players have ever been as upset as Gumiho making top 4 in the GSL, because yes, this is a build that Special does occasionally, but like, close your eyes, man. Look at this build. This is a Gumi build, right? And doing this, like doing crazy builds to Classic in the round of 4, making that run through. It just kind of reminded Terrans that shenanigans like this exist. It's like, for us, we're already hurting before the patch, right? Now you got to do this to them.
There's still a very small chance right here for Trigger that he hits the Purification Nova of a lifetime. But he's gonna need about 3 of them. Well, here's the first one. Didn't happen. All right.
And it's gonna be a while, because you say we need 3 of them. There's 1 disruptor on the map right now.
Yeah, there's one disruptor. It's that same one.
Man.
It's that same one, of course.
Yeah.
Do you not go for the Banshee speed upgrade in these sort of scenarios? When you make this many Banshees, I feel like the Hyperflight Rotors is a no-brainer. I say that all the time and nobody ever gets it, but still, I feel like we can't go for it anymore at this market. GG is finally cool. But Future, winning a very fun game number 1 here, playing a cool build for sure that completely hits the opponent right before they get that power spike, right? So you have that weird transitional moment where you've got, like 2 gateways, you got some blink, and you're not really dying to like a Widowmine drop, but there's like a timing window there of like a minute or 2 where, yeah, you fired up your next upgrade, in this particular case, Charge, and you've started up your transition towards Colossus, but you're very vulnerable in the meantime. And traditional timing attacks, well, they hit a little bit after this particular one that Future ended up going for, but yeah, the one that Future chose to go for there in game number 1 of this best of 3, it hit at the perfect moment.
That it did, and we look at this. Something you actually, I think, brought up during the break, Loco, was how Trigger has owned Future recently. If Future wins the series, this will only be the 2nd time in 11 games that Future wins the series. So that's what we're looking at right now. We're looking at qualification, we're looking at pride, and we're also looking at whether the 2 of us together can pronounce Alcyone properly.
Alcyone, I think that's about right. Yeah.
I looked it up. You can go and there are a lot of words. There'll be like a 10-second YouTube video like, here's how to pronounce this word. And to be fair, in a lot of languages, the C is pronounced as a K, right? So I feel like we're getting closer. Yeah, and like the Greek is ALKY, I think. Because
I think that's about right. Yes.
Actually, no, it is, because there's no C in Greek. Kappa is the K sound. There's no C. It's alpha, beta, gamma, delta. There's no C.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Alcyone? Nah. LK1. LQ1. LQ1, and next map pool, we're going to get LQ2. I'm excited.
And I love how we were always getting LQ1 on game 2, so it works out even better. In the bottom left, though, crazy build in game 1. It's Future.
And his opponent up here in the top right. Hope he's not getting triggered. It's Trigger. Sorry. I've been wanting to make that pun for too long. I know it's really bad. That is one of the worst puns you could possibly make, but I had to do it. Sorry, guys.
Loco, you've been casting with me all day.
It's been a long day. We've been here for a while.
The bar of bad puns is already so low that I don't even know that joke can kind of squeak under.
I like how you giggled a little bit too. I heard you breathe out through your nose. That's like the biggest compliment a man can get.
Well, that's actually like, when you make a bad joke and someone groans, that's the crown.
Yeah, no, I will be aiming for that next. It has to be worse though than Trigger getting triggered, so I don't know if I can find anything like that.
I don't know. My mind immediately goes to like, well, he's not Winnie the Pooh, but he is TRIGGER. That spells trigger.
Nah, I don't know about that one.
All right, did you not experience the 100-acre wood as a child?
The what? Sorry?
100-acre wood. Where Winnie the Pooh lived. 100-acre wood.
We don't even use acres over here, BL. What are you talking about right now?
The 66.5 hectare wood.
100-acre wood. Oh, it's a song?
Well, it's also that's a Kenny Loggins song, but also Christopher Winnie the Pooh and all of his friends live in the 100-acre wood.
Oh, I've watched a lot of Winnie the Pooh as a kid, but I don't remember any of the details, if I'm being honest with you.
Please tell me in the Dutch translation they don't convert the 100-acre wood into hectares or square kilometers or something.
I don't know.
That'd be so weird.
I can try and look it up. I actually don't know the forest that Winnie the Pooh lives in.
That's 100-acre wood.
I'm trying to figure this out.
Anyways, as we get into game 2 here, it's going to be a similar opening coming out of Future. He got the Marine. Now there's the Reactor, so Marines behind that. And that, one thing we didn't quite talk about last game, but it's just as a result of going for Marines like this and really kind of skipping the Reapers and skipping the gas expenditure early is, well, your factory gets faster, which means your starport can get faster, which means maybe you can hit with a faster cloak or something like that. This time, he's going to Reactor out what it looks like, I assume, some Hellions. And there we go, Hellions on the way. So a little bit different. We're not going to see the same crazy build in game 2.
No, but there's still some opportunity, of course, to get some damage done on the other side of the map. Trigger once again going into the good old Blinky upgrade, I would imagine. The Blinky boy, always a nice upgrade to get going here. And we've seen a lot of Protoss players have a lot of success with it, but you're definitely right. He doesn't seem to be too fond of going for that Stargate opener here instead. Widow Mines, by the way, after the first 2 Hellions. Okay.
And they're being Reactor dead as well, so this feels like a 4 Widow Mine drop, which is, that's a lot more committed. We've seen a decent amount of PVT today, and almost always it's 1 Widow Mine, it's 2 Widow Mines. It's pressure, it tries to find something, but it's not committing super heavily to it. Future, though, he's gonna live or die by the mines, man. He's gonna live or die.
Yep. I heard they are a pretty good unit. The guys on Reddit have told me repeatedly, over and over and over again. I honestly feel like we haven't seen that many crazy detonations, though, over the last couple of days of broadcast, but maybe this game will give us some of the explosions that everybody's been talking about. The main downside usually of the Widow Mine drop is not really the first time the units go across the map, but it's when Protoss is really busy and occupied trying to put out fires left, right, and center, right? And then one of those sneaky Widow Mines manages to make its way to the mineral line. This happens all the time with like triple and quadruple gate openers, where Protoss is so busy microing on the other side of the map, trying to juggle those stalkers, blink them away, and then suddenly, in the meantime, on the other side, we have that Widow Mine drop getting queued up.
Yeah, and for now, the Hellion getting in there and getting a probe is really nice. And now Trigger is somewhat in position. He's got a Stalker here, but Loco, 1 Stalker does not kill this in time. So Trigger, he gets a Stalker. Very nice there. Future targets that down. Honestly, versus 1 probe, it's worth it. And now there's 1 untriggered Widow Mine right now.
There's still 1? Ooh, okay. Those probes, I wasn't sure what mineral field they were clicked on. Turns out that was not within range right there. Medevac ends up getting sniped. Okay, good body blocking over here as well, and everything gets cleaned up. 2 Stalkers and an Adept in total have gone down in this game for, well, 4 Widow Mines and a Medevac.
Yeah, the question now, so he got 2, instead of getting 4 probes, or maybe a couple more, he gets 2 probes, mining time lost, obviously, and 2 Stalkers as well. And in the balance of things, as we look at this, Loco, which would you prefer? 4 probes, or kind of what Trigger just lost right then?
Yeah, it's always a little hard to say, right, in these kind of scenarios. I think not having to worry anymore about those Widow Mines is really sweet, because it's the worst when it's just sort of hanging off to the side of your natural expansion or hanging out in that dead space to the bottom of your main, because you always have to be worried about it coming back in. You can never really breathe, you have to be on edge for the remainder of the game, so getting rid of it is really quite nice. And when you don't take critical amounts of damage, it's not really that bad.
I like that move from Trigger, though. Again, there's only 1 tank. It's not a lot of damage there, so you can blink the Stalkers in. And he just forced Future to waste a scan. He wanted to get that Observer, did not want Trigger to be able to put the pressure on, and, well, he just kind of gets away with it now. But Future, he's going to be getting ready to move out pretty quickly in the next 30 seconds, or maybe a little bit longer, as, well, Stim is going to be done. +1's going to be done. We're going to get combat shields, and anything Trigger can do right now to kill Marines, kill Marauders, even get damage done is value, as he's going to look to defend this, because, I mean, Loco, this is a much more standard Terran push. It's 3-1-1. It's not Cloak Banshees and combat shields before Stim and all that zaniness of game 1.
No, and it hits a little bit differently too, right? So this time around, there will already be a Colossus out. Charge is going to be like 80% of the way done. So Future is indeed going to start moving, but this is something that Trigger will be a lot more comfortable against. That being said, though, this is not going to be an easy attack, because that is still an awful lot of Terran. It's 58, 59-ish army supply right now for the Terran versus only 40 of Protoss. So you have to be so careful here with that army movement. I like what Trigger is doing, though, forcing the siege up, blinking away again, slowing down this attack in whatever way he can, because ultimately that income advantage is going to give him the bigger army.
And this is odd for Future as well here. We have to hold that thought. Great force field, but he's going to be able to get out in time. Widowmines get some decent connections here. But Future isn't getting concussive shells. He's only using one of his tech labs on his barracks, so the combat shields are actually late for this push. It's a bit awkward right there. Stalkers, they're going to blink on top of the tanks as much as they can, but they're not getting them. They didn't target them. And now the Bio's going to get on top of the Zealots, on top of these Stalkers. It's still hard for Future push, but he's going to carpet bomb, not on top, but into the main base instead. And this army of Trigger is just not ready to get in position, not just yet. Stalkers are going to try to warp in as they can. And Future, I think he's going to be forced to give this position up. This was awkward.
I don't love this. I really don't quite like this boost into the main base. It looked very confident, but oftentimes confident moves in StarCraft are pretty decent, but he's not really getting a whole lot done. Reinforcing units seemingly are just move commanding over here. Maybe all army hotkeyed earlier on accident. Those Colossi are still around, right? And that is really quite nice. Really, it's only been Zealots and Stalkers going down so far on the side of Trigger, and that's something he can recover from. I don't think you need to chase this with your entire force, but okay. Well, there's nothing all too crazy right now moving on the mini-map at the bottom, but you're never entirely sure what Terran's up to.
Yeah, this was so awkward from Future. Honestly, a little bit from Trigger as well. But he tries to run pell-mell, can't find his way into the main base. The warp-ins are there. He tries to take a fight backwards. He rallies units through, and they just die to Colossus without Micro just standing there. And I love this decision from Trigger now. He understands that he just killed a lot. All right, that Future is, despite having a third base on the way now, by the way, that's very
building it on position too. Okay.
Hey, sometimes, man, you just got to make stuff happen. Sometimes, when you're behind, you got to take some risks. But because Trigger knows that he really held that, all things considered, pretty nicely, there's going to be a fourth Colossus on the way. The Viking count will never catch up to this. Trigger's going to have a timing in about a minute, maybe. Where actually even less than that, where there's just not going to be anything that properly deals with this army well enough. Even as Future's getting Vikings now, he's not going to go to 12. He's not going to know that he's got to go to 12. He's going to be playing against 3 Colossus.
Yeah, I understand that he's not really getting too eager to fight, though, because we see it go wrong so many times, right? He's kind of lost the meat in this army, Protoss that is. He lost a lot of the Stalkers and the Zealots, so he's finding himself in a situation where, yeah, he could probably go for an attack, but how many times have we seen the Colossi kill all of the Marines in about half a second, and then all of the Colossi die to the Marauders? So I can't really blame Trigger here for not getting too eager to fight. That does now give Future quite a bit of time here to get some army once again out, and his economy is nothing amazing. I would love to see a Prism out or something like that on the other side of the map to warp in some Zealots and get some harassment damage done, because ultimately, hurting the Terran here in any way is going to be very handy here for Trigger.
And then this vision, though, from Trigger is really nice. He was defending the 4th base. He wanted to make sure that he would, not lose that 4th base. But there was a world where he was just going to get caught woefully out of position. But if we look at this army of Future right now, he's got 6 Vikings, he's got a couple Ghosts, he's got Widowmines. Against this 4 Colossus, 3 Marauder composition, this army of Trigger right now is so much better than what Future's trying to get aggressive with. And if Future has to, I'd love to see Liberators, I'd love to see more Vikings, even just, get a second eBay, go to 2-2 or something. But this army that he's got right now, I mean, Loco, without a beautiful fight, I don't have a lot of confidence in this working.
There's no Ghost or anything here in the mix, and he actually gets caught off guard here as well. I mean, there's like 2 Ghosts here, sorry, correction. But that is still an absolutely massive Protoss ball. Good control right there by Trigger, picking up the weakened units to the best of his abilities. Ultimately, though, it looks like the Colossi are just tearing this army apart. A lot of those Immortals helping out as well. Good economy here still in the back it is for Trigger, but Future has been building up as well his worker count, so... It's been looking pretty desperate for Terran for a while, but it's not like he's, gonna just lose the game to the next attack here of Protoss, I don't think, because Protoss is just a little too concerned here to just march across the map.
And that was a wild fight from Trigger as well. I think he was just really confident that he was going to win regardless of what happened. But he didn't target the Vikings down at all. His Stalkers were just in a line, blinking backwards, not getting those down. If he does that, he kills everything. The Colossus stay alive, but now there's only one of them. Blinks on top. Vikings should fall. And And now we're at look at this. We are at 4 Immortals right now. This composition here, I mean, there is enough Colossus to make sure the Marines die, and Immortals are shredding everything. Even as the second to last fight was a little awkward, Trigger takes us to game 3.
I think Trigger realized he was pretty far ahead there for a long time, but he was also a bit scared to properly go across the map. So that when Terran finally met him on his side of the map, he's like, okay, fine. I'll stand here with my massive stocky army and I'll just try to, shoot my lasers at whatever I can. And ultimately that fight may have not been as perfect as it was, but he did find himself in a position where he slowly started tiptoeing towards the other side, catching units on the watchtower. I mean, that was an uphill battle there already for a while for Future, and well, Trigger, he played it out cautiously, but he did end up getting it done right there in the end.
And I guess I'm part of it as well, right? Is that it is so hard to run across the map on Al-Qaini because there's that where the Terran expanded, you pretty much have a tailor-made high ground surround. So attacking into that without forcing your opponent into you is painful, and it's really hard. But on top of that, Trigger, as much as we're criticizing, oh, wow, you could have won that fight even harder if you targeted the Vikings down. Trigger didn't have to do perfect. He just had to do good enough. And good enough, good enough was just killing off enough of that army that because of his economy and because of reinforcements and warp-ins, he was going to be fine. But now, Loco, we're getting ready to move into our last map of the day. It's going to be Solaris. And before we load in, who moves to the playoffs? Is it Trigger? Is it Future?
You want my prediction?
Yeah. 1 game.
I think it's going to be Trigger.
I'll buy that one.
Yep.
There we go. In the bottom left, though, Loco's favorite to take this 3rd and final game. It's Trigger.
And up here in the top right-hand corner of the map, Solaris, we're looking inside of the main base of Future.
Man, Loco, as I'm getting these games set up, the fact that Future this has happened like to me twice now, where the Future, his color is blue, right? But his logo is red. When I'm setting the hotbar,
Wardy brought up the exact same thing yesterday, where he was getting very upset. This was a little bit of a different situation where the player who was playing in red had a blue clan tag.
Oh no.
And the player playing blue had the red clan tag, and he was getting very tripped up over it. There's only one color to deal with here, Bio. I think you got this.
Okay, look, gray is like gray and blue are close enough. Okay. Look, okay, a gunmetal gray is bluish. It's close enough, Loco.
True. Any color is close enough to blue, I guess.
I mean, I don't think yellow is close enough to blue.
No?
No. In fact, it's they're both primary colors, so they're very much not blue.
Fair. But gray is close to blue?
Yeah. Gray can be considered like a faded blue. You're telling me that, like, okay, you ever go?
Gray can also be a faded yellow.
Not as much. Okay, so like, you go, you're cleaning a corner of the house that's like been behind a couch or something and hasn't been dusted for a while, and you like there's that bluish sheen of dust on it. You're trying to tell me that looks yellow?
I think they call that mold, Bio.
That is not mold. I guess y'all I guarantee, like, I guess y'all in the Netherlands don't have the same type of dust we have in the United States, but
I don't know. You may actually be onto something. I'm not sure.
I mean, there are definitely
I just find cat hair everywhere I go, personally. I move the couch around, oh, cat hair. I move up a pillow, oh, cat hair. You move any sort of blanket or, oh, cat hair. Yeah. Luckily, not so much this season of the year, but it gets pretty bad, man, when they're getting ready for winter and for summer.
Talk about getting ready for things. Look at what Future's got in store for us. He eBay blocks the natural, so forces Trigger to take the 3rd. And then he's building Cyclones, and he's proxying a starport. I don't think this is for drop play. This feels like Liberator 1-1-1-ish, just craziness. And he's got yeah, this is really committed. I mean, it's always committed coming out of this type of build, but this is tech committed coming out of Future. This is interesting.
Yeah, Trigger also now going into the good old Stargate, right? Okay, he actually decides to open up with a Phoenix first. You brought it up earlier. He's not a huge fan of playing this style if he doesn't have to, it seems. Preferring maybe that blink upgrade a little bit, but going for the exact same strategy 3 times in a row in a best of 3, probably not your best call. So I have to see how this plays out. Those Phoenixes, of course, have a ton of potential, but it is a little bit risky.
I mean, against Marines and Cyclones and Vikings rallying across, I guess he's building medevac first. This is brilliant series planning for future because, okay, so Trigger, first of all, he does the same thing 2 times in a row. You expect that. Probably in game 3, there might be something a little bit different. On top of that, you force your opponent to expand at the third, and therefore it's really hard to cover with Twilight Tech. So Hellions, things like that are scary. It makes more sense to go Stargate, and now he's hitting with this push with 2 Cyclones, with all the Marines, and the repair on the Cyclones as well. This Phoenix count, Trigger's going to keep committing to it because it feels like it's the only thing he can make. This is a hard hold, even with Overcharge doing what it can here. The Marines are just, I mean, things are dying though, so there's that.
Yeah, the battery overcharge is so handy here, and it's buying him a ton of time. Good control right there as well by Trigger, getting the medevac here in the end. There's a lot more shield batteries coming up, though. Up to this point, only a single Adept has fallen on the side of Protoss. But yeah, now he needs to pull the workers as well. Cyclone is joining in, and I think my prediction may be wrong, BO. This is a lot of damage here being done by our Terran.
That it is, and with just the Liberator on top, notice he doesn't siege it up at first because, well, all the Phoenix are low, and splash damage is a beautiful, beautiful thing. But now Stalkers are going to try to get on top. The repair is good, but the Liberators will still fall even still. And now it's 2 Phoenix, a couple Stalkers, 2 Adepts warping in at a time here, and has he held? It's starting to look pretty solid for Trigger right now.
The Phoenixes have been denying a lot of these units, right? Like, they're not putting in a ton of work. They got rid of the medevac, I suppose, but they're just such a big target. And they're actually also surprisingly tanky units. They take a long time to shoot down. Now even the siege tank is in a little bit of trouble. I mean, microing a siege tank on siege through a speed zone is not something we get to see every day of the week. And ultimately, yeah, this Void Ray is going to seal the deal for sure. Ultimately, Trigger now finds himself with 2 expansions, or 2 bases in total, and Future is still stuck on 1.
Yeah, and we saw Trigger. I mean, I don't know if this was intentional or not, but he danced his units for a second after he got that tank down. I mean, he knows right now that he is in a fantastic position. Now, he may not be able to break his opponent. Bio, who cares? They're not killing the Void Ray. Everything's dead. Future, this all in was so close, Loco, to making things happen. And now he's dead. There is no future for him in this game. Trigger, maybe he didn't 3-0, but he moves on to the playoffs. And Future, he's got to play tomorrow.
What a spectacular ending, not just to this series, but also to the day. Very cool all-in right there by our Terran, but ultimately the control right there from Trigger was just ever so slightly too good, right? There's so much micro potential in those units, and I honestly think the real MVP in that fight was the battery overcharge, because we saw that fight going on for such a long time, and only 1 Adept died. Like, there were units fighting left, right, and center. I saw a lot of low HP units, but the battery just, kept healing everything up.
There was in fact a battery of Phoenixes as well, although battery of units in general. But yeah, that was we saw Trigger die to not a similar push, but a similarly aggressive push in game 1. And in general, when I see Trigger lose to Terrans a lot, it's off of aggressive timings like this. So I like Future's decision. I think that maybe if he executes a little bit better, or Trigger has a little bit less warning, I think that build can work. Again, you have Vikings. You got a Liberator first, but you have Vikings, you have Cyclones, you have Marines against just a couple Phoenix play. That build that Future did was designed to beat what Trigger was going for. And Trigger still won anyways, which is a really, if you're looking moving into the playoffs and you want to build some confidence, that's a good spot to be.
Trigger also doubling down on the Phoenix production there, right? He was like, nah, I don't need a Void Ray just yet. I'll just get another Phoenix. And then 1 more. And then ultimately, I will try and get myself one of those Void Rays going too. But that was definitely a dangerous decision right there for him to make. But, well, he ended up winning the game, and with that, the series. And therefore, he's moving on.
That he is. So as he moves on, that also means that we get to move on. And by move on, I mean close the show. Because this was our last series today. There were 12 of them. Some good ones, some, well, more stompish, but this one, I really enjoyed this series, Loco. We saw
this was fun.
Aggressive play, we saw good defensive play, we saw wild holds, and it was a solid series to end the day on.
Absolutely, I'm 100% with you, man. This was a good game of StarCraft, or a good day of StarCraft in general as well, and you probably know by now, we've mentioned this a couple of times. It's not just today, it's not just yesterday, but there's a ton more StarCraft coming to you over the next couple of weeks. It's all leading up to the offline finals. Sometime, I don't know exactly when that's taking place, but you can still get tickets.
Yeah, you can, in fact, and it's December 15th through the 17th, I think, that weekend. So second or third weekend in December. It'll be in Atlanta. It'll be in the convention center right next to the football stadium, which was wild on Championship Sunday for us. And it was the area was so crowded because there was a Falcons game. But highly recommend doing that. A lot of fun. But Loco, as we're done here today, we're going to have 12 more series tomorrow, but I don't think you're casting tomorrow. Final thoughts about today in general? StarCraft? I don't know.
Yeah, no, we had some good games of StarCraft, man. I'm trying to think of my favorite series of the day. I kind of liked, and this is a bit of a strange one maybe, but I really kind of liked the Zerg versus Zerg that we did right before the final one just now. I know that's maybe a strange decision. Maybe it's also the one that's just freshest in my memory, but that Zerg versus Zerg went all over the place and definitely some fun builds.
That they were. I mean, again, anytime I get a chance to look at a ZVZ, I am pretty happy. And I guess the final thing is that, well, we're going to be done. We're closing the show down right now, but Pig is doing a pretty awesome StarCon replacement showcase that'll be happening pretty soon. So you should take a look at that as well. And now, friends, see you tomorrow. Have a good night.
You love it, you wear it.
Wear your passion. Share your passion. Wherever, whenever. Gaming is a lifestyle. Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.